Chapter 2167 Tianlong Nation Imperial Palace. Unlike the outside world, the atmosphere in the Imperial Palace was a little tense. Not only was the king of the Sky Dragon country, Gansu, present, even the sect leader of the Sky Dragon sect was present. Apart from the two of them, there were dozens of people sitting in the main hall. These were the top experts of the Qi-controlling realm in the Imperial Palace and the Sky Dragon sect. Think about it. If the Heavenly Dragon country merges with my Godly General country, it will be beneficial to both sides. Now that my brother is about to break through to the Grandmaster realm, the Godly General country will become a Godly General dynasty. If you don't, then we will kill you all. A figure stood in front of Gansu and the Heavenly Dragon sect's chief as he spoke in an indifferent tone. This person had a skinny figure, and a gloomy expression could be seen in his eyes. His body exuded a faint Xiantian realm aura, slightly weaker than the Heavenly Dragon sect's chief. Similar to Gansu, he was a 9th Order Xiantian realm expert. Not only that, his status is extremely high. He was the younger brother of the ruler of the Godly General country, the strongest country under the Heavenly Void dynasty, the war prince of the Godly General country, Li Jiuyin. As soon as Li Jiuyin finished speaking, the atmosphere in the main hall became even colder. Gansu's sons, the experts in the palace, and the experts of the Sky Dragon sect all looked at Gansu and the lord of the Sky Dragon sect. There was a trace of shame and anger in their eyes. Li Jiuyin was too arrogant. He wanted to annex the entire Tianlong nation with just one sentence. It was really infuriating. Li Jiuyin, we don't even know if your brother can break through to the Grandmaster realm. You dare to come to my Tianlong nation today. Do you think I will let you go back alive? Gansu sneered. The aura of the Heavenly Dragon sect master was released. Li Jiuyin smirked when he saw this. He looked at the two mockingly and said, "Did you really think that I came alone?" Just as he finished speaking, two figures walked in from outside. Both of them were Xiantian realm experts, and neither of them was weaker than the Sky Dragon sect chief. When Gan and Su saw these two people, their expressions immediately changed greatly. This was because they were very familiar with these two people. They were two of the famous Xiantian realm experts from the 7 countries under the Heavenly Void dynasty. Their cultivations were comparable to the sect leader of the Heavenly Dragon sect. You've also become the dogs of the Godly General nation, Gansu said coldly. Gansu, don't put it in such a bad way. A wise man submits to circumstances. Don't tell me you don't understand this logic after living for so long. One of them had a ruddy complexion and a loud voice. The moment he opened his mouth, all the martial artists in the hall below the Xiantian realm felt their blood boiling. Zhang Gao, retract your lion's roar. The sect master of the Heavenly Dragon sect said faintly. Zhang Gao smiled, a hint of mockery in his eyes. I'm used to it. Sorry. You too. I'll give you 10 days to think about it. If you're late, I won't wait. Li Jiuyin smiled faintly. Gansu didn't say anything, but his expression turned ugly. At this moment, one of his personal guards suddenly walked into the main hall and whispered a few words into Gansu's ear. Oh, bring him in, Gansu said with a weird expression. Yes. The guard nodded and left. Soon, he brought Qi Fei into the main hall. Qi Fei's heart skipped a beat when he saw so many Qi controlling realm experts in the main hall, as well as a few Xiantian realm experts. He didn't know what was going on. Where is my son, Qianlong? Gansu said faintly. Reporting to the monarch, Crown Prince Qian is in the Zhao residence in 100 Mountain City of Sishui Prefecture. Qi Fei quickly cupped his hands and said, Li Jiuyin and the others were about to leave. But after Qi Fei entered the main hall, they stopped and looked at him with a faint smile. You said that you have urgent news to report to me, is that it? Gansu frowned slightly. Qi Fei had already noticed that the atmosphere here wasn't right. Seeing that Gansu seemed to be a little angry, he quickly said, Monarch, there's another important matter, but he glanced at Li Jiuyin and the others. These people's aura were obviously Xiantian realm experts. With his cultivation, even if he sent a voice transmission, it would be heard by these few people. No one would hear it. Hee, is there anything else that we can't hear? Li Jiuyin smiled faintly, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. At the same time, a wave of aura came from his body and swept towards Qi Fei. Qi Fei only felt his body sink and couldn't help but take a few steps back. What's the matter? Just say it. Since these few people want to hear it, let them hear it together. Gansu took a step forward and stood between Qi Fei and Li Jiuyin. Because Gansu helped to block Li Jiuyin's aura, Qi Fei immediately heaved a sigh of relief. After hesitating for a moment, he told them what he saw in the Zhao Mansion in Baishan City of Sishui Prefecture. The more the martial artists in the main hall listened, the more ridiculous they felt. How could there suddenly be hundreds of true energy realm martial artists in Sishui Prefecture? And after a reign, these true energy realm martial artists became Qi-controlling realm martial artists, and the few Qi-controlling realm martial artists became Xiantian realm martial artists? It was simply an absurd story. Everyone looked at Qi Fei with a trace of coldness in their eyes. Elder Qi Fei, is what you said absolutely true? The Lord of Sky Dragon sect said lightly. Lord, I saw it with my own eyes. Qi Fei hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Ha ha ha. Qin Xiaofeng, is your subordinate's brain beaten silly? What 300 true energy to Qi-controlling realm? Qi-controlling realm martial artist. Is this something that a Qi-controlling realm martial artist can say? As for that mysterious expert, I'm afraid you guys made it up to scare the divine general nation, right? Ha ha ha. Li Jiuyin couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Gao and another Xiantian realm martial artist also laughed. Li Jiuyin, if you want to listen, then listen. Why are you interrupting? The Lord of Sky Dragon sect, Qin Xiaofeng, glanced at Li Jiuyin coldly, then looked at Gansu. I know Elder Qi Fei very well. Without seeing it with his own eyes, he definitely wouldn't dare to lie to us. Your Majesty, since Prince Qian is staying in the Zhao Mansion, why don't we go and check it out ourselves? Gansu was silent for a few breaths, then glanced at Li Jiuyin, nodded and smiled at Qin Xiaofeng. All right. After a pause, he looked at Li Jiuyin. Li Jiuyin, you guys should go too. Gansu, what I said before, didn't you give me 10 days? It's not time yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Gansu said lightly. Chapter 2168. The 300 or so joss flames in the Zhao Mansion are even more exuberant. With them as seeds, as long as this place is not destroyed, the joss flames will not stop. Ning Qi withdrew his divine will, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Although the ancient immortal joss flame body refining art was a bit of a hindrance, as long as he planted a seed, that place would continuously produce joss flames to temper his body. The more seeds he had, the more joss flames his body would obtain in the future. It would be very powerful. However, there was one troublesome thing. Faith couldn't be achieved through simple violence. If people didn't accept it, they would only be filled with fear and wouldn't be able to gather joss flames. Right now, he could only slowly cook the soup with the Zhao Mansion as the center and make everyone in the world believe in him. After this period of recuperation, even though only a few months had passed in the outside world, Ning Qi had stayed in the top-class training ground for more than 100 years. All the hidden injuries in his body had basically healed, and his cultivation base had returned to its peak. With his current strength, he could cross the void and head to the land of the immortals. When his cultivation reached a certain level, he would be able to find his way back to the central continent. The disciples of the Zhao Mansion discovered that Ning Qi often appeared in various parts of the Zhao Mansion during this period of time, and he would even go to 100 Mountain City to take a stroll. They were very curious. Previously, Ning Qi had basically been in seclusion in Ding Feng's courtyard, and sometimes they would not see him for more than 10 days. Is there still no news? Huang Batian frowned. A bone-forging martial artist was kneeling in front of him. Family head, the young miss, said she invited the Sky Dragon sex experts to the Zhao mansion, but we don't know why there's been no movement. Could it be that even the Sky Dragon sect is afraid of the Zhao family? Impossible. Even if the Zhao family is stronger than the Hidden Cloud sect, how can it compare to the #1 sect of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom? Well, it should be that the experts of the Heavenly Dragon sect are busy. After a while, they will definitely come to 100 Mountain City. At that time, I want to see if the Zhao mansion can be tough in front of the Sky Dragon sect. Huang Batian sneered. You can leave. Keep a close eye on the Zhao mansion. If anyone enters or leaves, report to me immediately. Yes. Have you gotten used to staying here? Ningqi looked at Qianlong with a faint smile. Qianlong was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. When he heard Ningqi's voice, he quickly got up and bowed respectfully. Disciple greets master. In this period of time he had become Ningqi's disciple in name, and with Ningqi's help he had completed the marrow cleansing, greatly increasing his talent. His cultivation base had long surpassed Zhao Ruo and the others, leaping 2 major realms to become a 5th-order Xiantian realm expert. This level of strength had already surpassed Flower Moon Pavilion. Most importantly, it only took him less than a month to complete such a transformation. Of course, Qianlong was not complacent because of this. He clearly knew that everything he had was given to him by Ningqi. Without Ningqi, how could he have broken through to the Qi-controlling realm in less than a month? Break through to the innate realm? Master, compared to the Imperial Palace, there's less intrigue here. Everyone is cultivating, and the atmosphere is excellent. I like this place very much, Qianlong said respectfully. And that's good. I heard that there are 3 great dynasties here. Your Heavenly Dragon Country is one of the 7 countries under the Heavenly Void Dynasty? Ningqi said with a smile. Qianlong was slightly startled. He didn't understand why Ningqi would ask this, but he still nodded and said, Master is right. Tianlong is one of the 7 countries in the Sky Void Dynasty. Their national power should be considered average. In 3 years, I want Heavenly Dragon Country to replace the Heavenly Void Dynasty. Can you do that? Ningqi said with a smile. Qianlong was stunned, and he stared at Ningqi in disbelief. However, on second thought, this goal did not seem too difficult to achieve. In 3 years, he would probably be a Grandmaster, right? I will do my best, Qianlong said with a serious expression. The Zhao mansion will help you, Ningqi said with a smile. Qianlong's confidence grew. The cultivators of the Zhao mansion were all extremely talented, and all of them had undergone the marrow cleansing from Ningqi. With the support of the Zhao mansion, it would be much easier for Heavenly Dragon Country to get to the Heavenly Void Dynasty. Thinking of this, Qianlong was extremely excited. His father's dream would come true in no time. This is the Zhao mansion of the 100 Mountain City. Hee, I don't think it's a big deal. A faint laugh came from outside, and there was a hint of disdain in the laughter. Who are you? Gansu, they don't recognize you. Is my son Qianlong here? Qianlong? Could it be that you are? How dare you? Kneel down and greet the monarch. At this moment, footsteps could be heard, and the door was pushed open. Prince Qian, the monarch, is here. Are you, Senior Beixian? Zhao Ju looked at Ningqi in shock. He did not expect Ningqi to be with Qianlong. After the shock, he looked at Qianlong enviously. Master, it's my father's voice. As for the person who spoke first, he sounded familiar, but I can't remember who he is. Qianlong looked at Ningqi worriedly. After all, the person who spoke first seemed to be ridiculing and disdainful towards the Zhao mansion. Let's go and take a look. Ningqi smiled. Zhao Ju, who was a little flustered by the sudden appearance of Gansu and the others, suddenly became valiant and led the way. Outside the courtyard stood Gan Su, Qin Xiaofeng, Qi Fei, Li Jiuying, and the others. They had just arrived at the Zhao mansion and did not knock on the door. Instead, they chose a small courtyard at random from the roof. Coincidentally, it was outside Ding Feng's courtyard. Li Jiuying looked around, and there was a hint of understanding in his eyes. Apart from the chi-controlling realm expert that he had just met, Li Jiuying did not sense the existence of a second chi-controlling realm expert in this place, let alone the Khanate realm warrior that Qi Fei had mentioned. Therefore, Li Jiuying thought that all this was just a show that Gan Su had ordered people to put on for him to see. Gan Su, stop acting. That chi-controlling realm warrior just now came from your palace, right? Let your son show himself. Li Jiuying said with a faint smile. Zhang Gao and Qi Fei laughed when they heard this. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Everyone looked over, and Gan Su immediately saw the figure of Qianlong, as well as Ning Qi, who was walking in front of him. When Qi Fei saw Ning Qi, his body could not help but tremble. This scene was seen by Gan Su and the others. They looked at Ning Qi. There was a strange look in Ning Qi's eyes. Could it be that this person was the mysterious expert that Qi Fei had mentioned? Father. Qianlong came forward and bowed respectfully. Chapter 2169. Li Jiuying was a rank 9 innate realm warrior. If it was in the past, Qianlong would not be able to dodge his touch. But now that Qianlong's cultivation had reached rank 5 innate realm, he easily dodged it. Li Jiuying's hand missed, and a look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. "Ha, nephew Qianlong, it's been a long time since we last met. Your cultivation has improved a lot. What was that footwork just now?" Li Jiuying laughed dryly to cover up his embarrassment. Qin Xiaofeng's eyes were fixed on Ning Qi. His expression gradually changed from awed to surprised, and finally to solemn. This person's aura is very mysterious. I'm afraid what Elder Qi said is true. This person is very likely a Grandmaster Realm expert. Qin Xiaofeng thought to himself. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaofeng could not help but feel excited. Looking at Qianlong's expression, it seemed that he had really taken this person as his master. Perhaps the crisis from the godly general nation could be resolved. Qianlong ignored Li Jiuying and took a step back. He introduced Ning Qi to Gan Su. "Father, this is my master." "Your master?" Gan Su's eyes moved slightly. He had been on the throne for a long time and naturally had a trace of an emperor's aura. He subconsciously looked at Ning Qi with a scrutinizing gaze. In the end, he realized that he could not see through Ning Qi at all. Li Jiuying and Zhang Gao looked at each other, and their lips moved slightly. Then Li Jiuying laughed loudly and walked towards Ning Qi. He wanted to put his hand on Ning Qi's shoulder and said, "Let me see what you are capable of taking in a crown prince as your disciple." He had to test Ning Qi's background. This was the reason why he came here. His elder brother was about to make a breakthrough. The godly general nation had already mobilized troops and was preparing to establish the godly general dynasty. At this crucial moment, a so-called mysterious expert had appeared. Li Jiuying had to test him. "How dare you?" Qianlong's eyes turned cold. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw the corner of Ning Qi's mouth curl up slightly. Qianlong's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes revealed a hint of schadenfreude. "Pa!" Li Jiuying's palm landed easily on Ning Qi's shoulder. This scene made Gan Su and Qin Xiaofeng a little surprised. How could a normal expert allow a Xiantian realm martial artist to put his hand on his shoulder so easily? Could this really be a show that Qianlong ordered people to put on? But how did Qianlong know that Li Jiuying would bring unprecedented danger to Tianlong? The corners of Li Jiuying's mouth curled up slightly as a look of mockery appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. First, his face turned pale, and the next moment his face turned red. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. Zhang Gao and Li Juyin did not have time to react when they saw Li Juin's body, as if air was leaking. With a pop, his flesh shriveled. Li Juin, who was already very thin, became as thin as a stick. His connate aura was also dropping rapidly. Greater Heaven Realm, Qi-controlling realm, True Element Boundary, Bone Forging Stage. When his aura dropped to the Bone Forging Stage, it still did not stop. When no one could sense any aura from Li Juin's body, Li Juin staggered a few steps back. He removed his palm from Ning Qi's shoulder and looked at Ning Qi in a daze. He was horrified to find that the innate realm strength that he had cultivated for many years had disappeared without a trace. The true element in his body was also gone. What happened? Li Juin, are you all right? Zhang Gao and Qin Xiaofeng quickly stepped forward and supported Li Juin. Until now, the two of them did not realize that Li Juin's cultivation had been completely destroyed by Ning Qi. Li Juin's cultivation has been destroyed? How is that possible? Gan Su and Qin Xiaofeng looked at each other in shock. Li Juin was a rank 9 connate realm martial artist. Even if he was facing a grandmaster, as long as the opponent was below rank 3 of the grandmaster realm, he would be able to exchange at least 10 moves without being defeated. After all, a grandmaster was not a god. On the battlefield, a grandmaster might not be more useful than 10 innate realm martial artists. But now Ning Qi had destroyed Li Juin's cultivation without batting an eyelid. From the beginning to the end, the two of them did not see how Ning Qi attacked, and there was no fluctuation of aura from his body. With such strength, could it be Grandmaster perfected? Qin Xiaofeng mumbled to himself. Then he looked at Ning Qi with a hint of excitement in his eyes. You crippled my cultivation. Li Juin's voice was a little hoarse. Compared to his arrogant attitude just now, he now looked like a rich man who suddenly went bankrupt and became a beggar by the roadside. His expression was ferocious, unwilling, and desperate. His cultivation has been destroyed. Zhang Gao and Qin Xiaofeng initially thought that Li Juin had been poisoned, but after hearing Li Juin's words, they came to their senses and were shocked. Don't tell me you'll only be satisfied if I take your life? Ning Qi smiled. Li Juin felt a chill in his heart, and his face was filled with endless fear. Take him away from this place. If he comes uninvited again, I will kill him without mercy. Ning Qi said calmly to Zhang Gao and Qin Xiaofeng. Hearing Ning Qi's words, Zhang Gao and Li Juin looked fearfully at Ning Qi, then hurriedly carried Li Juin away. They did not expect that in less than a quarter of an hour since they arrived at the Zhao mansion, Li Juin, a 9th Order Xiantian realm expert, would have his cultivation crippled. Most importantly, neither of them could see how Ning Qi did it. They finally believed what Qi Fei had said. There was indeed a mysterious expert in the Zhao mansion who was at least a grandmaster. Master, why don't you let me kill him? Qian Long suddenly said. Li Juin, who was being carried by Zhang Gao and Qin Xiaofeng, trembled. Zhang Gao and Qin Xiaofeng sped up and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Gan Su and Qin Xiaofeng also wanted to help, but Ning Qi did not say anything. They did not dare to act rashly and could only look on with pity as Zhang Gao and Qin Xiaofeng were taken away. If they missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult to kill the 3 of them next time. Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, What's the point of killing him? Someone has to go back and send a message. Qianlong's eyes lit up when he heard Ning Qi's words. He understood what Ning Qi meant, but Gansu and Qin Xiaofeng were confused. Send a message? I am the ruler of Tianlong country, Gansu. Greetings, senior. Gansu stepped forward and saluted solemnly. Qin Xiaofeng followed closely behind. Chapter 2170. Don't stand on ceremony. Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile. Seeing that Ning Qi seemed to be friendly, Gansu and Qin Xiaofeng were relieved. Li Juin's cultivation was destroyed, which made them feel a little afraid of Ning Qi. Senior, Are you at the full circle of the Grandmaster realm? Qin Xiaofeng couldn't help but ask with anticipation in his eyes. Ning Qi shook his head with a smile and didn't speak. Gan Su and Qin Xiaofeng thought that Ning Qi's cultivation had not reached the full circle of the Grandmaster realm. Although Chen Xiaofeng was a little disappointed, he didn't care too much. Anyway, he was sure that Ning Qi was at the Grandmaster realm. Chen Xiaofeng was a little disappointed. Chen Xiaofeng was currently at the bottleneck of rank 10 Xiantian realm and was eager to have a Grandmaster realm cultivator to help him break through this bottleneck. Senior, my son has been here for a long time. Please forgive him. Gansu said, Qianlong's aptitude is not bad. Let him stay in the Zhao mansion for the time being. Are you here to see Qianlong? Ning Qi said with a smile. Only then did the two of them remember their purpose of coming here, and they subconsciously glanced at Qi Fei. They had come here because of what Qi Fei had said before, that there were more than 300 true element realm cultivators in Zhao Mansion, and that after a drizzle, all of them had transformed into Qi controlling realm cultivators, so they came to 100 Mountain City. However, they didn't notice that there were many Qi controlling realm cultivators here. Maybe Qi Fei was wrong, or maybe the senior in front of them had some kind of trick. The two didn't want to ask anymore. In this world, there was no such trick, unless it was an immortal. Thinking of this, Gansu nodded in accordance with Ning Qi's words. Then he looked at Qianlong seriously. Just as he was about to praise Qianlong for his serious cultivation, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. This aura, Xiantian realm? Gansu was stunned and looked at Qianlong in disbelief. If he wasn't sure that the person in front of him was really his son, he would have thought that it was someone else pretending to be him. Not long ago, Qianlong was only at rank 10 true energy realm. How did he break through in such a short time? Heaven realm? What's your cultivation? Gansu's eyes showed a trace of seriousness. He wanted to personally confirm Qianlong's current cultivation. Hearing this, Qianlong's eyes revealed a hint of a smile as he nodded his head. A faint aura of the 5th order Xiantian realm was emitted from his body. Qin Xiaofeng's heart skipped a beat, exclaiming involuntarily, 5th order Xiantian realm? Imperial Father, Uncle Xiaofeng, under Master's guidance, I've already broken through to the greater heaven stage. Qianlong cupped his fists and said, How is this possible? How long has it been? Gansu mumbled to himself. Senior, please accept me as your disciple. Qin Xiaofeng suddenly took a step forward and kneeled on the ground. Gansu and Qianlong were both shocked by Qin Xiaofeng's actions. You and I are not fated. Ning Qi smiled. Hearing this, Qin Xiaofeng's eyes revealed a trace of unwillingness. He remained kneeling on the ground, unwilling to get up. This was a rare opportunity. Or else he wouldn't use his status as the sovereign of the Sky Dragon sect to show such respect. At this moment, a few more disciples of the Zhao Manor walked over. When they learned the identity of these people from Zhao Jiao, their respect for Ning Qi deepened even more. The sect leader of the Heavenly Dragon sect. He was the #1 expert in Tianlong Kingdom. Even he was kneeling in front of Senior Bei Xian. How could the others not be excited? There's no need for you to acknowledge me as your master. I can give you a few pointers on your current bottleneck, but how much you can comprehend will depend on your own comprehension. Ning Qi smiled and lightly waved his hand. Everyone could clearly see a strand of golden light shoot into the space between Qin Xiaofeng's eyebrows. Immediately after, Qin Xiaofeng's body seemed to stiffen. Gansu's eyes revealed a trace of worry. After a full 5 breaths of time, Qin Xiaofeng suddenly kowtowed 9 times before his face turned solemn. He then stood up and bowed to Ning Qi. Thank you for your pointers, Senior. Finishing his words, he looked at Gansu and said, I've comprehended something. I'm going to go into seclusion. Without waiting for Gansu to speak, Qin Xiaofeng leaped up and disappeared from everyone's sight. No wonder there are rumors that the Sky Dragon sect sovereign, Qin Xiaofeng, is a martial arts fanatic. The few disciples of the Zhao Manor looked at each other. Seeing that Qin Xiaofeng had received Ning Qi's pointers, Gansu naturally asked Ning Qi for pointers as well. He also asked if he could acknowledge Ning Qi as his master. As for the seniority between him and his son after that, Gansu had never thought about it. However, just like Qin Xiaofeng, Ning Qi had no intention of accepting any more disciples. He only planned to accept one disciple in each place. After giving Qin Xiaofeng some pointers, he stayed in the Zhao Manor for another 2 days and left with Qi Fei. Li Jiuyin's cultivation was destroyed. The Divine General Kingdom would definitely take action. Although Gansu wanted to stay in the Zhao Manor, he had to return to the palace. Take care of the overall situation. At some point in time, the news of the Zhao residents slowly spread to the outside world. Groups of cultivators came, attracted by the Zhao residence's reputation. 100 Mountain City became even more prosperous and lively. One day, just like the last time, hundreds of people from the Zhao residence gathered in the drill ground. This included Ding Feng, Zhao Ruo, Shaoli Zhaozhua, and the chief steward. All of them stood quietly in front of Ning Qi. Everyone was excited. They could vaguely guess what was going to happen next. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, but a thin drizzle suddenly fell. Seeing this, everyone became even more excited. They couldn't help but close their eyes and raise their necks to welcome this holy rain. This rainwater was formed by Ning Qi's immortal spiritual energy. With Ning Qi's current cultivation level, any strand of immortal spiritual energy could increase a cultivator's cultivation level by several levels. However, Ning Qi didn't do this. He deliberately suppressed the effect to around 1 level. Moreover, he waited for Ding Feng and the others to gradually get used to their current cultivation before he started to help them increase their cultivation. This way, even if their foundation was not stable, they would only need some time to meditate. All he needed was some time to meditate, and it would not be easy for him to go berserk. The first to break through was Qianlong. His aura increased by more than 10 times. His body subconsciously floated in the air, followed by Ding Feng, Zhao Ruo, Shaoli Zhaozhua, the chief steward, and the others. One by one, they broke through to the Grandmaster realm, which was the 5th level of the Qi refining realm. It was equivalent to the king of fighters in the Qin Tang Empire. The other disciples of the Zhao Manor saw these people fly into the air and float in the air. Although they were already prepared, they were still shocked by this scene. Grandmaster Realm. Chapter 2171. After the drizzle, the martial arts practice ground was filled with thick true yuan qi. Even the weakest cultivators were at the 1st level of the Xiantian realm. Those with the highest cultivation, such as Qianlong and the rest, had all reached the Grandmaster realm. Everyone closed their eyes to feel the thick energy in their bodies. Then they opened their eyes and looked at Ning Qi. The way they looked at Ning Qi was filled with respect and admiration. Over 300 Xiantian realms, 6 grandmasters. I'm afraid even the Tianshu dynasty would be shocked by this power. Qian long thought to himself in shock. Gradually, a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Perhaps in less than 3 years, he would be able to replace the Tianshu dynasty with the country of Tianlong. Zhao slowly clenched his fists. The energy flowing in his fists was more than 10 times stronger than when he was in the Xiantian realm. Then he looked around and saw familiar faces. At this moment, all of them were emitting the aura of the Xiantian realm. Zhao wanted to roar to the sky. The Zhao family had risen. With such power, not to mention the number 1 family in Tianlong, they were undoubtedly the number 1 family in the Tianshu dynasty. It's your first time here. Use half a month to familiarize yourselves. Ning Qi smiled. With a slight movement, he disappeared on the spot. Zhaozhua and the rest were already used to Ning Qi's ability to come and go without a trace. They were not too shocked. "Head butler," Zhao was said in a low voice. "Here." The head butler took a step forward. He could not control his aura and left deep footprints on the ground. "Erect a statue of Senior Beishian," Zhao was said in a low voice. "Patriarch, what do you mean?" The head butler was slightly taken aback. "I'm afraid Senior Beishian's methods are no different from Buddha. In the future, the disciples of the Zhao family will only worship Senior Beishian," Zhao was said in a low voice. His voice was not loud, but the weakest among them was at the first level of the Xiantian realm. They heard it clearly and agreed with Zhao's decision. Thinking back to a few months ago, they were still ordinary people. The strongest among them was only at the bone-forging realm. In a few short months, Zhao Zhua, Zhao Ruo, the head butler, and Shaoli had all become grandmasters. However, Ding Feng had already reached the grandmaster realm. With such methods, he was no different from a god. The chief steward sought out all the skilled craftsmen in 100 Mountain City, and under his personal supervision, in just 5 days, a huge statue of a deity was erected in the Zhao mansion, which could be seen by passers-by from far away. In addition, each disciple of the Zhao mansion also specially invited a smaller statue of the deity to take back to their own residence. In the room, the godly general nation wasn't too far from the Sky Dragon nation. Zhang Gao and Li Jiuyin used all the means they had and sent the dying Li Jiuyin back to the godly general nation's palace as fast as they could. The people in the palace were shocked to see Prince Warlord Li Jiuyin in such a miserable state. The news quickly spread throughout the palace. Regardless of whether they were on good terms with Li Jiuyin or not, they all rushed over. They wanted to know why Li Jiuyin became like this after a trip to Tianlong Nation. In the main hall, the best doctor in the godly general nation, Wu Chuanfeng, who was known as the Divine Doctor, sighed and shook his head. He said, "The meridians in Prince Warlord Li Jiuyin's body have been completely destroyed. It's not just broken. It's as if they've melted and disappeared without a trace. No matter what kind of treasure it is, even if a Grandmaster Realm Master personally intervenes, it's impossible to reconstruct the meridians." As he spoke, he looked pitifully at Li Jiuyin, who was lying on the bed on the verge of death. Wu Chuanfeng clearly remembered that the last time he saw Li Jiuyin, he was so high-spirited and vigorous that he could kill an elephant with one punch. But now he had become a tuberculosis ghost. Even an old man like him could kill Li Jiuyin with one punch. In addition to Wu Chuanfeng in the main hall, there were Zhang Gao and Li Jiuyin, as well as the princes born by Li Jiuyin's eldest brother, Li Jiyang. There were about 30 to 50 people with great power in the godly general nation. After hearing Wu Chuanfeng's words, their expressions became extremely ugly. "Miracle Dr. Wu, it's impossible. How can my father's cultivation be destroyed so easily? He can still be saved. You have to save him." Li Jiuyin's eldest son quickly grabbed Wu Chuanfeng's arm. He was so agitated that his veins were bulging. Wu Chuanfeng took a deep breath. He was just a true energy realm martial artist. Li Jiuyin's eldest son was already a qi-controlling realm martial artist. This grab almost crippled his arm. Seeing this, Zhang Gao quickly went forward to comfort Li Jiuyin's eldest son. At the same time, he looked at Wu Chuanfeng and said, "Miracle Dr. Wu, is there really no other way? If you need any treasures, just tell us. With the power of the godly general nation, there's really nothing in this world that you can't get. The 3 dynasties have to give us some face." Wu Chuanfeng shook his head. "There's no other way. I'm not willing." Li Jiuyin suddenly let out a hoarse growl. "Father, don't be agitated. Don't let your anger affect your health. Miracle Dr. Wu, please prescribe some medicine for my father." Li Jiuyin's eldest son quickly took a step forward and held Li Jiuyin's arm. "No problem." Wu Chuanfeng nodded. "I want to see Big Brother," Li Jiuyin growled. His eyes were bloodshot. When everyone saw his eyes, They couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. His eyes were filled with hatred that almost solidified. "Uncle, father is in seclusion, I'm afraid." The crown prince of the godly general nation took a step forward and said in a low voice. Li Juin stared at him coldly with a crazed look on his face. "I want to see Big Brother." "This all right." The first prince of the godly general kingdom nodded, turned around and left quickly. Li Juin closed his eyes and his chest heaved up and down continuously. The atmosphere in the main hall became increasingly tense. After about 10 minutes, 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the main hall, one after another. When everyone saw them, they hurriedly went forward and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Rise." The king of the godly general nation, Li Juin, nodded expressionlessly and then quickly walked to Li Juin. When he saw Li Juin's appearance, his face turned extremely ugly. "Big Brother, avenge me. I'm not willing." Li Juin's eyes were bloodshot and 2 streaks of blood flowed down. "Who beat you up like this?" Li Juin said coldly. At the mention of this, Li Juin was infuriated and became even more agitated. He blurted out, "Tianlong Nation." Before he could finish, his eyes suddenly bulged out and the vitality in his eyes gradually dissipated. Then his eyeballs were covered with a layer of gray, and he suddenly died. "Father!" Seeing this, Li Juin's sons cried out in grief. The atmosphere in the hall changed again. Even those who had a grudge with Li Juin in the past couldn't help but feel that they were in the same boat and felt the same hatred for the enemy. Chapter 2172. Your Majesty, you must avenge my father. My father had devoted his whole life to the godly general nation. I did not expect him to end up like this. If my mother knew about this, she would not be able to accept it. Li Juin's eldest son burst into tears. The rest of his sons also knelt on the ground and looked at Li Juin with bloodshot eyes. "He is my younger brother and you are my nephews. I will definitely avenge him. I did not expect that when I sent Juin to the kingdom of Tianlong to deliver a message, I would be severely injured by them. Gansu, Qin Xiaofeng, how dare you too?" An extremely violent aura surged out from Li Juin. Even Zhang Gao and his companion, who had the highest cultivation in the hall, could not withstand this aura and took a few steps back. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Li Juin in disbelief. The aura of a grandmaster. Li Juin has broken through to the grandmaster realm. Although Li Juin had already mentioned this to the 2 of them in advance, when they really found out that Li Juin, whose cultivation was only a notch higher than theirs, had broken through to the guru realm, the 2 of them were shocked and touched. "Congratulations, Your Majesty! Congratulations, Your Majesty!" After feeling the aura from Li Juin, everyone in the hall half knelt on the ground in ecstasy and cheered in unison. Li Juin's breakthrough meant that the godly general nation had a chance to become the 4th dynasty. "Why are the 2 of you not injured at all?" Li Juin's gaze suddenly fell on Zhang Gao and Qin Xiaofeng. Everyone was puzzled. It did not make sense for Li Juin to die while the 2 of them were unharmed. Zhang Gao's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Li Juin's gaze was extremely terrifying. Just a look from Li Juin was enough to make his heart beat wildly. "Your Majesty, actually Prince Warsky was not injured by Gansu and Qin Xiaofeng," Zhang Gao quickly said. "What?" Everyone looked at the 2 of them in disbelief. Li Juin had clearly returned from the kingdom of Tianlong. If the 2 of them were not the ones who injured him, then who could it be? "Tell me everything in full detail. If you hide anything," Li Juin looked at the 2 coldly. Although he didn't say it clearly, the 2 of them knew what Li Juin meant. "I don't dare to hide anything from you. When we arrived at Sky Dragon Country, Prince Warsky was about to leave after delivering the message from the king to Gansu. However, someone told us that a mysterious expert had appeared in a small family in 100 Mountain City of Sky Dragon countries, Sishui, Commandery. Prince Warsky did not want to make any mistakes in the future. He followed Gan Su to the 100-mountain city to find out what was going on. In the end, a bitter smile appeared on Zhang Gao's face. In the end, we met an expert. He was the one who crippled Prince Worski's cultivation. From the beginning to the end, neither of us could see how he attacked. However, we are certain that he is also a martial sage. Master Realm? Did Tianlong also have a Grandmaster Realm Master? Everyone in the hall was slightly stunned, and they did not believe it. Are you sure that the other party is a Zhongshe Realm expert? Li Juyang said lightly. Yes. Zhang Gao nodded. He's just a Grandmaster Realm cultivator. He'll still die on the battlefield. Pass down my order. From today onwards, attack Tianlong immediately. Don't leave anyone alive. I want the entire Tianlong country to be buried with the Nine Kingdom. Li Juyang said coldly. He wasn't interested in why there was a Grandmaster Realm Master in the nation of Heavenly Dragon. It didn't matter if there was 1 or 10 Grandmaster Realm Masters in the nation of Heavenly Dragon. They would all end up dead. The godly general nation had been waiting for this day for a long time. Someone from the Saint Bull dynasty had already contacted him. If he were to break through to the Grandmaster realm, the Saint Bull dynasty would support his godly general country to break away from the Sky Void dynasty and establish their own dynasty. The only condition was that the godly general country would become the Saint Bull dynasty's ally unconditionally within 3,000 years. Moreover, they would give the Saint Bull dynasty 30% of their taxes every year. Li Juyang agreed to this condition without hesitation. When the godly general country was founded, they wanted to be like the 3 great dynasties. This time, he would finally lead the godly general country to fulfill their ancestors' wish. The news of Li Juyang's death quickly spread throughout the godly general kingdom. From the marshals to the commoners, they were all furious. They mobilized their troops quickly and attacked the main passes of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom with great momentum. Although the generals at the passes of Tianlong country received the message from the palace to be careful, they were still no match for the godly general country. In addition, there were already many generals and marshals who defected to the godly general country. In less than half a month, Tianlong country lost 1/3 of its territory. In some places, rivers of blood flowed as the godly general country slaughtered everyone. Master, bad news. The godly general country is attacking Tianlong country. The marshal of the Mountain Sea Pass, Shangguan Feiyu, betrayed the godly general country. The Mountain Sea Pass has been breached. In a few days, the army of the godly general country will arrive at the imperial city. Qian Long stood in front of Ning Qi's room anxiously and bowed. After a while, Ning Qi's voice came from the room. Bring the people of the Zhao mansion and go. Yes. Qian Long's eyes were filled with joy. Then, in just 2 hours, except for a few guards of the Zhao mansion, everyone, including Zhao Ruo, followed Qian Long to the imperial city. It was too late to go to the Mountain Sea Pass now. Xiao Feng is still in seclusion? On the wall of the imperial city of Tianlong country, Gansu said solemnly, Your Majesty, the Lord of the Heavenly Dragon sect, is still in seclusion. No matter how I call for him, he doesn't respond. Gansu's bodyguard said in a low voice. At this very moment, the city walls were filled with soldiers. Because of the Kingdom War, a large number of refugees had surged into the imperial city. These refugees didn't have a place to sleep. They would either sleep under the eaves of those wealthy clans or become beggars and wander the streets. As for the sects in the Heavenly Dragon country, they chose to close their doors and not participate in the Kingdom War. Only a few sects that had a close relationship with the imperial palace had entered the imperial city and were ready to fight to the death with the godly general country. Chapter 2173. Only 300 miles left. Gansu was slightly startled. At this moment, a figure broke through the air and stood in the void, looking down at Gansu and the others coldly. A Grandmaster Realm martial artist. Millions of people in the imperial city gasped when they saw the scene. Li Juyang. He really broke through to the Grandmaster realm. What a pity. If Xiaofeng broke through earlier, today's situation might be different. Gansu's expression was a little ugly. He had broken through to level 10 Xiantian realm under Ning Qi's guidance. But compared to the Grandmaster realm, he was still far from it. Only Qin Xiaofeng, who was already at level 10 Xiantian realm, could possibly break through to the Grandmaster realm in a short period of time. But he did not expect Sky Dragon Country to act so quickly. Could it be that Li Jiuyin's cultivation was not enough to scare them? On the peak of a mountain a few hundred miles away from the imperial city stood dozens of martial artists. Other than the 3 leaders, the rest of the martial artists all emitted the aura of the Xiantian realm. The 3 leaders' aura was even more terrifying, much stronger than Li Juyang, who had just broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Why did the old ancestor choose to cooperate with Li Juyang this time? Is it really because of his divine general nation? Don't make wild guesses about the old ancestor's intentions. We will just follow his orders. Sky Dragon Country only has Qin Xiaofeng. Gansu's cultivation is not worth mentioning. But Qin Xiaofeng is only at level 10 Xiantian realm. How can he stop Li Juyang? We've come here for nothing. If that's the case, let's just watch the show. Since the old ancestor has spoken, how dare we not come here? Among the 3, the Grandmaster realm martial artist, who seemed to be the most stable and had the highest cultivation, said faintly. The other 2 heard and shut their mouths resentfully. In the imperial city of Sky Dragon Country, the sect leaders of the first-rate sects almost recognized Li Juyang. When they saw that Li Juyang had the ability to break through space, a faint trace of fear instantly spread in their hearts. The other martial artists also saw some clues from Li Juyang's clothes and looked at him with fear and shock. They looked at Li Juyang in shock and fear. They had lost confidence in this kingdom war. Perhaps today would be the day of their death. I heard that half of our heavenly dragon nation's territory has already been conquered by the godly general nation. There are tragic battles everywhere. I didn't expect the godly general nation to have a Grandmaster realm expert. I'm afraid even the king can't stop them. Today, we can only fight with our backs against the wall. Wherever the divine general nation goes, they will not leave anyone alive. You and I have no way out. I don't know what caused the godly general country to be so enraged that they actually gave the order to kill. Even if we want to surrender, we can't. The cultivators in the imperial city whispered to each other. Their expressions were either dejected, frightened, or sad. Li Jiuyang's cold gaze fell directly on Gansu. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of mockery. Gansu, why didn't I see Qin Xiaofeng? He's busy. Gansu smiled faintly. At this moment, Gansu was surrounded by all the masters in the imperial city, generals, marshals, princes, as well as the heads of those sects who had a close relationship with the imperial palace. They looked at Li Juyang with a hint of fear in their eyes. This was the first time they had faced a master of the Grandmaster realm. They were a little nervous. Heavenly Dragon Nation is about to be destroyed. As the guardian sect, Qin Xiaofeng of the Heavenly Dragon sect has something to do and can't come? Or is he hiding because he's afraid? Li Juyang smiled. Li Juyang, our Heavenly Dragon Nation has no enmity with your godly general nation in the past. Why are you so insistent on killing us? Gansu said coldly. No enmity? So my brother Li Juying died in vain? Li Juyang grinned, his eyes full of murderous intent. Li Juying is dead? Gansu was slightly stunned. He finally knew why the godly general nation attacked Heavenly Dragon Nation so quickly. So this was the reason. If Li Juying did not die, he believed that with Li Juyang's character, he would at least want to know the details of the person in the Zhao mansion. Today, none of you will leave this place alive. All of you will be buried with my brother. Li Juyang laughed. His voice was deafening under the surge of true qi and spread throughout the entire imperial city. Gansu and the others' faces turned a little ugly. The warriors and ordinary people in the imperial city trembled after hearing Li Juyang's words. But they had no way out now. Li Juyang didn't make a move. He just stood in the void. After about half a day, Gansu and the others could see smoke and dust billowing in the distance. The ground was shaking. Not long after, the million-strong army of the godly general country had arrived at the city. This scene shocked all the soldiers standing on the city wall. This scene made all the soldiers standing on the city wall tremble. Gansu knew that Li Juyang was waiting for the army, but he had no way to fight back. Now that the million soldiers of the godly general nation had arrived, there were many Xiantian realm warriors, Qi-controlling realm warriors, and true energy realm warriors. A war was inevitable. Beat them up, Li Juyang shouted coldly. Kill! An earth-shattering roar sounded. Tens of thousands of soldiers took the lead and rushed towards the imperial city. There were several Xiantian realm warriors among them. If they were allowed to approach the imperial city, the city walls would not be able to stop their attack. So, when the enemy attacked, the soldiers who were already on standby in the imperial city also moved. There were also tens of thousands of soldiers. In terms of numbers, they were even more than the soldiers of the godly general nation. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with a faint layer of blood mist. In just a few breaths, hundreds of soldiers from both sides had died. The smell of blood could even be smelled by the ordinary people in the imperial city. After a dozen breaths, the godly general country's side had already gained the upper hand. The troops that Gansu had sent out had suffered heavy casualties. Most of them had died at the hands of the Xiantian realm warriors of the godly general country. On the city wall, several sect leaders saw this and took the initiative to jump down, rushing towards the Xiantian realm warriors of the godly general country. Only then did they alleviate the disadvantage. Your Majesty, if this goes on, I'm afraid. Do you want to leave first? Gansu's personal bodyguard transmitted his voice with a worried expression. As long as the city is there, the people are there. Gansu said lightly. When the personal guard saw this, his face showed a trace of determination. Today was the day he would die for the heavenly dragon country. Chapter 2174. On the battlefield below the imperial city, other than the group of soldiers that Gansu had sent out, who were standing there with a dumbfounded look on their faces, there were only the hundreds of people that had suddenly appeared. Most importantly, almost every single one of these hundreds of people was emitting the aura of a Xiantian expert. A few hundred innate realm experts? Where did these people come from? Whether it was the godly general nation or the Tianlong nation, everyone had the same question. However, the Tianlong nation had a trace of joy in their shock. That was because the other party had killed the soldiers of the godly general nation. Even the 9 innate realm experts were not spared and died on the spot. This meant that the other party was an ally of the Tianlong nation. A few hundred innate realm experts? How could there be so many innate realm experts? Could it be that the Tian-Su dynasty realized something? It doesn't make sense. The Tian-Su dynasty would not interfere with the kingdom war. Even if they did, they wouldn't send a few hundred innate realm experts. There shouldn't be so many innate realm experts in the Tian-Su dynasty, right? There's something strange about this. I'm afraid there's going to be a fierce battle today. I wonder how many Xiantian realm the king can handle. The generals of the godly general country looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. The 9 Xiantian realms that had just died were practically the strongest fighting force of the godly general country. They were either extremely powerful marshals in the army or the leaders of the top sects in the godly general country. Their faces were pale as they looked at the scene in disbelief. At this moment, the godly general nation only had a few innate realm experts left. Compared to the Tianlong nation, they were far inferior. They could only hope that Li Juyang, who had broken through to the Grandmaster realm, would be able to suppress this group of people. Monarch, did you invite them? on top of the city wall. Everyone looked at Gansu with a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. Even Gansu himself was stunned. However, when he saw a few familiar figures, his heart was filled with shock. He nodded calmly and said, "They are indeed the helpers of Tianlong country." Really? Everyone was overjoyed. However, they were still curious as to where Gansu found a few hundred innate realm experts. In the entire Heavenly Dragon Kingdom, there were only 10 to 20 Xiantian realm warriors, including those guys who stayed in seclusion. There were more divine generals in Heavenly Dragon Kingdom. However, there were less than 200 Xiantian realm warriors in the 7 great kingdoms. However, there were at least 300 Xiantian realm warriors here. At the peak of the mountain in the distance, the 3 Master Realm experts looked at each other in shock. Even in the vast St. Bull Empire, it was difficult to find more than 300 innate realm experts. Moreover, these innate realm experts looked unfamiliar. They couldn't recognize any of them. Where did these guys come from? From here? Fortunately, there are not many level 10 post-celestial realm martial artists. If Li Juyang can't handle it, we will take action. Yes. In the sky, Li Juyang's eyes fell on this group of people who suddenly appeared, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Over 300 Xiantian realm experts were beyond his knowledge. He couldn't figure out where Gansu had found these reinforcements. If these 300 people were to join hands, even he might not be able to defeat them. It's him. In the godly general country, Zhang Gao, who was riding at the front on his horse, suddenly cried out involuntarily, "Zhang Gao, you recognize them?" The others looked at Zhang Gao. Zhang Gao nodded with an ugly expression. One of them is Gansu's son, Qianlong. It seems that the others are martial artists from the Zhao Mansion. I didn't expect the Zhao Mansion to have over 300 Xiantian realm martial artists. This is unbelievable. Zhao Mansion. What Zhao Mansion? Many people had never heard of the existence of the Zhao residence. Only those who knew how Li Jiuyin died could guess something from Zhang Gao's words. They all gasped and looked at Qianlong and the others in disbelief. The Zhao Mansion with a mysterious expert? How could a small family in the 100-mountain city of Shui Commandery have hundreds of Xiantian realm martial artists? This is already a force that can establish a country. What is their purpose? Li Jiuyang's ears twitched. He finally knew the origin of this group of people. "Father, I'm late." Qianlong soared into the sky and landed in front of Gansu. The people on the city wall finally saw Qianlong's appearance and were shocked. "Crown Prince." "Big brother?" "Long." A beautiful middle-aged woman with the aura of the Qi-controlling realm rushed to Qianlong in disbelief. After confirming that this person was really her son, she was surprised and overjoyed. How could the Crown Prince's aura be so terrifying? Even when we got a little closer, we felt suppressed. The Xiantian realm martial artists looked at each other in disbelief. They remembered that Qianlong's cultivation was only at the 10th level of the true element realm not long ago. Did that person send these Xiantian realm martial artists to help? Gansu asked. Yes, it's Master's order. Qianlong nodded. Gansu threw his head back and laughed. He pointed at Li Jiuyang and said, "Li Jiuyang, your plan is going to fail today. Not only can you not kill me, but I will also invade your godly general country to avenge the innocent people who died. Just a few hundred Xiantian realm martial artists and you are so arrogant. Do you really think my million soldiers are just for show?" Li Jiuyang sneered and then gave an order. After receiving the order, the marshals hesitated for a moment before they led their soldiers to charge towards Zhao Zhuo and the others. Seeing this, Gansu immediately ordered his men to open the city gate and sent out the soldiers who had been waiting for orders. Kill! The two sides immediately started fighting. However, because the godly general country had few Xiantian realm martial artists, they were at a disadvantage. On the other hand, The Sky Dragon country's morale was high because of the arrival of the Zhao family. Li Juyang stopped watching and was ready to participate in the battle himself. Only in this way could he ensure that the godly general country soldiers would not be slaughtered by the hundreds of Xiantian realm martial artists. "Father, I will go and help." Qianlong looked fiercely at Li Juyang and spoke to Gansu. Then he rose into the air and flew directly towards Li Juyang. This scene once again shocked both sides. Even Gansu was shocked. Grandmaster Realm? Big Brother has become a Grandmaster Realm martial artist? Qianlong's brothers looked at this scene in disbelief. They even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. Gansu's lips trembled with excitement. In his mind, the first thing that appeared was a face. Grandmaster? Chapter 2175. 6 Grandmaster Realm Experts. Warriors from both the Divine General Nation and Tianlong country were all shocked by this scene. Their brains seemed to have stopped working, and they couldn't think straight. Although it was a kingdom war, the scale wasn't that huge. It was already shocking enough that Li Juyang, a Grandmaster Realm expert, was participating in the war. Now that the Sky Dragon Nation had 6 Grandmaster Realm experts, the morale of the godly general nation had dropped to an extremely low level. Speed. The 3 Grandmaster Realm experts from the Sacred Bull Empire looked at Qianlong and the others in disbelief. After confirming that the 6 of them were Grandmasters who could fly through the air, they looked at each other in horror. Only the 3 great empires had Grandmaster Realm experts. For example, the Sacred Bull Empire had more than a dozen Grandmaster Realm experts. The 3 of them had come here to show respect to Li Juyang. The 6 Grandmaster Realm experts from Tianlong country were unfamiliar to them, and they had never seen them before. Where did they come from? The strength of the Zhao Mansion is so terrifying. I'm afraid the Divine General Nation's plan is going to fail this time. Zhang Gao's eyes showed a trace of fear, and a thought of retreating rose in his heart. He was not a warrior of the Kingdom of God General, but he was tempted by Li Juyin with benefits, so he agreed to cheer for the Kingdom of God General, and at the same time build a relationship with Li Juyang. It was impossible for him to die for the Kingdom of God General. How could that person's means be so terrifying? Long Air was just a warrior of the innate realm not long ago, and he became a Grandmaster in the blink of an eye? And there are 5 other Grandmaster Realm experts. Could it be that the rain that Qi Fei mentioned was true? Gansu fell into shock, and he looked at Qianlong and the others in disbelief. He suddenly remembered the scene that Qi Fei once told him. After a rain, everyone transformed from the true energy realm to the Qi-controlling realm. Then, could it be that after he left, another rain fell, and the warriors of the Qi-controlling realm became the innate realm? Could it be that after he left, the warriors of the Qi-controlling realm became the innate realm, and the experts of the innate realm became the Grandmaster realm? Thinking of this, Gansu couldn't help but tremble. It was not the tremble of fear, but the tremble of excitement. The king of the divine general nation? Since you are here today, don't leave. Qianlong smiled. Zhao Zhua and the rest were filled with excitement. Ever since they had reached the Zongshe realm, this was the first time they were going up against a first-level Zongshe realm expert. They could fight to their heart's content. Because he did not dare to release a killer move that was too strong, he always felt that it was not satisfying enough. 6 Grandmasters. I didn't expect the Sky Dragon Nation to be able to secretly cultivate such strong warriors. This time, I've been a frog in the well. Li Juyang was silent for a few breaths, then said lightly. Changing the topic, Zhang Xian sneered coldly. However, all of you are only first-order Zongshe realm experts like me. I'm afraid that it's impossible for you all to kill me today. After saying that, he cupped his hands towards the 3 masters of the Sacred Ox Empire and said in a clear voice, Seniors, please lend us a hand. 3 seniors? Li Juyang was already a Zongshe realm expert. Those who could make him call seniors were probably at least third-order Zhongshe realm experts. Qianlong and the rest immediately showed a trace of fear in their eyes. In the next second, 3 figures broke through the air, and the dozens of innate realm warriors they brought with them also entered the battlefield to help the divine general nation fight against the disciples of the Zhao Mansion. Another 3 master realm experts. Gansu and the rest's expressions changed slightly. They already knew that these 3 people were probably the helpers that Li Jiang had invited. When they discovered that the aura of these 3 people was much stronger than Li Jiang, Gansu and the rest's expressions darkened. They looked at Li Jiang with intense killing intent. They didn't expect that Li Jiang would invite 3 grandmasters for a mere country war. If Qianlong and the rest didn't appear today, the Sky Dragon Nation wouldn't even have a chance to survive. Damn it! Li Jiang really wants to kill us. How vicious and vicious! The innate realm warriors couldn't help but curse. Seniors, I've discovered something unexpected this time. Thank you for your trouble. Li Jiang cupped his fists. The 3 of them nodded indifferently. Then their gazes landed on Qianlong and the others. The leader laughed and said, "Interesting. A mere Tianlong country actually has 6 grandmasters. I wonder if the Tian Su dynasty has realized this. If it wasn't for the fact that the godly general country attacked you today, your Tianlong country would have been killed. He must be preparing to establish his own dynasty, right?" Qianlong and the others didn't say anything. Their faces were solemn. The aura of these 3 people was terrifying, especially the one who spoke. He was probably an expert at the 4th stage of the Supreme Power Realm. He could deal with all 6 of them by himself. They didn't expect Li Jiang to have 3 such powerful backers. The battle below had already reached its climax. They didn't care about what was happening above them. Once they caught an enemy, they would kill, 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 kill. With the Zhao Mansion as the leader, the Heavenly Dragon Nation's army turned into a sharp sword and charged forward. The godly general nation's million soldiers were utterly defeated. Dozens of innate realm warriors joined the battle. However, they didn't seem to have much of an effect on the battlefield. They were still forced to retreat by the hundreds of Xiantian realm martial artists of the Zhao Mansion. Aren't you going to say anything? That means you admit it. Ha ha ha! The great emperor of the Heavenly Void Empire wouldn't have thought that 2 of the 7 countries under his rule would be disloyal. If we knew about your existence earlier, perhaps the Saint Bull dynasty would have chosen to cooperate with you instead of Li Jiang. Hearing this, Li Jiang's expression changed slightly. A trace of anger flashed through his heart, but he didn't show it. He maintained a respectful expression on his face. However, the Saint Bull dynasty has always been trustworthy. Since we have chosen to cooperate with Li Jiang, you will all die today. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them attacked together. Seeing this, Li Jiang didn't participate in the battle. Instead, he flew downward. He had to stop the innate realm martial artists of the Zhao Mansion from killing the soldiers of the godly general nation. Otherwise, even if they defeated the Heavenly Dragon Nation, the godly general nation would suffer great losses. At that time, they wouldn't be able to fight against the Heavenly Void Empire. Seeing this, Qianlong and the others quickly used the 5 tigers, breaking the gate blade. In a short period of time, they were evenly matched with the 3 of them. What kind of blade skill is this? The 3 of them had a strange look on their faces. They thought that they would be able to defeat the 6 of them quickly, but they didn't expect the 6 of them to have such powerful blade skills. Seeing this, Gansu's eyes were filled with worry. In less than 10 minutes, Qianlong and the others were already at a disadvantage. Moreover, with Li Jiang's participation in the battle below, the advantage of the Heavenly Dragon Nation was slowly turning into a disadvantage. Boom! Qianlong and the others landed heavily on the ground. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. The 3 of them stood in the air and looked at them mockingly. At the same time, the hundreds of innate realm martial artists of the Zhao Mansion were forced to retreat by Li Juyang and dozens of other innate realm martial artists. The Heavenly Dragon Nation was about to be destroyed. Thank you, seniors. Li Juyang flew up and cupped his hands at the three of them. Don't thank me yet. It won't be too late to thank you after we kill these 6 people. Chapter 2176. The 3 Grand Masters of the Sacred Bull Empire frowned slightly. Qianlong's action seemed to be sending a message to ask for reinforcements. Could it be Gansu was so nervous that his palms were sweating? Seeing Qianlong's action, his eyes lit up and he vaguely guessed what was going on. Are we going to ask for the help of that mysterious master? Li Jiuyang's expression changed slightly. If it was before today, he would not take the mysterious master seriously. But today he saw more than 300 innate realm experts and 6 Grand Master experts. It was obvious that the mysterious master was the one behind all this. Seniors, don't give them a chance. Kill them directly, Li Juyang said. Don't worry. I'd like to see which Grand Master is behind them. TSK, I know almost all the Grand Masters of the 3 dynasties. Maybe it's an old friend? The leader said with a faint smile. The other 2 were also very calm. In their opinion, Qianlong's backer was at most at stage 3 or stage 4 of the Grand Master realm. With the 3 of them working together, they could even deal with a stage 5 of the Grand Master realm. There was nothing to be afraid of. Hearing that, Li Juyang felt a little uneasy, but he couldn't change the decision of the 3 of them. He could only stare coldly at Qianlong and the others. The sergeants of both sides confronted each other, looking at each other. Without Li Juyang's order, the people of the Divine General Kingdom didn't dare to act rashly. In fact, they were also afraid of the innate realm warriors of the Zhao Mansion. Without Li Juyang's help, they were no match for them. I'll give you 2 hours. If the person you want to ask for doesn't come, I'll kill all of you first and then wait for him here. The leader of the Sacred Bull Empire suddenly said, 2 hours? I'm afraid that won't be necessary. A calm voice rang out in the air above them. Qianlong and the others raised their heads in delight. When they saw Ning Qi, looks of wild joy appeared on all of their faces. However, their hearts were filled with shock. They were not sure if Ning Qi had rushed over from the Zhao Mansion or if he had been following them from the very beginning. After all, it had only been less than 10 breaths since Qianlong crushed the jade slip. You are. The 3 Grand Masters of the Saint Bull Empire raised their heads and looked at Ning Qi. They were confused because they had never seen him before. Is this the mysterious expert who crippled my younger brother's cultivation and caused his lifespan to run out? Li Juyang suddenly looked up at Ning Qi, his eyes filled with endless murderous intent. If not for the fact that he was not confident, he would have already taken revenge for Li Juyang. Soon, everyone noticed Ning Qi's arrival. Millions of pairs of eyes landed on Ning Qi. He's here. Zhang Gao's eyes flashed with fear. Zhang Gao, is this the mysterious expert from the Zhao Mansion you mentioned? Those Greater Heaven stage martial artists and Grandmaster stage experts are all his subordinates? This person is also at the Zongshe realm, but his cultivation doesn't seem to be very high. His aura is a notch weaker than the 3 from the Saint Bull Empire. That's right. He's that mysterious expert from the Zhao Mansion. As for what his cultivation is, I can't tell. In short, he's definitely in the Master Realm. Zhang Gao took a deep breath and nodded. Hearing this, the experts from the Divine General Kingdom looked at Ning Qi again, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Ning Qi's aura was at most similar to Li Juyang's, so he should be at stage 1 of the Grandmaster Realm. The 6 stage 1 Grandmaster Realm experts had already been seriously injured. Couldn't they save the situation today? It's him. He's the one who killed our father. Li Juyang's sons had also followed the army this time because they wanted to see Li Juyang avenge their father with their own eyes. Now that they saw Ning Qi, they were extremely enraged. Don't worry, there's only one person. We have 4 Grandmaster Realm experts on our side. We can definitely suppress him easily. We just need to keep our eyes open and watch how the king and the others avenge our father," Li Jiuyin's second son said excitedly. Hearing this, everyone nodded and stared at Ning Qi with bloodshot eyes. "Master, I've embarrassed you." Qianlong cupped his hands at Ning Qi and said shamefully. Zhao Zhuo and the others' faces were also a little pale. They didn't feel good in their hearts. It was their first time fighting, but 6 of them were seriously injured by 3 people on their side. "Master? Is that Big Brother's master?" Hearing this, Qianlong's younger brothers and sisters looked at Ning Qi in a different way. They knew what their big brother's cultivation was previously, now that he had become a grandmaster. There was definitely a peerless master helping him. To be able to help someone break through from the 10th level of the true element realm to the grandmaster realm in just a few months, what kind of terrifying divine ability did such a peerless master have? Thinking of this, their eyes became fiery. "Since this person has come in person, our Tianlong country will be saved today." Gansu let out a long sigh of relief and a faint smile appeared on his face. Such a change of mood made the innate realm cultivators around him a little puzzled. "King, this person is... I don't know who this senior is, but you only need to know one thing. Since this senior is here, today's battle is over," Gansu said with a smile. Although his voice wasn't loud, the people of the divine general country heard it clearly, especially the 3 Grandmaster realm cultivators of the sacred Bull dynasty. Hearing this, their expressions changed slightly, and a trace of suspicion appeared in their eyes. One of them is a 4th stage Grandmaster, and the other 2 are a 3rd stage Grandmaster. They have experienced many battles, big and small. You guys are inexperienced, so it doesn't matter if you lose this time. You just need to learn from your mistakes next time. If you lose to this kind of person again, you can go into seclusion for 100 years. Ning Qi smiled at Qianlong and the others. How arrogant. When the 3 from the sacred Bull dynasty heard Ning Qi's tone, it seemed that he didn't put them in his eyes at all. A trace of anger appeared in their eyes. "Your Excellency, who are you? Do you know that the divine general country's attack on Tianlong country today is the order of our sacred Bull dynasty's ancestor? If you attack without permission, aren't you afraid that our ancestor will personally come to suppress you?" The leading Grandmaster Realm cultivator said indifferently. "You shut up." Ning Qi smiled slightly. The Grandmaster Realm cultivator choked, and the anger in his eyes burned even brighter. Chapter 2177. Everyone, including the 3 Grandmasters of the sacred Bull dynasty, Li Jiang, Qianlong, the warriors of the Zhao mansion, Gansu, and the millions of soldiers in the field, none of them could recover from the shock of what had just happened. The soldiers of the godly general kingdom were already soaked in cold sweat. They turned around in a daze and saw that less than 100 meters away from them, there was a huge crater. The shape of the crater was very similar to the shape of a palm, but no one knew exactly how big it was. He could calculate it at this moment. They were terrified. If that palm had landed on their heads, perhaps all of them would have been turned into ashes by that palm. What kind of technique was this? Could a peerless expert at the peak of the Grandmaster realm have such means? Absolutely impossible. Ning Qi's palm had already exceeded the scope of their understanding. Impossible. How could there be such a terrifying palm technique in this world? Li Jiang looked at Ning Qi in disbelief, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He had been the ruler of the divine general's kingdom for so many years, but he had never been as afraid as he was now, not even when he saw the ancestor of the sacred Bull dynasty. At this moment, in his eyes, Ning Qi was as terrifying as a ghost. Big, big, big brother! The other 2 grandmasters of the sacred Bull Empire couldn't help but stare at their leader. They began to stammer as well. It was clear that they were extremely shocked. This is the ability to overturn mountains and overturn seas? The leading grandmaster looked at Ning Qi with a deathly pale face. He suddenly remembered a legend. Before today, he had treated this legend as a joke, because in that legend it was recorded that hundreds of thousands of years ago, before the Sacred Bull Empire, the Tianchu Empire, and the Zijuan Empire existed in this world. It was because there was once an extremely terrifying martial arts grandmaster. That grandmaster could break mountains and rivers with a single sword strike. He had always thought that this was just an exaggeration from the ancient people. But now he had personally seen the legendary figure. The effect of this palm was not much different from the sword that could split mountains and rivers. As for which one was stronger, he really couldn't tell. So powerful. Is this Master Beishuan's true power? Qianlong and the others stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. They had originally guessed that Ning Qi's cultivation had probably exceeded the scope of the Master Realm and had reached a level that was difficult for them to reach. But what they saw today, they suddenly realized that they were really like frogs at the bottom of a well. Ning Qi's strength had far exceeded the scope of the Master Realm. They were afraid that this was not a level that mortals could reach. Immortal. Senior Beishian must be an immortal. Immortals have descended to the mortal world. The heavens have blessed our Zhao mansion. Zhao? Zhua threw his head back and laughed. Then, in front of everyone, he dropped to his knees and kowtowed to Ning Qi. Ding Feng, Zhao Ruo, Shaoli, and the rest of the Zhao mansion's cultivators followed Zhao, Zhua's lead, and kowtowed to Ning Qi. Apart from the respect they had for Ning Qi, there was nothing else in their eyes. What? Was this an immortal? Yes. Only a celestial being could have such divine powers. Quickly pay your respects to the immortal. The sergeants of Tianlong came to their senses and followed the people of the Zhao mansion to kowtow to Ning Qi. 1, 100, 1,000, 10,000. In a few seconds, hundreds of thousands of sergeants of Tianlong knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ning Qi. Among these sergeants, some were even more devout than the people of the Zhao mansion. They were mumbling to themselves as if they were praying to Ning Qi. This atmosphere infected all the people nearby. Soon, the sergeants on the city wall also knelt down one by one. Even the chi-controlling realm masters and a few of the innate realm masters knelt down. The innate realm warriors who didn't knelt down still held on to their beliefs. However, this belief became very fragile until Gan Su also knelt down on the city wall and kowtowed to Ning Qi. When Ning Qi kowtowed to Ning Qi, their beliefs finally broke and they all knelt on the ground. Not only the sergeants of Tianlong, but many of the sergeants of the godly general kingdom also dropped their weapons and kowtowed to Ning Qi with fear on their faces. Ning Qi's palm didn't fall on their heads, which made them feel grateful in addition to fear. After one, another followed. More than 30% of the godly general kingdom's millions of sergeants knelt on the ground. What are you doing? Get up. A general looked at his personal guard angrily. Except for himself, everyone else around him knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ning Qi. No matter how the general punched and kicked them, even his closest personal guard refused to get up at this moment. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. With a flash of the blade in his hand, the general chopped at the neck of one of his personal guards. The bodyguard seemed to have sensed this as a look of despair appeared on his face. However, there was no regret in his heart. A long time ago, his father had told him that there were immortals in this world. However, immortals rarely descended to the mortal world. After his mother died, she was also taken away by an immortal. In the future, if he really met an immortal, he must not be rude. This was what his father had taught him personally. He did not dare to forget it. Even if he died, he could not forget it, because he still wanted to see his mother, who had painstakingly brought him up. Clang! There was a crisp sound. The saber in the general's hand suddenly shattered into 2 pieces. He looked at the long saber in his hand in disbelief, and then looked at the golden light shield on the bodyguard's body. His expression suddenly became incomparably fearful. Only then did everyone realize that the people kneeling on the ground and worshipping Ning Qi all had a trace of faintness on their bodies. Faint golden light. Ning Qi could accept the incense of these believers, so naturally he could also give back to these believers. This golden light was condensed from the power of incense that Ning Qi gave back to the past. Not to mention that the general was only at the 10th level of the Qi-controlling realm. Even if it was the innate realm, the master realm, or even the battle of alchemy that was far beyond these realms. Even those in the innate realm could not think of breaking this protective golden light. Immortal. It really isn't immortal. The bodyguard's face was full of tears as he once again worshipped Ning Qi devoutly. This time, hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the divine general kingdom knelt down again. The soldiers who were still standing looked at each other and then knelt down together. Get up. Don't kneel anymore. The heirs of Li Jiuyin roared in all directions. When they realized that even the guards in their residence were worshipping Ning Qi, a trace of despair rose in their hearts. They looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes, as if they were looking at a devil. Chapter 2178. Everyone stared blankly at Li Jiuyang's back. No one thought that he would run away so decisively. The 3 grandmasters of the Saint Bull Empire hated Li Jiuyang to the core. If it were not for Li Jiuyang, they would not be in such a dilemma. The king of the divine general nation has escaped. Our divine dragon nation has won. The people of Tianlong were very excited. They looked at Ning Qi with even more respect and gratitude. If it wasn't for Ning Qi, they would have been dead. Their country would have been destroyed. Ning Qi smiled and stretched out his hand. Li Jiuyang, who had already escaped a few miles away, was caught by a giant hand made of celestial qi. Did I say you could go? Ning Qi smiled lightly. This, Li Jiuyang struggled in horror, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from the giant hand on his body. Li Jiuyang's heart grew more and more frightened, and a thin layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, sliding down his cheeks to his neck. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Their eyes fell on the giant hand made of celestial qi, and a trace of fear appeared on their faces, especially the 3 grandmasters of the Saint Bull Empire. Their original arrogance was completely shattered by Ning Qi's 2 moves. The only thing left was fear. Such means even the old ancestor could not resist it. How can he control true core strength to such an extent? Who is he? Big brother, what should we do now? Don't worry, let's observe the situation first. Fortunately, we did not kill the 6 grandmasters. There should be room for negotiation. The leading master realm cultivator forced himself to calm down and sent a telepathic message to comfort them. He saw that Ning Qi's palm didn't hurt any of the soldiers of the immortal general kingdom, so he thought that Ning Qi was a merciful man and wouldn't kill them. Senior, don't kill me. I was reckless today. I am willing to dissolve the divine general nation as an apology. Seeing that he could not break free, Li Jiuyang immediately begged Ning Qi for mercy. Master, Li Jiuyang killed many civilians of the divine dragon nation this time. Many big cities were massacred by him. If we don't kill him, we will not be able to appease the people. Qianlong quickly said. Li Jiuyang had to die. He was afraid that Ning Qi would let him go because Li Jiuyang begged for mercy. Ning Qi smiled. With a thought, the giant palm formed by the immortal qi suddenly squeezed. Li Jiuyang only had time to let out a desperate roar before he was crushed into minced meat. At this point, the remaining marshals and generals of the godly general kingdom who were unwilling to surrender all threw down their weapons and knelt on the ground. Now that the king was dead, the godly general nation would most likely be annexed by the Sky Dragon nation in the future. They had no reason to persist any longer. As for the people from the royal palace, after seeing Li Jiuyang's death, they fell into deep despair. Some knelt down, while others stubbornly stood where they were. The 3 of you are from the sacred Bull Empire? Ning Qi looked at the 3 grandmasters. As senior, The three of us are indeed from the Saint Bull Empire. What happened today was actually just a misunderstanding, the three of them quickly replied. Misunderstanding? I don't care what kind of misunderstanding it is. Bring back a message. From today onwards, the Divine Dragon Nation will officially declare war on the Saint Bull Empire. Either you all die, or you all merge with the Divine Dragon Nation. It's that simple. Do you understand? Ning Qi said with a smile. What? The three of them looked at Ning Qi in shock. A trace of fear flashed in their eyes. They wanted to say something, but they found that Ning Qi's eyes were much colder than before. The three of them shivered and hurriedly nodded. They did not dare to say a word and left with the dozens of innate realm warriors. They left this place. Qianlong, you can clean up this mess yourself, right? You don't need me to do anything. Ning Qi looked at Qianlong with a faint smile. Qianlong hurriedly nodded. Seeing this, Ning Qi smiled. With a slight movement of his body, he disappeared on the spot. This scene caused the soldiers who were worshipping him to be extremely shocked, and they were even more certain of Ning Qi's identity as an immortal. Soon, with the cooperation of Qianlong, the Zhao Mansion, and the help of Gansu, the soldiers of the godly general kingdom in front of the imperial city were reorganized in less than half a day. Apart from the few innate realm warriors and the Qi-controlling realm warriors, the rest of the soldiers were distributed to the Divine Dragon Nation's army. In the end, the war that was enough to destroy the Divine Dragon Nation made the national strength of the Divine Dragon Nation skyrocket. Qianlong's brothers and sisters, as well as his uncles, looked at him with strange and excited gazes. They did not dare to step forward and speak until they realized that Qianlong did not distance himself from them, even though he had reached the Grandmaster realm. Only then did they rush to Qianlong's side and excitedly chat with him. Speak slowly. Second brother, you go first. Qianlong smiled and said. Qianlong's second brother was so excited that his face turned red. Big brother, is that senior really your master? Is he an immortal? The scene was silent. All eyes fell on Qianlong, as if they wanted to know the answer to this question from him. Qianlong's face became solemn. He looked around and said with his head held high, Master's methods are divine. If he is not an immortal, what else could he be? As expected, everyone felt as if their hearts had been hit by a heavy hammer. Their bodies swayed. Finally, Qianlong's younger brothers and sisters became even more excited. They all wanted Qianlong's help. They also wanted to be his disciples. Don't even think about becoming his disciple. Senior Bei Xian has already said that he will not accept any more disciples. Even we are not qualified to be his disciples. Ding Feng walked up to Qianlong and curled his lips. Everyone recognized Ding Feng and knew that he was also at the Grandmaster realm. Their expressions became more respectful, but Ding Feng's words made them feel uncomfortable. Ding Feng is right. Master has already made it clear that he will not accept any more disciples. However, if you are willing, I can ask Ding Feng to accept you as his disciples. Qianlong smiled. Ding Feng was stunned. Qianlong's younger brothers and sisters were also stunned. They only reacted when Gansu sent a voice transmission to remind them. They decisively knelt on the ground and accepted Qianlong as their master. Although they were somewhat disappointed that they could not become the disciples of an immortal, it was still a rare opportunity to become the disciple of a Grandmaster realm existence. How could they miss it? Crown Prince Qian, you, Ding Feng smiled bitterly. Since Qianlong had spoken, he had no reason to refuse. I will have to trouble brother Ding Feng to take care of my younger brothers and sisters from now on. Chapter 2179. The Sacred Bull Dynasty. As one of the three great dynasties, the Sacred Bull Dynasty's influence was almost everywhere. Even the Tianshu Dynasty and the Zijuan Dynasty had traces of the Sacred Bull Dynasty. For example, Li Jueyang was secretly trained by the Sacred Bull Dynasty. Otherwise, with Li Jueyang's talent, it would be impossible for him to break through to the Grandmaster realm. The Sacred Bull dynasty did so many things to make the situation chaotic. Only then could they find an opportunity to suppress the Tianqiu dynasty and the Zijuan dynasty. As a dynasty, in addition to the Sacred Bull Emperor, there were more than 20 grandmasters in the dynasty. These grandmasters varied in strength. The strongest was at the 8th rank of the grandmaster realm. The weakest, like Li Juyang, had just broken through to the grandmaster realm not long ago. 7 or 8 of them were sect leaders from the outside world. The rest were all groomed by the Sacred Bull dynasty and held important positions. They were either nobles with great power or trusted subordinates who had close relationships with the Sacred Bull, Great Emperor. The 3 brothers of the Jin family? Why are they in such a hurry? Inside the imperial palace, an incomparably sturdy, 9 feet tall man stood in a courtyard. He personally watched as 3 figures flew across the sky, seemingly heading towards the Sacred Ox, Great Emperor's location. Although the eldest brother of the Jin family is only at the 4th rank of the Grandmaster realm, it is difficult for him to meet a worthy opponent. What could make them show a faint trace of fear? Interesting. The strong man's eyes showed a trace of curiosity. The next moment, he had several controlling Qi realm warriors carry a battle suit. This battle suit was very heavy. The 4 controlling Qi realm warriors were panting as they carried it, but the strong man easily put it on. His aura suddenly became incomparably fierce. Then he broke through the air and headed towards the Jin family. The 3 brothers chased after him. The 3 brothers of the Jin family, why are you flying so fast? The 3 had just returned from Tianlong to the Sacred Bull dynasty. They were about to report what they had seen and heard to the Sacred Bull Emperor when they heard the chilling voice behind them. No matter what, the 3 of them were masters of the Master Realm. Someone who could make their expressions change so drastically was definitely not easy to deal with. The eldest of the Jin family turned around with an ugly look on his face. He forced a smile, cupped one hand in the other before his chest, and said, "So it is Duke Dingsheng." Duke Dingsheng smiled at the 3 and said, "You still haven't told me why you are in such a hurry. Did you get bullied outside? Tell me and I'll help you." The Jin family's eldest brother's eyes slightly moved. Duke Dingsheng was extremely belligerent, whether it was in terms of external or internal conflicts. The 3 of them had already been taught a lesson by him many times. When they were still Xiantian realm warriors, they had already lost to Duke Dingsheng several hundred times. Even after reaching the Master Realm, he still couldn't escape Dingsheng. If they didn't know that Duke Dingsheng only wanted to find someone to fight, the 3 of them would have long thought of ways to get rid of this person. If I let him go to the Heavenly Dragon Nation, I can't do that. Duke Cauldron Sheng likes to fight, but he doesn't have any deep grudges against me. Forget it. The eldest of the Jin family wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was inappropriate. "What? Why don't you dare to speak? Don't worry, since you've been my punching bag so many times, I'll take revenge for you. Don't go looking for my big brother. He's researching the Holy Cow's bloodline and isn't very free." Duke Dingsheng smiled. "To be honest, Duke Dingsheng, the 3 of us were ordered by the Great Emperor to go to the Heavenly Dragon Nation to help Li Jiang, but we encountered something unbelievable." The eldest of the Jin family hesitated for a moment and said, "Something unbelievable?" Duke Dingsheng's eyes were filled with curiosity, and he quickly said, "What's so fun? Did we meet some hidden old monster? Is he strong?" "Old monster? Maybe. As for whether he's strong or not, the 3 of us dare not speculate." The eldest of the Jin family smiled bitterly. In his mind, Ning Qi's palm appeared, and his body couldn't help but tremble. This kind of method, I'm afraid, can no longer be described with the word strong, but terrifying. "You don't dare to speculate? Don't keep us guessing. If you don't say it, I'll beat you up. Let's see if you'll say it or not," Duke Dingsheng said excitedly, his eyes full of fighting spirit. That existence, just one palm is enough to break the sea, the eldest of the Jean family said with some admiration. Break the sea? Are you kidding me? How can there be such an existence in this world? If you want to destroy a small mountain, I might be able to do it, but it might take more than 1,000 palm strikes. Duke Dingsheng was startled, a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Duke Dingsheng, believe it or not, it's up to you. This matter is extremely important, closely related to the safety of the Sacred Bull dynasty. We need to meet the Sacred Bull Emperor and personally convey this news to him. The eldest of the Jean family didn't want to waste any more time with Duke Dingsheng. In any case, the three of them had seen the other party's terrifying methods with their own eyes. Thinking of the other party's words, the eldest of the Jean family trembled. It was very likely that the Sacred Bull dynasty would disappear from this world soon. Hey, wait for me. Seeing that the three of them were ignoring him, Duke Dingsheng immediately chased after them. Soon, the four of them landed at the entrance of an extremely luxurious palace. Standing on both sides of the entrance were two Xiantian realm martial artists with powerful auras. Their cultivations were above the 6th order of the Xiantian realm. In the outside world, experts like them could easily establish their own sects and live the life of a sect leader. But in the holy cow butt in the Sacred Bull dynasty's palace, they could only guard the door for the Sacred Bull Emperor. Duke Dingsheng, are the four of you here to meet the Emperor? Seeing the four of them approaching, the two Xiantian realm warriors didn't hesitate and hurriedly stepped forward. Quick, inform my big brother. I'm afraid the three Jean brothers have been beaten senseless. Duke Dingsheng impatiently waved his hand. Hearing this, the three Jean brothers' expressions turned ugly. However, due to the other party's identity, they chose to endure it. Suddenly, they felt an inexplicable anticipation in their hearts. They were looking forward to seeing the expression of the Cauldron Sheng Guild when the army of the Heavenly Dragon Country entered the Sacred Bull dynasty's territory. Yes, Duke Dingsheng. The two Xiantian realm warriors nodded. Then one of them turned around and entered the main hall. After about 10 minutes, when Duke Dingsheng was getting impatient, he finally appeared. The Emperor has asked the four of you to enter. Go, 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 Jean family's eldest brother. I want to see if you're still the same in front of my big brother. What break the sea? I advise you not to say such things. My big brother's temper is even worse than mine. If he gets angry, you'll lose your lives. Chapter 2180. The Sacred Bull Hall was extremely luxurious. It was more than 30 meters tall. A building of this height was already considered the highest in the imperial palace. No other building was taller than this one. The eaves, pillars, and murals were all exquisitely carved. In the middle of the hall sat a figure that was at least 15 meters tall. Even when the Duke of Dingsheng walked in front of him, he seemed very small. The three brothers of the Jean family walked in with Duke Shengding. When they saw the figure, they quickly knelt down respectfully. Although they were existences in the Master Realm, the person in front of them was the ruler of the Saint Bull Empire, an existence in the 9th level of the Master Realm. He was only half a step away from the Master Realm completion. In this world, there were only 3 people who had reached the 9th level of the Grandmaster Realm. The other 2 were the ruler of the Heavenly Su dynasty and the ruler of the Zijuan dynasty. Second brother, what are you doing here? The Sacred Bull Emperor looked at the Duke of Dingsheng and asked, Big brother, the 3 brothers of the Jean clan have some important news to report. I'm here to watch the show. The Duke of Dingsheng said with a smile, What news? The Sacred Bull Emperor looked at the 3 brothers of the Jean clan. Great Emperor, the mission you gave us this time, we failed. The 3 brothers of the Jean clan looked at each other. Finally, they looked ashamed and cupped their fists. Failed? Could it be that the Heavenly Su dynasty knows about this and has a way to deal with it? The Sacred Bull Emperor frowned. Yes, someone we can't deal with has appeared. The eldest brother of the Jin clan hesitated for a moment, then told the sacred bull emperor everything he had seen and heard. From Ning Qi's appearance to the methods Ning Qi used that day, he told everything without missing a single detail. The sacred bull emperor's expression became even more serious. After the eldest brother of the Jin clan finished speaking, he suddenly stood up and walked forward. His huge body appeared in front of the three brothers of the Jin clan. Instantly, the three of them felt a huge pressure and couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Is there a single lie in what you have said?" the sacred bull emperor asked with a serious expression. "Your Majesty, everything we've said is the absolute truth, and there isn't a single lie. If there is, then let the three of us be torn to pieces and die without a complete corpse." The three brothers of the Jin clan quickly patted their chests and swore. "An expert who has surpassed the Master Realm. Since the catastrophe, how can there still be such an expert in this world?" The sacred bull emperor lowered his head and muttered. When Duke Dingsheng heard this, he was stunned and said, "Big brother, do you really believe that there is someone in this world who can break through the Grandmaster Realm? Do you think the Supreme Power Realm is the limit of us martial artists? How ignorant and ill-informed." The sacred bull, great emperor, said coldly. Duke Dingsheng looked at the sacred bull emperor in astonishment. "Big brother, are you saying that someone can really break through to the Grandmaster Realm? What was the next realm? An immortal? The Grandmaster Realm could tear through the air and travel, which was already very similar to the legendary immortals." Duke Dingsheng couldn't imagine what realm was after the Grandmaster Realm. "Great Emperor, there is one more thing that the three of us wanted to tell you." He said that the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom will go to war with our sacred bull dynasty. At that time, we will either be annihilated, or we will merge with the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom. The eldest brother of the Jin family mustered up his courage and said. After saying this, his heart was beating very fast. He was afraid that the sacred bull great emperor would suppress the three of them in anger. However, the sacred bull great emperor's reaction was different from what they had expected. Even when he heard the news, his face was expressionless. On the other hand, Duke Dingsheng's eyes were bloodshot. He roared fiercely, "Is this person really so arrogant? I want to see if he really has such a method. The three of you lead the way." "This, second brother, don't cause trouble." The sacred bull, great emperor, frowned and shouted coldly. Then he pondered for a while and said lightly, "Follow me." "Big brother, where are we going?" Duke Dingsheng was surprised. The sacred bull, great emperor, ignored him and turned to leave. Seeing this, the four of them could only follow. They were nervous and curious, not knowing where the sacred bull, great emperor, was going to take them. The sacred bull, forbidden land? The sacred bull, great emperor, wants to take us to the forbidden land. The four of them, including Duke Dingsheng, were all shocked and in disbelief. The sacred bull, forbidden land, could only be entered by the sacred bull, great emperor. Even Duke Dingsheng wasn't qualified to enter. When he was young, Duke Dingsheng wanted to sneak into the forbidden land to take a look. In the end, he was discovered by the previous sacred bull, great emperor, and was almost beaten to death. If it weren't for the current sacred bull, great emperor, he would have been willing to bear half of the punishment for Duke Dingsheng. Perhaps there was no Duke Dingsheng anymore. "Big brother, are you really going to take us into the sacred land?" Duke Dingsheng's eyes revealed a trace of fear. He still had lingering fears when he thought of the past. "Aren't you afraid of nothing? A mere forbidden land is enough to make you afraid? Come with me. Now that I am the sacred bull, great emperor, no one can punish you." The sacred bull, great emperor, said lightly. When Duke Dingsheng heard this, he cursed in his heart. Afraid of his mother. Let's go in. In any case, he had long been curious about everything inside the forbidden land. Today, he would take the chance to see what was inside. The three Jin brothers nervously followed behind Duke Dingsheng and followed the sacred bull great emperor into the forbidden area. This place was filled with dense fog. Even with their cultivation, they could only see the backs of the people in front of them. They had no idea what was going on around them. The sacred bull great emperor seemed to have touched something. The fog suddenly dissipated, and an extremely grand palace that was dozens of feet tall appeared in front of everyone. How could this be? The eldest Jean brother was dumbfounded. There was actually such a huge palace inside, but they couldn't see it at all when they were outside. The sacred bull great emperor's expression became even more solemn. Soon, he led the four into the palace. The scene in front of them made them suck in a breath of cold air. Their hearts were filled with horror. In the center of the hall, there was a giant scarlet bull that was 40 to 50 feet tall. Its horns were like dragons, and it was staring at the sacred bull great emperor and the others with its pitch-black eyes that were as deep as gems. There were hundreds of chains piercing through its body, and the chains were stained with blood. It emitted a chilling aura. Ancestor, the sacred bull great emperor, suddenly knelt on the ground. Ancestor, the Duke Dingsheng was stunned. The three Jean brothers also couldn't react. At this time, the sacred bull great emperor's voice exploded in their ears. Kneel. This is my sacred bull tribe's ancestor. Plop. The four people knelt on the ground. There was still a trace of confusion and shock in the Duke Dingsheng's eyes. How could their sacred bull tribe's ancestor be really a bull? Chapter 2181. Old Ancestor. An expert that far surpasses the Grandmaster realm has appeared in this world. He wants to destroy our Saint Bull dynasty. Please help us, Old Ancestor, the sacred bull great emperor said respectfully. Surpassing the 5th rank of refining chi? Can't you solve such a small matter yourself? The giant bull's voice became incomparably cold. It emitted a terrifying pressure that pressed down on the sacred ox great emperor's group of 5. The cultivation of the three Jean brothers was relatively low, and they directly vomited blood. Duke Cauldron Sheng fell to the ground with a boom. Only the sacred bull great emperor was able to hold on. The sacred bull great emperor's face revealed a trace of horror, and his body couldn't help but tremble. After about 4 or 5 breaths of time, everyone suddenly felt the pressure on their bodies disappear. Only then did they heave a long sigh of relief. The Duke of Dingsheng carefully looked up and saw that the giant bull's face seemed to reveal a trace of fear. A trace of exhaustion? This is the only immortal artifact I have hidden away. Take it. After you kill that fellow, remember to return it to me. The giant bull opened its mouth and a long sword flew out. With a buzzing sound, it stabbed into the ground in front of the sacred bull great emperor. The aura that the sword gave off was even more terrifying than the giant bull's aura. The sacred bull great emperor revealed a look of pleasant surprise. He went up and grabbed the hilt of the sword, but it didn't budge at all. What's the rush? I haven't removed the restrictive spell yet. With your cultivation base, you won't even be able to lift it. A hint of mockery could be seen in the eyes of the giant bull. After that, it lightly spat out a few syllables. These syllables transformed into golden runes that flew into the long sword. In the next moment, everyone could feel the aura of the long sword weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very quickly, the aura of the long sword disappeared. It was as terrifying as before. The sacred bull great emperor pulled once more and finally managed to pull the sword out. He instantly felt a surge of chi from the sword entering his body. In the next moment, the Duke of Cauldron Shang and the others watched in horror as the sacred bull great emperor's chi continued to rise. Very soon, it rose to a level they couldn't even fathom. To this extent, Big Brother Yu, Duke Dingsheng, was dumbfounded. So this is the realm beyond the Master Realm. So powerful. The sacred bull great emperor inspected his body and discovered that the true chi in his body had increased by tens of times. At this moment, he was confident that he could kill an existence of the same level as him with a single strike. Thank you, elder ancestor. The sacred bull great emperor excitedly kowtowed to the giant bull. Get out. The giant bull said lightly, Yes. The sacred bull great emperor nodded respectfully, then bowed again and slowly retreated out of the hall. Big brother, with your current cultivation, don't tell me. Duke Cauldron Sheng first looked at the hall in fear, then looked at the sacred bull great emperor with anticipation. That's right. With my current cultivation, I should have broken through the shackles of the Master Realm. This is all thanks to this sword. Did you hear that? The old ancestor called it an immortal artifact. Now, do you know where our sacred Ox clan's inheritance comes from? A long time ago we may have been legends. Immortals. The sacred bull, great emperor, smiled and gently stroked the long sword in his hand. Duke Dingsheng and the three Jin brothers looked at each other in shock. They would probably need a long time to digest today's events. With this sword, perhaps the great emperor doesn't need to fear that existence anymore. After the eldest of the Jin family thought of this point, his heart, that had been perturbed along the way, suddenly calmed down. Instead, it was replaced by ecstasy. Not long after the sacred bull emperor's group of 5 left, the giant bull slowly opened its eyes and looked up at the sky. Its eyes revealed a trace of desolation. So many years have passed. It's about time for him to return, right? The divine general country has been destroyed. It has been annexed by Tianlong country. More than 300 Xiantian realm warriors and 6 grandmasters have appeared in Tianlong country. All of them are from the Zhao family. It is suspected that Tianlong country has an immortal descending to the mortal world. A Bei-Xian divine sect has appeared and swept the world. Countless believers have joined the sect. Like a plague, the news spread throughout the entire Sky Void dynasty. The big and small countries under the Sky Void dynasty all acted as if they were facing a great enemy after receiving the news. They were afraid that Sky Dragon country would attack them one day. Because of this, many of the country leaders had already sent messengers to Sky Dragon country. All they wanted was peace. 100 Mountain City was one of the first to receive the news. All the cultivators and citizens were excited because they knew that the Zhao family, which had more than 300 Xiantian Rel warriors, was the Zhao family. When Huang Batian heard about this, he also received a message from his daughter, causing his expression to become incredibly terrified. He personally went to the Zhao manor and prepared to give up all of the Huang family's businesses. However, the Zhao manor's gates were tightly shut, and Huang Batian felt incredibly worried. Huang Batian decided to go to the imperial city. This was what his daughter had told him. No matter what, he had to settle the grudge between the Huang family and the Zhao family. Otherwise, he would be doomed forever. Let me tell you, I was here that day. I saw the sect leader's palm with my own eyes. TSK, it's a pity that you didn't see it with your own eyes. Look at this place. When there is a storm, a lake will appear here. Such power, such means, and you still dare to doubt the sect leader? Where did he come from? He must be a celestial being who descended from the heavens. Groups of martial artists gathered around the huge palm print that Ning Qi had created. Many of them were followers of the North Mystic Divine Sect. They were explaining to the others what had happened that day with their saliva flying all over the place. The surrounding martial artists were stunned as they listened to their stories. Then they looked at each other. They looked at the giant palm print in front of them, which could not be faked. Their eyes were filled with admiration. At this moment, there were 3 men and 2 women standing next to the giant palm print, silently feeling the remaining celestial qi. Finally, the tallest man looked at the crowd and said, "Perhaps the information we received is true. This isn't a small trick played by the Heavenly Dragon Nation, but someone really did kill us. Instead, there is a mark left by a palm strike. Master, is there really such a godly person in this world? Doesn't that mean that the Tianshu dynasty is in danger?" The remaining 2 men and 2 women were shocked. If the other party really had such means, how many palm strikes could the Tianqiu dynasty withstand? If we want to know whether it's true or not, why don't we pay him a visit and find out? The heavenly void emperor smiled. Hearing this, his 4 direct disciples became serious. After all, they were going to meet the legendary sect leader of the North Xian divine sect. Chapter 2182. Invite him in. Gan Su said in a deep voice. In the past, if the great Emperor Tian Su came, Gan Su would welcome him at least 100 miles away. But now, Tianlong country was different from before. There were 6 masters in the Grand Master realm and hundreds of innate realm masters. There was also a celestial being. In Gan Su's eyes, the great Emperor Tian Su was no longer a threat. An invincible and terrifying existence was reduced to an ordinary person. Not long later, 5 figures entered the palace. Many people in the palace looked uneasy. After all, Emperor Tian Su's name had been known for a long time. Emperor Tian Su has come personally today. Please forgive me for not going out to greet you. Gan Su smiled and cupped his fists. Tian Su glanced at Gan Su indifferently before sweeping his gaze across the crowd. His gaze lingered on Qianlong and the rest for a moment before returning to Gan Su. He smiled and said, Gan Su, let's not beat around the bush. Today, I'm here to see the sect leader of the North Profound Divine Sect. Can you introduce me to him? Gan Su was stunned and looked at Qianlong. Master is usually in seclusion. I wonder if you have time to meet Emperor Tian Su. Qianlong stood up and smiled. Anger flashed across the eyes of the 4 direct disciples behind Tian Su. Their master was the leader of the Tian Su dynasty. Who in the world could he not meet? Coming to Tianlong was already a humbleness. Yet the other party was so rude. They had never been treated this way before. However, I can send a message for the great empress. Please come with me. Qianlong smiled and walked out of the palace. Seeing this, Emperor Tian Su smiled and followed. He had cultivated to his current realm and his mentality had been trained to the extreme. He would not be angry at Qianlong's attitude. Deep in the palace, there was a secluded courtyard. It was simple and unadorned. Qianlong brought the 5 to the door. He looked at Emperor Tian Su and entered the courtyard. Master, the leader of the North Xian divine sect, is so extravagant. He made you wait here personally, a female disciple mumbled unhappily. Although the other 3 did not dare to speak, it was obvious from their expressions that they had the same thought as the female disciple. Lu Dai, don't be rude. Heavenly Oasis said calmly. Yes, master. The female disciple called Lu Dai nodded. Not long after, Qianlong returned to the crowd. He nodded at Tian Su and said, Great Emperor, master has agreed to see you, but he is currently practicing. Don't disturb him until he is done. Boxing? Shouldn't this kind of thing be avoided? Why did they still let them in? Even Heavenly Oasis felt that this was strange. However, since Qianlong was willing to see them, they did not care about this and followed Qianlong into the courtyard. In the courtyard, Ning Qi was slowly practicing Tai Chi. He increasingly felt that this fist technique was hiding some sort of profound mystery. It was just that with his current cultivation, he was unable to discover it. However, ever since he started practicing Tai Chi, Ning Qi's primordial immortal fiend god physique became more and more harmonious. The process was very smooth, and it didn't feel as abrupt as before. Furthermore, the demonic aura on the demonic body was gradually weakening, but not only did its strength not weaken, it actually grew stronger. If I cultivate the Taiji fist to the extreme, will the various forces in my body fuse into one? If I can really reach this level, my strength will probably increase by several folds. At that time, who can say for sure whether I am an immortal or a demon? What kind of fist technique is this? Can it be used to attack someone so slowly? The few people who were originally looking forward to Ning Chi's fist technique were instantly stunned. Their eyes gradually became filled with doubt. Only Heavenly Oasis's expression did not change. Instead, he looked at Ning Chi's fist technique very seriously. Gradually, his eyes revealed a trace of doubt. At first glance, this fist technique seemed very simple. However, when he looked closely, he could see that there was something special about it. However, what exactly was it? He was temporarily unable to see through it. After about an hour, the female disciple called Lu Dai finally could not take it anymore. She said in a low voice, "Even a 3-year-old can't kill such a fist technique." Huh. Qianlong looked coldly at Lu Dai. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Lu Dai, shut up. Heavenly Oasis frowned and scolded. Master, junior sister is right. This fist technique, indeed, can't kill. That's right. At that moment, Ning Chi slowly withdrew his fist and smiled at Heavenly Oasis. Seeing this, Heavenly Oasis revealed an awkward expression. He took a step forward and said, "I am Heavenly Oasis. These are my disciples. Sorry for making you laugh. It's normal for ordinary people to not be able to see through the secret of this Tai Chi fist. If they could understand it, it would be abnormal instead." Ning Chi smiled and said, "Aft." Deliberately mystifying, Lu Dai's small face showed a hint of dissatisfaction. Actually, from the beginning, she had been very dissatisfied with the sect leader of the North, Mystic Divine Sect. The main reason was that she felt that her master had been wronged here. With her master status, even if he did not come out to welcome them, he should have taken the initiative to greet them. In the end, he stayed in a shabby courtyard and even made them wait to be informed. That's enough. Qianlong looked coldly at Lu Dai. The atmosphere seemed to have become somewhat tense. Ning Chi waved his hand, indicating that Qianlong was fine. Then he smiled at Heavenly Oasis and said, "Why are you here today?" Rumor has it that the sect leader of the North Mystic Divine Sect is an immortal-like figure. I have never seen an immortal in my entire life. I came here today to see if there are really immortals in this world. Heavenly Oasis cupped his fists and said, "Immortality? Hee, even immortals will die. If we're talking about immortality, perhaps that person is the only one who can live forever." Ning Chi smiled faintly and looked up at the sky. Little Six had said that even immortal emperors could only live for tens of thousands of years. To ordinary people, this amount of time was immeasurable and was no different from immortality. However, to immortals, this was also a number with an end. At a high level, one seclusion could last tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Even millions of years, or even tens of thousands of years, were not that far away. Perhaps only the heavenly Tao that people could not touch and understand was the true immortality. However, it was unknown if the heavenly Tao had its own will, or if it was the natural order of the universe. Immortals can also die. Heavenly Oasis was slightly stunned. Then, a trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes. If this person could say such a thing, could he really be an immortal that descended from heaven? "You have achieved your goal today. Please leave." Ning Chi smiled and waved his hand. Does he really think that he is an immortal? The 4 disciples of Heavenly Oasis looked at Ning Chi strangely. A guest has arrived. Interesting. Chapter 2183. The Sacred Bull Emperor? The tens of millions of people in the imperial city raised their heads in astonishment. Most of them subconsciously shivered. After all, the Sacred Bull Great Emperor was a legendary figure to them. He was one of the 3 strongest people in this world. Who would have thought that he would personally come to the imperial city of Tianlong country? He came to kill the immortal today. Is he talking to the leader of the Bei Xian Divine Sect? Interesting. The Sacred Bull Emperor dared to come even though he knows that the immortal is extremely powerful. He is indeed an emperor-level figure. Many warriors who hadn't seen Ning Chi's methods with their own eyes showed a trace of anticipation at this moment. Some of them came from very far-away places. Some were experts of the godly general nation, and some were existences who had secluded themselves in the Sky Dragon Nation. Ever since they learned that the godly general nation had been defeated by the Sky Dragon Nation, ever since they learned that the godly general nation was defeated by Tianlong, they all came out of seclusion and gathered in the imperial city. Inside the imperial palace, when Gansu and the others heard the sacred bull great emperor's voice, they all walked out of the main hall and looked up at the sky with a serious expression. They saw a strong man in silver armor standing in the air. This man's height was extraordinary. He was more than twice the height of a normal person. He was at least 5 meters tall. It is indeed the sacred bull emperor. In this world, only the bloodline of the sacred bull tribe can become so huge under the stimulation of true yuan. He came to kill the immortal today. Could it be because of that person? No matter what his purpose is, he will definitely die this time. The leaders of the major sects looked at each other, and then at Ding Feng and the others. The sacred bull emperor. Lu Dai and the others looked at the figure in the air with their mouths agape. He came too. Could it be? Tian Su's expression was strange. He looked at the sacred bull emperor and then at Ning Qi. Master, I thought that the sacred bull dynasty would disappear for a while. I did not expect the sacred bull emperor to come personally. As long as we kill him, the sacred bull dynasty will collapse on its own. Qianlong cupped his hands and said. Ning Qi smiled and said to Tian Su, Does your Tian Su dynasty have any trump cards? Tian Su was stunned. What do you mean? If you don't have any trump cards, then your Tian Su dynasty and Zijuan dynasty together will not be a match for the sacred bull emperor. You are lucky that he did not swallow up your 2 dynasties. Ning Qi smiled. How is this possible? Master alone is enough to deal with the sacred bull emperor. Green Butterfly curled her lips. What do you mean? Heavenly Oasis' expression became serious. Do you see the sword in his hand? That's a fairy weapon. With a fairy weapon in his hand, not to mention those in the Guru realm, even those 2 realms higher would be defeated by his sword. Ning Qi smiled. 2 more realms? Heavenly Oasis and Qianlong's expressions changed. Green Butterfly and the others looked at Ning Qi as if they were looking at a liar who was full of lies. Not to mention 2 great realms. They had never even seen a realm higher than the Grandmaster realm. What kind of concept was 2 great realms? It didn't exist at all. What? Didn't they say that immortals had descended to the mortal world? But now he doesn't dare to come out? Gansu, how long do you want to hide in the palace? The sacred bull great emperor let out a long laugh, and his voice spread in all directions with the help of his quintessential essence. How dare you? How dare you insult sect master? The sacred bull great emperor was disrespectful to an immortal, so he must die without a burial. Your time of death is here. Suddenly, a wave of cursing came from the imperial city. The sacred bull great emperor looked down and frowned slightly. Some of the people cursing at him weren't even martial artists. They were only quintessential essence realm martial artists. Normally, these people wouldn't even have the courage to speak to him. But today, they actually dared to curse him with such malicious words. In the distance, Duke Ding Sheng and the 3 Jin brothers didn't go near the imperial city for safety reasons. When Duke Ding Sheng heard the curses coming from the imperial city, he almost couldn't hold it in any more. The eldest Jin brother hurriedly pulled him back. Duke Ding Sheng, bear with it a little longer. After the sacred bull great emperor kills that person, you can kill everyone in the imperial city of Sky Dragon. It's fine too. Humph. Let them breathe a little longer. Duke Ding Sheng sneered. Sacred bull great emperor, why didn't you go to Heavenly Oasis dynasty or Zijuan dynasty? Why did you come to my tiny Sky Dragon country? Gansu said loudly. Although he couldn't break through the air, his voice was only slightly weaker than the sacred bull great emperor's. Ding Feng and the rest stood beside Gansu and stared coldly at the sacred bull, Great Emperor. It was as if they were looking at a corpse. "You're finally willing to come out? I heard that an immortal from your sky dragon country has descended. Tell him to come out and die. Today, I'm here to kill this immortal." The sacred bull, Great Emperor, laughed maniacally. Suddenly, his body emitted a terrifying aura. His body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, he became a 2 zhang tall giant. This aura, it's far beyond the Grandmaster realm. The sacred bull, Great Emperor, has broken through? Everyone was shocked. They looked at the sacred bull, Great Emperor, with a trace of doubt in their eyes. Most of them had seen the sacred bull, Great Emperor, and the heavenly oasis, Great Emperor, before. At this moment, the sacred bull, Great Emperor's aura had far surpassed the heavenly oasis, Great Emperor's. There was only one possibility. He had broken through the shackles of the Grandmaster realm and stepped into a whole new world. This is because of the celestial sword. The heavenly oasis, Great Emperor, immediately reacted. There was no reason for the sacred bull, Great Emperor, to suddenly break through and enter the next realm. He thought about the celestial sword that Ningqi had mentioned. It was most likely because of this sword that the sacred bull, Great Emperor, had such strength. No wonder, he said, that even the heavenly oasis dynasty and the Zijuan dynasty combined would not be a match for this bull. I didn't expect him to have such a trump card. If you want to know, go and meet him personally. Ningqi smiled. The sacred bull, Great Emperor, is not here to look for master. Green Butterfly blurted out. In her heart, she had already regarded Ningqi as a complete liar. Otherwise, why would he ask her master to take the blame? The heavenly oasis, Great Emperor, did not think so. He looked at the sacred bull, Great Emperor, with a serious expression. In the next moment, his figure broke through the air and appeared in front of the sacred bull, Great Emperor. Heavenly oasis, you're here too? The sacred bull, Great Emperor, was slightly stunned. Bull, you've broken through to the Grandmaster realm? The heavenly oasis, Great Emperor, said in a deep voice. I guess so. Chapter 2184. Sort of, as expected. Your strength comes from this celestial sword. There was a flash of understanding in Tian Su's eyes. He was a little envious. He and the sacred bull, Great Emperor, had known each other for a long time. When they were young, they were rivals. In the end, they both reached the 9th rank of the Grandmaster realm and became the rulers of the dynasty. It could be said that the story between him and the sacred bull, Great Emperor, was very complicated. It could be said that the sacred bull emperor had such a trump card. Heavenly Ogre, did you come here today to join forces with that person to fight against me? The sacred bull emperor's lips curled up. So what if I did? So what if I didn't? Heavenly Ogre smiled. Yes, I will use this sword to kill you. The person you raised is only at the 5th rank of the Grandmaster realm. He won't be able to support the Heavenly Ogre dynasty. If he isn't, then stand on my side. Let's join forces and kill that person. The sacred bull emperor smiled. Actually, I want to see how strong someone who has surpassed the Grandmaster realm is. Why don't we fight first, and then I will tell you my answer. Heavenly Ogre smiled. If that's the case, don't blame my sword for being merciless. The sacred bull emperor laughed coldly. The next moment his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of Heavenly Ogre. When the cultivators in the imperial city saw this, their hearts jumped to their throats. They were extremely nervous, especially Heavenly Ogre's 4 disciples. They were the most nervous. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In less than 10 breaths of time, Heavenly Ogre's arms had been chopped off by the sacred bull emperor. His heart was also pierced. Heavenly Ogre, if you stand on my side, you won't have to die. The two of them were less than an inch apart. A trace of pity flashed through the sacred bull, Great Emperor's eyes. The enemy he had fought against for so many years had suddenly died. It made him feel a sense of loss, as if his heart had been hollowed out. Is this the power of someone who has surpassed the Grandmaster realm? Heavenly Ogre's face was pale. He grinned. To be able to feel this power before I die, I am already satisfied. The sacred bull emperor harumphed and kicked Heavenly Ogre. Heavenly Ogre immediately slid down from the sword and fell towards Ning Chi. At the same time, a stream of blood shot out. Great Emperor Tian Su is dead? Gon Su and the others stared at this scene in shock. A dignified great emperor, the ruler of the Sky Void Empire, had died in front of them in just a few breaths? Master. When Green Butterfly and the rest saw this, they let out a heart-wrenching scream. One by one, they flew up, intending to catch Great Emperor Tian Su. In the end, before they could react, there was already a figure in the air, firmly holding onto Great Emperor Tian Su. Master Bei Xian. It's the cult master. Sect master has appeared. The sacred bull Great Emperor will definitely die today. The sect master is a celestial being. There's no way he's a match for the sect master. The imperial city immediately boiled over. Whether it was the nobles or the commoners, when they saw Ning Chi, their eyes were filled with fanaticism. Release master. Green Butterfly screamed, and with tears streaming down her face, she stabbed Ning Chi's back. How dare you? Qianlong reacted immediately and soared into the sky. However, before he could reach Green Butterfly's sword had already landed on Ning Chi. However, a faint layer of golden light appeared on Ning Chi's body, blocking the sword force. When Qianlong saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, the way he looked at Green Butterfly was filled with unconcealable, murderous intent. This woman had repeatedly offended Ning Chi. If not for Ning Chi's orders, he would not have cared if she was the personal disciple of Great Emperor Tian Su or if she was a grandmaster. Even if he had to mobilize 1,000,000 troops, he would kill this woman. Seeing that Green Butterfly was about to attack before Qianlong could do anything, her senior brothers and junior sisters hurriedly stopped Green Butterfly. Junior sister, don't be rash. But Master is in his hands. This senior has no reason to kill Master. Let's observe the situation first. Green Butterfly gradually calmed down and glared at the sacred bull, Great Emperor. Then, she looked worriedly at the sky void in Ning Chi's hand. At that moment, the sky void's aura was very weak. Are you the guy who claimed to be an immortal? Hee, it seems like you do have some tricks up your sleeve. The sacred bull Great Emperor looked at Ning Chi and smiled faintly. A trace of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. If he did not have the celestial sword that the elder had lent him, he was sure that he would not be Ning Chi's opponent. This was a cultivator's sixth sense. I have finally seen the skills of someone above the Grandmaster realm. It's a pity that the price is too high. The sky void smiled weakly at Ning Chi. As long as you are still breathing, it's fine. The price is not too high. Ning Chi smiled. When the sacred bull Great Emperor saw that Ning Chi was ignoring him and talking to someone who was about to die, his eyes flashed with anger. However, before he could do anything, Ning Chi's hand suddenly emitted a faint white light. When this white light touched the sky void, it instantly enveloped his entire body. Then, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. The sky void's severed arms slowly grew back. The wound on his chest was also healing, and his aura gradually grew stronger. In less than 20 breaths of time, a complete sky void appeared in front of everyone. The only difference was that his clothes had become short-sleeved, and there was a hole in his chest. Ning Chi let go of his hand, and the sky void floated in the air. He looked at his hands in shock, then at his chest. Then he looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. He was extremely shocked. He was extremely sure that his heart had been pierced by the sacred bull, Great Emperor's sword. He was about to die. Indeed, he found that his body was very good. Even some of the hidden injuries that he had suffered in the past had disappeared. Living dead, flesh and bones? This is the skill of an immortal. Those who didn't really believe in Ning Chi's existence opened their mouths wide and stared at Ning Chi in shock. Gradually, a hint of fanaticism appeared in their eyes. As for those who originally believed in Ning Chi, when they saw that Ning Chi had another skill that could better reflect his identity as an immortal, their faith in him strengthened once again. Master! Lu Dai looked at Heavenly Oasis with a stunned expression. After confirming that Heavenly Oasis had completely recovered from his injuries, she looked at Ning Chi with a trace of fear in her eyes. Ning Chi's methods were beyond her understanding of this world. There was actually someone who could regrow severed limbs. How was this possible? Go stand to the side. Ning Chi chuckled. Chapter 2185. Seeing that the sacred bull emperor didn't speak, Ning Chi smiled. He reached out, and the sword in the sacred bull emperor's hand flew into Ning Chi's hand. At this moment, the sword seemed to feel that its master had changed. Ning Chi didn't have the authority, so its body suddenly erupted with sword energy that could shatter a person. Ning Chi directly crushed the sword energy. However, as soon as the sword energy erupted, Ning Chi directly crushed it. The sword's aura gradually weakened and then calmed down. When the power in his body disappeared like flowing water, the sacred bull emperor finally reacted. He stared at Ning Chi in shock, a trace of fear in his eyes. He had no idea how Ning Chi had snatched the immortal sword from his hand. This time, when he came to Tianlong, he had thought of many scenarios. The only thing he didn't expect was that the sword his ancestor had lent him would fall into someone else's hands. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the sacred bull great emperor's aura rapidly plummeted. Soon, it was similar to Heavenly Oasis's. When Heavenly Oasis saw this, he smiled. Sure enough, the sacred bull great emperor's strength came from this celestial sword. Ning Chi, who could casually snatch the celestial sword, had a very high cultivation level. How high was Ning Chi's cultivation level? Thinking about how Ning Chi had saved him, Heavenly Oasis looked at Ning Chi with a trace of respect. Without a doubt, Ning Chi was a powerhouse that had surpassed the Grandmaster realm. He was much stronger than the sacred bull emperor, who had used external forces to break through to the Grandmaster realm. Much weaker. The sacred bull emperor's aura has weakened. So it's all because of that sword. That's why the sacred bull emperor was so powerful. What sword can give the sacred bull emperor such power? Even Heavenly Oasis, who has the same cultivation level as him, couldn't last more than 10 breaths? Everyone in the imperial city heaved a sigh of relief and looked curiously at the low-grade celestial weapon in Ning Chi's hand. Ning Chi looked down and suddenly flicked the tip of the sword with his finger. The tip of the sword immediately broke. This scene caused the sacred bull emperor's eyes to bulge. They were bloodshot and his eyes were filled with shock. Then Ning Chi flicked the sword a second time and a third time. The low-grade celestial weapon in Ning Chi's hand broke into pieces. Soon, only the sword hilt was left. The broken swords fell directly to the ground, sinking deep into the ground. The nearby martial artists could still feel a chilling sword intent from those holes. A low-grade immortal artifact. Its quality is average. Tell me, who gave it to you? Ning Chi threw away the sword hilt and smiled at the sacred bull emperor. You destroyed the immortal sword patriarch gave me? The sacred bull emperor murmured to himself. His eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, not only was he terrified of Ning Chi, but he was also terrified because he couldn't explain to the ancestor that the celestial sword was broken. Your ancestor gave it to you? From the looks of it, your old ancestor isn't a simple character. Let's go, bring me to meet him. Ning Chi smiled. Impossible. You don't have the qualifications to see my family's patriarch. He is a perfected immortal who descended from the immortal world. You are just an existence pretending to be mysterious. The sacred bull Great Emperor raised his head and glared at Ning Qi. His expression was incomparably complicated. There was fear, shock, anger, and a trace of deep fear. In the distance, the Duke of Dingxing and the three Jin brothers fell into a daze. The latter was still fine and quickly reacted. After all, he had personally seen Ning Qi's methods. As for the Duke of Dingxing, he thought that Ning Qi was pretending to be mysterious from the beginning. That huge palm print was most likely dug in advance and then used some kind of trick to fool the three Jin brothers. But now he saw with his own eyes that the old ancestor lent his big brother the immortal sword was easily broken into pieces by Ning Qi. The strong contrast caused the Duke of Dingxing's brain to break down. I don't have the qualifications. Ning Qi smiled and lightly pointed at the sacred bull, Great Emperor. A ray of immortal qi shot out like a sharp sword and pierced through the sacred bull, Great Emperor's shoulder. Everyone could clearly see that there was a hole in the sacred bull, Great Emperor's shoulder. Blood kept flowing out. Normally, this kind of injury would not cause too much damage to the sacred bull, Great Emperor. However, Ning Qi's immortal qi was different. Not only did it pierce through the sacred bull Great Emperor's flesh body, but it also pierced through the sacred bull Great Emperor's soul. A piercing pain immediately rushed to the sacred bull Great Emperor's head. His entire body trembled, and then he let out a miserable howl. Ning Qi pointed again, and another ray of immortal qi pierced through the sacred bull Great Emperor's other shoulder. Then it was the sacred bull Great Emperor's knees. There was silence inside and outside the imperial city. All the martial artists looked at this scene in disbelief. A dignified Great Emperor was actually powerless in front of the North mystic divine sect leader? Was he really an immortal that had descended to the mortal world? Those martial artists who did not believe in this nonsense were now in a difficult position. The North mystic divine sect's disciples suddenly burst into cheers and shouted Ning Qi's name. This time I'm aiming at your head. Ning Qi raised his hand and smiled. Wait. The sacred bull Great Emperor shouted with a pale face. The fear in his eyes could no longer be concealed. He was really afraid. If he did not beg for mercy now, he would definitely die in the next moment. The other party would not use such a method to save him. The sacred bull Great Emperor had cultivated for a long time and survived danger after danger. He had survived danger after danger to reach his current level of cultivation. He did not want to die here for nothing. I'll bring you to see the old ancestor, the sacred bull Great Emperor said dejectedly. Then let's go. Ning Qi smiled. In the next moment, everyone felt their vision blur. Then, the sacred bull Great Emperor and Ning Qi were no longer in the air. The two of them had disappeared without a trace. The sect leader's method is indeed divine. You all saw it, other than an immortal. Who else could have such a method? A North mystic divine sect's disciple looked around excitedly. He was only a rank one-bone forging realm martial artist. But the surrounding martial artists who had reached the chi-controlling realm all lowered their heads when he looked at them. In their hearts, they had already listed the North mystic divine sect as an extremely dangerous force. They did not dare to offend any of them. At the same time, the stubbornness in their hearts was gradually shattered. The method that Ning Qi had just used was indeed beyond their understanding. Perhaps only an immortal that had descended to the mortal world could have such a method? Chapter 2186. Master, are you all right? Green Butterfly waited until Ning Qi and the sacred bull Great Emperor disappeared before she had the chance to fly in front of Heavenly Oasis. The other 3 disciples of Heavenly Oasis did the same. They all looked at Heavenly Oasis with curious and shocked expressions. It was as if they were trying to determine whether or not his previous injuries had completely healed. Master is fine. Heavenly Oasis smiled and nodded. Then he said to Green Butterfly, Senior Beishian is broad-minded. The next time you see him, don't be rude. Otherwise, Even Master won't be able to save you. Yes, Master. Green Butterfly understands. Green Butterfly nodded with lingering fear. Heavenly Oasis, do you want to sit in the hall? Gansu asked. Heavenly Oasis nodded. Tianlong was different from before. Plus, he wanted to see Ningqi again. Therefore, before Ningqi returned, he would stay here even without Gansu's invitation. This is it. Sacred Bull Empire, Forbidden Area. Ningqi held the sacred Bull Great Emperor in his hand as he gazed into the Forbidden Area. The result caused Ningqi to be slightly startled. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't see through the thick fog. It could only be said that the creator of the fog had a higher cultivation than him. In this place, a 5th-rank Qi refinement cultivator was the strongest and was called a Grandmaster. This was a world that was much weaker than the Qintang Empire. How could he see a formation set up by someone with a higher cultivation than him? Could it be that the sacred Bull Emperor's ancestor had the power of a sky immortal or sky demon? It's here. The ancestor is inside. The sacred Bull Great Emperor nodded with a pale face, but there was a sinister glint in his eyes. He had personally witnessed the ancestor's strength when he was young. Although the ancestor seemed to be trapped here, the ancestor had many killing methods. He could behead someone from 1,000 miles away. As long as you go in, the ancestor will let you know what fear is. The sacred Bull Emperor thought viciously. Let's go. Lead the way. Ningqi smiled and casually tossed him out. The sacred Bull Great Emperor quickly stabilized himself in midair. He glanced at Ningqi, then expressionlessly entered the fog. Soon, the sacred Ox Great Emperor brought Ningqi through the thick fog and arrived in front of a great hall that seemed to have existed for a very long time. When Ningqi was still at the entrance of the great hall, he could feel a terrifying aura coming from within. This aura was probably the same as when Ningqi had opened all 7 of the 9 inner hidden gates. Not much. Ancestor, disciple is ashamed. I am no match for this person, so I brought him here to see you. The sacred Bull Emperor endured the pain in his knees and knelt at the entrance of the palace with a sorrowful expression. After about 3 breaths of time, a light voice came from inside. I understand. Let him in. The Patriarch wants you to enter. The sacred Bull Great Emperor looked at Ningqi. Ningqi smiled and walked into the hall. He immediately saw the giant bull that had been pierced by countless chains. When he met its eyes, which were as deep as black gemstones, Ningqi discovered that he could see a trace of astonishment in the other party's eyes. God Emperor, you've returned. The giant bull suddenly let out an excited roar. It seemed as if it wanted to run towards Ningqi, but it was suddenly pulled back by the chains, causing a series of metallic sounds to ring out. God Emperor? Ningqi's expression was a bit strange. He thought of the woman in the jade lake of the underworld river deity palace. This bull also knew him? Or did it know him from his past life? God Emperor, don't you recognize me? I'm Old Bull. I'm Old Bull. The giant bull bared its teeth at Ningqi. It seemed that being pulled by the chains just now was very painful. I can't see through that woman's cultivation, but I can be sure that it's incomparably powerful. As for this giant bull in front of me, its aura seems to be at the early Earth Demon or Middle Earth Demon. Ningqi's eyes revealed a trace of suspicion. The sacred Buldarch, who was kneeling on the ground, almost fell to the ground when he heard the word God Emperor. He looked into the hall in shock, but from his position, he couldn't see the details of the situation inside. Why did the Patriarch call this person God Emperor? How? The sacred Bull Great Emperor's lips trembled, and the fear in his eyes intensified. An extremely terrifying guess rose in his mind, and this guess made him shudder with fear. Tell me, what's my name? Ningqi smiled. The giant bull was stunned for a moment, and then its eyes gradually calmed down. With a complicated expression, it said, You're Bei Xian, God Emperor Bei. This should be your reincarnation. A trace of sadness appeared on its face, and it said self-mockingly, "Yes, I've been locked up for too long and I've become stupid." The real God Emperor Bei, how can your cultivation be so low? Bei Xian? God Emperor Bei Xian? Ning Qi's expression gradually became strange. Was this a coincidence, or was it because he was guided by the memory in his soul when he chose this name? God Emperor, leave quickly. This place is being watched by the Su family. If they discover your existence, I'm afraid they'll reincarnate again. When you're strong enough, come back and release this avatar of mine. My other avatars are… By then, with your divine power, you'll definitely be able to find them. The giant bull rumbled. The giant bull rumbled. Su family? Ning Qi's expression became more and more serious. He immediately thought of those marks. Apart from the Jiang family, he couldn't see the other marks at all. Could the Su family that the giant bull mentioned be one of those marks? God Emperor, don't just stand there. Leave now. Every 1,000 years, the Su family will investigate this place. In another 3 years, it'll be the 1,000-year period. If they discover your aura, you'll have nowhere to run. When the giant bull saw that Ning Qi was unmoved, its expression became a little anxious. If these are really the people I knew in my previous life, then they're either dead or locked up. I was really defeated in my previous life. Ning Qi's eyes were filled with self-mockery. He then took a deep look at the giant bull and said, "Your name." The giant bull was slightly startled, and then a trace of pride appeared on its face. The great sage of the heaven leveling, Bull Demon King. At this moment, Ning Qi seemed to see a peerless figure in the giant bull who would never admit defeat. Its aura was far beyond the bull's current earth demon stage. It had climbed to a level that Ning Qi couldn't even touch. The great sage of the heaven leveling, Bull Demon King, Ning Qi muttered to himself, "God Emperor, remember my name. As for everything in the past, you'll remember it all one day. Leave now." A fist-sized eyeball suddenly flowed out of the giant bull's eyes, but its expression was extremely joyful. Chapter 2187. No. The giant bull seemed to be shocked. If this avatar of mine escapes, the Su family will definitely react. At that time, not only will they destroy all of my physical bodies, they will also find out that you have been born. Among our group, only you have cultivated to the point where you cannot be sensed by the heavenly Tao. You must not be separated for my sake. You are exposing yourself for no reason. Ning Qi was startled, and he finally understood why the Jiang family disciples only regarded him as an ordinary cultivator who was undergoing training as an outer sect disciple of the Jiang family. He faintly sensed that perhaps his identity as an outer sect disciple was arranged by his previous life outside the main hall. The sacred bull, Great Emperor, trembled as he looked ahead. Not long after, he saw Ning Qi walk out and immediately prostrated himself on the ground. "Treat your ancestor well," Ning Qi indifferently said as he passed by the sacred bull, Great Emperor. When the sacred bull, Great Emperor, raised his head to reply, Ning Qi was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he felt a warm aura enter his body. The injuries on his shoulders and knees were healing at a visible rate. Such means, the sacred bull emperor muttered. When Duke Dingsheng brought the 3 Jin brothers to the forbidden area, they saw that the sacred bull Great Emperor's injuries had completely healed. "Big brother, your injury," Duke Dingsheng was somewhat stunned. "It's that person who treated me," the sacred cow Great Emperor said in a low voice. "Where is he? Was he killed by Patriarch?" Duke Dingsheng hurriedly looked into the hall. "Shut up, don't talk nonsense. That person is acquainted with the old ancestor, and it's very likely that they were both figures from the celestial world in the past. We can't talk behind their backs," the sacred bull, Great Emperor, quickly shouted. Duke Dingsheng's expression became very interesting. He said in a daze, "Big brother, what you said can't be true, right?" The sacred bull Great Emperor didn't pay any more attention to him. Instead, he bowed deeply to the great hall a few times before turning to leave. Seeing this, Duke Dingsheng hurriedly followed along with the three Jin brothers. After leaving the forbidden grounds, the sacred bull great emperor said to Duke Dingsheng, "You, go to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. In the future, if the Heavenly Dragon Empire attacks the Heavenly Void Dynasty or the Zijuan Dynasty, remember to be at the forefront." "What, big brother, you mean you want me to join the Heavenly Dragon Nation?" Duke Dingsheng looked at the sacred bull great emperor in shock. The three brothers of the Jin family were also stunned. "I'm not asking you to join the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom, but from today onwards, our Saint Bull Dynasty will join the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom. Understand?" The sacred bull great emperor turned around and looked at Duke Sheng with a serious expression. "Don't ever doubt that senior's strength. He can destroy our sacred bull empire with a flick of his finger. You and I are just ants in front of him." When Duke Dingsheng heard this, his eyes revealed a look of deep shock. What did his elder brother see? What did he hear? What did he fear that person so much in such a short period of time? Tianlong Nation, Imperial Palace, Sky Oasis, Gansu, and the others were chatting casually in the palace. Those who had once regarded Sky Oasis as their life goal, and even as their idols gradually relaxed and chatted happily with Sky Oasis. Sky Oasis, Gansu, especially Zhao Zhuo and the chief steward. A few months ago, they were just a small merchant family in the 100-mountain city of the Sishui commandery of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom. Even the Hidden Cloud sect was enough to give them a headache, let alone sit with the Sky Oasis great emperor. Now, in just a few months, the Zhao residence had undergone earth-shattering changes. The Hidden Cloud sect was as small as an ant in front of them. The people who came into contact with the Zhao residents were all rich and powerful. When the leaders of the first-rate sects in the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom saw the people of the Zhao residents, their expressions changed. They were respectful. "Zhao family head, there is a rumor that Senior Bei Xian was picked up by your daughter from the streets. Is this true?" Sky Oasis suddenly looked at Zhao Zhuo and smiled. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Zhao Ruo, who was sitting next to Zhao Zhuo. Zhao Ruo blushed slightly. Thinking back to that scene, she felt as if it was a lifetime ago. At that time, if she hadn't asked Xiao Li to bring Ning Qi back to the Zhao residence, perhaps it wouldn't be the Zhao residents sitting here now. It might be the Ding family, the Huang family, the Chen family. This, Zhao Zhuo laughed dryly. He didn't intend to say this in front of so many people. After all, it was disrespectful to Ning Qi. That's right. It was Miss Zhao who brought me back to the Zhao residence. Ning Qi laughed and walked into the main hall. When everyone heard this, they were stunned for a moment. Then, it was too late for regrets. Why didn't they go there at that time? Otherwise, their relationship with Ning Qi would definitely be as strong as the Zhao mansion. After regretting, everyone stood up and bowed respectfully to Ning Qi. They didn't dare to be negligent. They were curious. When Ning Qi left with the sacred bull arch, did he see the old ancestor behind the sacred bull arch? Were the sacred bull arch and his old ancestor dead or alive? So, I agreed to Miss Zhao's request to make the Zhao residents the #1 family in the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom. Ning Qi smiled and walked straight to the main seat. Gansu, Sky Oasis, and the others didn't dare to sit down. They stood at the side. Make the Zhao residents the #1 family. This was the first time the crowd had heard of this matter. They subconsciously looked at Zhao Zhuo and the others and gasped. In just a few short months, Ning Qi had probably fulfilled his promise to Zhao Ruo. There were hundreds of innate realm cultivators in the Zhao mansion now, apart from Ding Feng and Qianlong. There were also 4 Grandmaster realm cultivators. Such a force could be ranked first in the Tianshu dynasty, let alone the Zhao residents. Many people were envious and jealous. "Thank you, Senior Bei Xian." Zhao Ruo clasped her hands together as she looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression in her eyes. However, when Ning Qi looked at her, she quickly hid the complicated expression in her heart. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Then he looked at Sky Oasis. Is there a problem for the Tianshu dynasty to merge with the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom? No problem. Sky Oasis nodded decisively. His 4 personal disciples were stunned. Then they lowered their heads in silence. It seemed that after today, the Tianshu dynasty would no longer exist in this world. Let Qianlong be the ruler of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom. Ningqi looked at Gansu. Gansu was slightly stunned. Many of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom's royal family members were stunned, including Qianlong. Master, Qianlong looked awkward. Gansu reacted and cupped his hands. I will obey Senior Beishuan's order. Then he turned around and looked at the crowd. From today onwards, I am willing to abdicate. The future ruler of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom will be my son, Qianlong. We greet the ruler. Qianlong's uncles and sisters-in-law were stunned for a while before they cupped their hands and bowed. They were sure that Qianlong would become the ruler of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom in the future, but they didn't expect it to be so soon. Chapter 2188. More than a month had passed. In these 30 days, Tianlong had changed a lot. To the commoners, the most exciting news was that the Sacred Bull Empire's Duke Dingxing had brought his 100,000 personal guards to join Tianlong. From that day onward, the commoners of Tianlong knew that Tianlong was about to soar. The people knew that the Heavenly Dragon Nation was about to soar. As for how high they could reach, they knew that it all depended on one person, the leader of the North mystic divine religion. Almost every family was given an exquisite stone statue from the government. When the common people knew that the statue was the legendary immortal, they treated it as the most precious thing in the world. They worshipped it at home all day long. If not for every family having one, they would have had it. If not for the fact that every household had one, they would have been afraid that the statue would be stolen. Tianlong had a population of hundreds of millions. With the addition of the godly general kingdom that was completely suppressed by Tianlong, Ningqi's believers had increased by nearly 1 billion. However, compared to the 30 billion in the central mainland, it was only a drop in the ocean. Nevertheless, the number of Ningqi's believers was steadily increasing. All the kingdoms under the Sacred Bull Empire and the Heavenly Void Empire had received a letter from the 2 great emperors. After reading the letter, the rulers immediately announced that they had become Tianlong's vassals. All the commoners, whether they were martial artists or nobles, began to worship the North profound divine sect. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Within these 2 years, Ding Feng and the others had broken through to the 10th stage, Qi, refinement realm. They were only half a step away from the Dan realm. The cultivation techniques that Ningqi had taught them were enough for them to cultivate until the transcendence realm. As for what they could achieve in the future, it was up to them. Their fortunes had changed. In the courtyard, many figures stood solemnly. Their gazes landed on Ningqi. There was reluctance and sorrow in their eyes. They knew that Senior Beishian, who had imparted his Tao to them, would leave this place today and return to the immortal world where he came from. As for when would they be able to see him again? As for when they would see Senior Beishian again, they could not say for sure. Master, can you stay for a few more days? I still have many unanswered questions. Qianlong knelt in front of Ningqi and pleaded. What's the difference? You still have a long way to go. We will meet again in the future. Ningqi smiled. When everyone heard this, they saw that even Qianlong couldn't stop Ningqi, so it was naturally even more impossible for them. They could only silently look at Ningqi and think back to the joy they felt when they broke through again and again under Ningqi's guidance over the past 2 years. I'm leaving. Don't miss me. Ningqi smiled and was about to leave when Qianlong suddenly said, Master, the Zijuan dynasty, keep it. As soon as Ningqi finished speaking, His figure disappeared in front of everyone. Senior Bei Xian, why did you keep the Zijuan dynasty, even the Saint Bull dynasty, and the Qianshu dynasty? The Duke of Dingshan doubtfully asked. At this moment, his body emitted the aura of a 9th-level qi refining cultivator. In a short 2 years, his cultivation had broken through one after another. In his heart, he was completely convinced of Ning Qi's abilities. Naturally, Master has his own reasons, Qianlong said calmly as he stared in the direction where Ning Qi had disappeared. His eyes gradually became determined, and he swore in his heart that he would make sure that what Ning Qi had left behind would be passed down for generations to come. I'm leaving. Ning Qi smiled. It's a pity that I can't send the God Emperor off. The Bull Demon King had a look of pity in his eyes. He took a step forward, and the iron chains on his body rattled. These chains had special runes on them. Even if Ning Qi had wielded his saber, it was still unknown if he could have broken them. When you reach the immortal world, is there anything you need my help with? Ning Qi asked. The old guys I knew in the past are either dead or reincarnated. There's no one I'm familiar with anymore. When the God Emperor reaches the immortal world, you only need to pay attention to the Tiandao clan. You can't be discovered by them. I will wait here for the God Emperor. When the time comes, I will fight Yunshao again. The Bull Demon King smiled. If that's the case, take care. Ning Qi nodded and turned to leave. The Tiandao clan, the so-called Jiang clan, and Su clan must be the Tiandao clan that the Bull Demon King had mentioned. As their names suggested, they should be very close to the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so mysterious that even Little Six, a native of the immortal world, had never heard of the Jiang clan. After leaving the forbidden grounds of the sacred Bull dynasty, Ning Qi directly soared into the sky. The heavenly Tao here was weak, and there was no seal. As long as one had the strength to cross the universe, one could leave this place. Ning Qi left the Nuwa in Fengcun Mountain. Now he could only rely on his own body to cross the universe. Ning Qi believed that with his peak strength he wouldn't encounter too much danger in the universe. It was just that the speed of his journey would be slower. Less than a year after Ning Qi left, a divine will suddenly descended from the sky. You're here again. The Bull Demon King fiercely raised his head. His eyes revealed a hint of ridicule. You guys come every 1,000 years to see if I'm here. Aren't you tired? Aren't you tired? If you have the ability, then kill me. Aren't you just afraid that I'll enter the cycle of reincarnation and kill my way to you guys one day? Humph, a lowly prisoner still dares to be so arrogant. Looks like the 100 years of suppression is still not enough. Don't worry, my Su clan will continue to suppress you. For thousands of years, for tens of thousands of years, you won't be able to escape from this place. A figure formed by the divine will appear in front of the Bull Demon King. It was an old man with white hair and a beard. He looked arrogant as he stared at the Bull Demon King, coldly. Puny immortal lord, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? If I was at my peak, I would have swallowed someone like you in one bite. The Bull Demon King grinned wildly. Humph! The old man seemed to have thought of something. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He then carefully observed the iron chains that bound the Bull Demon King. When he found that there were no signs of damage, he disappeared in front of the Bull Demon King. Once in 1,000 years. How punctual! I've seen you guys not even so punctual when you poop or eat. The Bull Demon King snorted coldly. He then closed his eyes and went back to his sleep. After the old man disappeared from the hall, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he walked around the place and realized that the world had changed a lot. The Saint Bull Empire and Tianshu Empire that existed the last time he came had merged into a force called Tianlong Empire. Only the Zijuan Empire remained. Bei Xian Divine Sect? Hee, these ants know how to use faith. How funny, how funny. Chapter 2189. In the pitch-black universe, there was a figure walking. Other than some stars in the background, there was nothing else. 10 years had passed. During this time, Ning Chi had been following the route marked on the star map. Occasionally, he would pass by 1 or 2 planets that had died long ago. There was no sign of life on those planets, nor were there any traces of the heavenly Tao. Such a journey was also a kind of training for cultivators. It was even more depressing than closed-door cultivation. After all, Ning Chi hadn't seen a single living thing for 10 whole years. There's still about a year's journey to Endless Heaven Star. Endless Heaven Star was one of the more important planets marked on the star map. Once he reached there, he would be not far from the mainland of the Immortal Clan. From there, he could use the Great Teleportation Formation. It was a teleportation formation left by the Immortals. It could only be activated by a human immortal or above. 1 year. Ning Chi murmured to himself. He suddenly sped up and kept using 90,000-mile blink to rush towards his destination, Endless Heaven Star. During the 10 years he had been on the road, Ning Chi found that he had gained more than 30 billion Joss flames. 90% of it came from Heavenly Dragon and 10% from the Central Continent. Ever since he found out that Joss flames could be reciprocated, whenever Ning Chi felt someone praying to him, he would give back a trace of Joss flames. In exchange, he would gain a rapid increase in believers in a short period of time. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Ning Chi's return far exceeded devotion. He hadn't cultivated for 10 years, and yet his mortal body strength had nearly doubled. To Ning Chi, the increase in his basic mortal body strength was more than 10 times greater. After all, he had the 9 inner hidden gates, a wondrous technique of the demon race. If Ning Chi's combat strength was at the peak of the early stage of the Earth Demon 10 years ago, then his current combat strength could compete with the middle stage of the Earth Demon. In the mainland of the Immortal Clan, he would be considered an Earth Immortal. Half a year later, before Ning Chi arrived at the Endless Sky Star, he suddenly noticed a planet with life in front of him. Although the aura on the planet was very weak, it was the only planet with life among the countless planets that Ning Chi had passed by in the past decade. Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly, and he flew in that direction. The heavenly Tao of this planet seems to be possessed. Ning Chi stood outside the planet and probed it with his divine sense. His expression became very strange. There were many lives on this planet, and some of them were very powerful, at least equivalent to the eternal life realm. However, even these existences that were equivalent to the eternal life realm were being destroyed by the heavenly Tao, ravaging. What was commendable was that the background of this planet was somewhat similar to that of Earth. The only difference was that it possessed extremely powerful individuals. It was like a combination of a technological civilization and a cultivation civilization. To think that there's such a planet less than half a year's journey from Infinite Heaven Planet, is the heavenly axiom sick? Or there was a hint of doubt in Ning Chi's eyes because the heavenly axiom here was completely different from the ones he had seen before. The normal heavenly axiom rarely interfered with the lives of those mortals, but the heavenly axiom here was different. It was constantly creating ghosts that could kill thousands of people, causing a violent impact on the mortals on the planet. Some of the ghosts were killed by the extremely powerful individuals working together, and some ghosts could kill millions of people at once. The Dragon Slayer's saber appeared in Ning Chi's hand. Ning Chi gently slashed, and a small hole was immediately broken in the seal. Ning Chi's figure passed through the small hole like lightning and entered the interior of the planet. Damn it, it's actually an S-class mission this time. Knowing the Lord God's temper, I'm afraid that the millions of people in our city will all die. We're doomed. Our strength is obviously at A-class or even A-. Why would the Lord God arrange an S-class mission for us? There must be a mistake. A few young men and women dressed in armor stood together, their faces pale. They were the proud sons of heaven in this world and were known as the sons of God. They had extremely terrifying combat strength and protected many ordinary people. Time and time again, they turned the tide and saved many ordinary people. But this time, even they felt a little hopeless. S-Class mission. The ordinary people in the city, regardless of whether they were office workers, businessmen, teachers, or drivers, all turned extremely pale when they saw the huge S word in the sky. For a moment, the cars on the streets were blocked and horns were madly blaring. Why is it an S-Class mission? Xiaoyu has just accepted my confession, and I'm going to die just like this, a young man in a school uniform who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old, stared blankly at the sky. Is S-Class mission very scary? A voice rang out beside the young man. The young man was slightly stunned. Then he turned around abruptly and stared at Ning Qi. Is there something wrong with you? If S-Class mission is not scary, what mission is scary? White Moon City, Jinling City, Su City, which of these cities did not have S-Class Sons of God? In the end, wasn't it all arranged by the chief god? All S-Class missions were annihilated, and tens of millions of people in the city died. Not a single person survived. Damn it! Why did our Zhang Lianqing also encounter S-Class missions? The young man spoke agitatedly, and tears flowed down his face. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Ning Qi looked around and found that the expressions of the others were similar to the young man's. They seemed to have fallen into deep despair. Why didn't you escape? Ning Qi asked. Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? After the mission starts, no one can leave the city. There's only one outcome if you do, and that is to be obliterated by the chief god. The young man was interrupted by Ning Qi again and again, and the despair in his heart dissipated quite a bit. He looked at Ning Qi with an ugly expression. Oh, so the mission starts now. Ning Qi smiled. There are 10 days to prepare. Although it's called preparation, it's actually just time for ordinary people like us to say goodbye to our loved ones. What a pity. I don't know if Xiaoyu will be willing to do that with me. If not, won't I die without even touching a woman? The young man muttered to himself, and the sorrow and despair on his face disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a look of contemplation. What's your name? Ning Qi asked with a smile. I am Xiao Chen, a student of 9th High School's Class 2. Wait, why are you asking me this? Are you crazy? Xiao Chen suddenly reacted and looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Then he turned around and ran. Although he only had 10 days left to live, and he might be able to live for a few more days, he did not want to be harmed by some lunatic today. He still needed to use these 10 days to do the most important thing in his life. Chapter 2190. Zhang Lianqing was in complete chaos. Even the sons of God couldn't control so many ordinary people at the moment. Knowing that they were about to take on an S-rank mission and that everyone would die in this mission, the bestial nature in some people's hearts was completely stimulated. Burning, killing, and looting started in certain areas and gradually spread to the entire city. Xiao Chun ran with all his might and finally arrived in front of a house while gasping for breath. However, the main door of the house had already been broken by someone, and there was a terrified scream coming from inside. Lilia! Xiao Chun revealed a look of horror in his eyes. He rushed into the house like a madman and saw a family of 3 tied to chairs. There were 4 or 5 maniacal thugs violently assaulting the family of 3. Among them was a young lady of 15 or 16 years of age. Her clothes were already torn apart. Got it. Stop! Xiao Chun roared furiously. Xiao Chen! Fang Ye's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Her parents were also looking at Xiao Chun with expectant eyes at this moment, hoping that Xiao Chen could save them from the hands of these thugs. The 2 of them had never thought that their once kind neighbor would suddenly become so deranged that he would lay his hands on them. After Fang Yu was pleasantly surprised, she suddenly remembered that with Xiao Chen's physique, he would not be able to deal with these 5 adult men. Thinking of this, Fong Ye felt a trace of despair. Yo, another one. Do you know them? Little brother, we're going to die soon, so we need to know how to enjoy ourselves. How about this? After we're done with Fanya, we'll let you have it again. Look at her skin. You can squeeze water out of it. It's so fresh. I've had my eyes on her for a long time. If it wasn't for this S-rank mission, I'm afraid it will never be my turn in this lifetime. A middle-aged man, who looked to be in his 40s, looked Fanya up and down with a lascivious gaze. Old Zhang, are you crazy? We are neighbors. We see each other all the time. How dare you treat us like this? Fong Ye's father roared angrily. He didn't expect this sanctimonious guy to covet his daughter. Old Fong, it's already come to this. What's the point of saying all this? We're all going to die soon. So why don't you let us enjoy your daughter? Old Zhang said in a mocking tone. You don't mess around. I've already called the police. If you dare to do this again, the police will come immediately. Xiao Qin was so angry that his entire body trembled, especially when he saw Fong Ye's messy clothes. His heart was bleeding. Call the police? The few of them looked at each other and then burst out laughing. They were laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. Is there any use in calling the police now? Little friend, are you kidding me? The police officers can't even protect themselves. Old Zhang mocked. Don't talk nonsense with him. Grab him. He seems to know Fanya. Maybe they are boyfriend and girlfriend. Let him watch us. Someone suggested. When everyone heard this, they all nodded their heads and walked toward Xiao Qin. A trace of fear gradually appeared in Xiao Qin's heart. He originally wanted to turn around and escape, but when he saw Fong Ye's helpless expression, he could not take a single step. Fight it out with them. Xiao Qin secretly made a decision in his heart. In the next moment, he let out a roar and rushed towards the other party. In less than 3 seconds, he was beaten up by old Zhang and the others, and was tied up in front of Fong Ye and the others. When Fong Ye's family of 3 saw the situation, they revealed a look of despair. Not only did Xiao Qin fail to save them, he even got himself killed. Okay, little friend, open your eyes wide and watch. Old Zhang patted Xiao Qin's head and then walked towards Fong Ye with a lewd face. Fong Ye's parents suddenly became anxious and struggled frantically. Unfortunately, they were tied up too tightly and could not break free at all. When Fong Ye saw old Zhang had already walked in front of her, she trembled with fear and had difficulty breathing. Thinking of what she was going to face next, Fong Ye even wanted to commit suicide on the spot. Very lively, Ning Qi walked in from the door with a smile. When old Zhang and the others saw this, they suddenly turned around and looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi was only one person. Their eyes suddenly revealed a look of mockery. Another guy came. It seems that old Fong's daughter is missed by a lot of people. Old Zhang sneered. Is it that madman? Xiao Qin looked at Ning Qi dumbfounded. He did not expect that Ning Qi would follow him all the way here. Fong Ye's family of 3 thought that Ning Qi's purpose was the same as old Zhang and the others. When they saw there was one more person, the despair in their eyes became even more intense. When he thought of what his daughter was going to face, old Fong bit his tongue so hard that it bled. His eyes were wide open, and he was extremely excited. Brat, there are no more seats here. Get lost quickly. Old Zhang said with a smile. Old Zhang, he doesn't seem to want to leave. Then let's kill him together. I haven't killed anyone yet. That's right. They looked at each other and then walked towards Ning Qi with a sneer. When they were halfway there, their speed suddenly increased. It seemed that they wanted to subdue Ning Qi in the first place. Ning Qi smiled and lightly patted the head of the person at the front. With a puff, the person's head was smashed into his chest. The headless body swayed twice and fell to the ground with a loud bang. When the people behind him saw this, they quickly stopped in their tracks and looked at Ning Qi in horror. This power, you are the divine son? Old Zhang said in horror. He is actually the divine son? Xiao Chen looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Fang Ye's family of three immediately revealed ecstasy in their eyes and quickly asked Ning Qi for help. So what if you are the divine son? Our Jiang Lianqing is about to face an S-rank mission. Even if you are the divine son, you will still have to die. Sir, why don't you come with us and enjoy the remaining 10 days? Old Jiang tried his best to calm himself down and said to Ning Qi, Come with you? Not interested. Ning Qi smiled, and his eyes revealed a faint trace of mockery. He walked towards Fang Ye's family of three. When he passed by those people, Xiao Qin and old Jiang did not see Ning Qi move at all. The heads of those thugs were the same as the first person, falling into their chests. I'll fight with you. I will die anyway. Old Jiang rushed towards Ning Qi with a face full of despair. Puff! Ning Qi swept his leg on old Jiang's body. His whole body smashed into the wall beside him like a cannonball and fell to the street with a loud bang. All the bones in his body were broken, and he died with a remaining grievance. Xiao Qin and the others looked at this scene blankly. This was the first time they saw the divine son in action at such a close distance. Sure enough, there was a huge difference between him and an ordinary person. The power of his kick was as terrifying as a truck hitting someone. Chapter 2191. Xiao Chen looked at Ning Qi in a daze and said, Are you really the divine son? Things happened so fast that he couldn't react in time. However, he knew that Ning Qi definitely didn't appear here for no reason. After all, he just spoke a few words with Ning Qi, and then Ning Qi appeared to save them. Wasn't it too much of a coincidence? However, Xiao Qin didn't quite understand why Ning Qi would save him. Was it because he called him a madman? Xiao Qin, don't be rude to the divine son. Fang Ye quickly reminded him, and then thanked Ning Qi respectfully. Thank you, divine son. Otherwise, our family of three would have died in the hands of those thugs. You're welcome. It's nothing. Ning Qi smiled. If he hadn't happened to appear in Jiang Lianqing, the heavenly law might not have issued a mission to Jiang Lianqing at this time. It was more or less related to him. What are your plans after this? Ning Qi smiled. Plans? Xiao Chen and the others had different expressions when they heard this. Xiao Chen's face blushed slightly, while Fang Ye and the other two lowered their heads sadly. Although death was common in this world, knowing that they would die in 10 days was still difficult for the three of them to accept. Before the four of them could speak, another scream came from outside. Ning Qi smiled and said to the four of them, Wait for me for a moment. After saying that, his figure suddenly disappeared in front of the four of them. The four of them were stunned for a moment, but in less than 3 seconds, Ning Qi appeared again. The scream outside seemed to have disappeared. In the 3 seconds that Ning Qi left, at least 1,000 thugs died in Jiang Lianqing, which could temporarily slow down the spread of the riots. The four of them noticed that the movement outside had disappeared. They seemed to have guessed something. The way they looked at Ning Qi changed again. At this moment, Xiao Chen's phone suddenly rang. After Xiao Chen picked up the phone, he said with a pale face, The thugs entered the school. It was Fatty Sun who called me. Fang Ye and the other two looked at Ning Qi subconsciously. Where is your school? Ning Qi smiled. Xiao Chen's eyes revealed a look of surprise, and he quickly said, Divine Son, I'll lead the way. After saying that, he was about to walk out of the door, but he found that his body was floating. Not only that, but Fang Ye and the other two were also floating like him. Just tell me the direction. Ning Qi laughed. Xiao Qin stared blankly at the scene. Then he quickly pointed to the east. Immediately after, the four of them felt like they were on a roller coaster. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above the school. The school was very big and there were many students. A few places were already on fire. There seemed to be students in the classrooms. The fire was set by the thugs who had entered the school. Compared to Fang Ye's house, there were hundreds of thugs in the school. With a slight thought, Ning Chi extinguished the flames. When a few thugs saw Ning Chi and the others in the sky, their eyes were filled with fear, and they sneaked out of the school. Xiao Chen was in Class 3, which was in the first building. There were miserable cries coming from inside, and there were even thugs surrounding the entrance. Their faces were filled with impatience. An immortal chi broke through the air from Ning Chi's fingertips and turned into a flying sword. It circled around the school and pierced through the temples of the thugs who didn't have time to escape. Their bodies fell to the ground one by one. Only the thugs at the gate of Class 2 and 3 didn't seem to notice the situation. There was something wrong with the situation. In the classroom, other than the dozens of students, there was also a fair-skinned, beautiful female teacher, but at this moment her hair was messy and scattered on her shoulders. The students all hid behind the female teacher, and like a game of eagle catching chicks, they confronted the thugs in front of them. Don't act recklessly. An S-rank mission might not be a hopeless situation. If the God's Son survives this mission, you will be sentenced to death for what you did today. Qin Xiaoyan tried to persuade the thugs with a pale face. However, the thugs ignored her and walked towards Qin Xiaoyan and the others with ferocious expressions. "Teacher Qin, Fatty Son, are you okay?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the door. Qin Xiaoyan was slightly startled. When she saw that Xiao Chun and Fong, you didn't come to school today, her eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. "Xiao Qin, Fongya, leave quickly." "Teacher Qin, don't worry. The danger has been resolved," Xiao Qin said calmly. He then looked at the 7 or 8 thugs and sneered, "Go to hell." "Hee hee, you little bastard." The thugs looked at each other and walked toward Xiao Chun with a ferocious smile. In the end, they suddenly realized that there were a few people standing at the door. However, they weren't their accomplices. This scene startled the thugs, and they revealed a trace of vigilance in their eyes. "Xiao Chen came so fast? I just made a phone call not long ago. But why did he bring Fongya here? Those two seem to be Fongya's parents. Sai, isn't he walking right into a trap?" Fatty Sun smiled bitterly. When the surrounding students heard this, their expressions turned ugly, especially those boys who had a crush on Fongya. They hated Xiao Chun as well. Why did he bring Fongya to such a dangerous place? "Yo, one old and one young. They look pretty good. Those guys at the door must have gone somewhere else. Let us enjoy them together." A thug glanced at Fongya and her mother greedily. Old Fong's face immediately revealed a trace of anger, but he was very calm. He looked at the thugs as if he was looking at a dead person. "Xiao Chen, why are you still not taking Fongya and running?" Fatty Sun bellowed. "Fatty Sun, don't worry. A Lord Divine's son came with us. The thugs in other parts of the school are already dead. Only a few of them are left." Xiao Chen smiled. When Qin Xiaoyan and the others heard this, they were immediately stunned. Lord Divine's son? Those thugs who were walking towards Xiao Chen's group also stopped their footsteps and looked at Xiao Chen in bewilderment. One of them said sinisterly, "Little bastard, why would the divine child care about this broken school? They can't even protect themselves now, and you want to scare us?" In the next moment, everyone's vision blurred. They suddenly discovered that there was an extra figure beside Xiao Chen. That figure didn't look very old. He seemed to be around 18 or 19 years old, or even younger. Qin Xiaoyan and the others' gazes all fell on Ning Qi. They were somewhat bewildered. This was a god, Lord Divine's son? But why had they never seen him before? There were only a few divine sons in Jiangmianqing. They often appeared on TV and even made movies. However, they felt that Ning Qi was extremely unfamiliar. Could it be that he was a new divine son? Chapter 2192. When the rest of the thugs saw this, their faces immediately revealed a horrified expression. They stared at Ning Qi dumbfoundedly, before they could open their mouths to beg for mercy. The spirit Qi flying swords that circled the classroom pierced through their temples one by one. With a bang, the bodies of the 8 thugs crashed to the ground. It's really the divine sun. When Fatty Sun and the other saw the scene, the way they looked at Ning Chi immediately changed. Even their impression of Xiao Chen changed greatly. Xiao Chen was an orphan. How could he know the divine sun and even bring him to save them? This school is safe for the time being. You can stay here until the mission starts. Ning Chi said with a smile. Thank you, Sir Divine Sun. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my students. Chen Xiaoyan hurriedly stepped forward. Ning Chi nodded with a smile. Then his figure suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Xiao Chen and the other three were already used to Ning Chi's ability to come and go without a trace. However, it was the first time for Fatty Sun and the others to see the Divine Sun's ability up close. After the initial shock, they immediately started to ask about Ning Chi. At the same time, they also wanted to know how Xiao Chen knew the Divine Sun. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, Actually, I don't know this Divine Sun. I was almost late in the morning and met him on the way to school. At that time, the mission was just released. This Divine Sun asked me some questions, and in the end, everyone was very curious. In the end, I treated him as a lunatic, Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. Everyone gasped. There was such a thing? Fong Ye's family of three looked at each other in relief. They thought that if Xiao Chen hadn't scolded the Divine Sun, the Divine Sun might not have followed Xiao Chen to their house and saved their family of three. Ning Chi strolled around Jianglianqing and completely sent all those who fell into despair and became thugs to heaven. Now, not only the ordinary people, even the divine sons of Jiang Lianqing realized that someone was helping them control the city's security. However, they didn't take it to heart and thought that it was just a divine son who was passing by. It was just a random divinity passing by. Instead, they felt sorry for this divinity's luck. He had come to Jiang Lianqing with an S-rank mission. This meant that he would have to face the terrifying things that were about to happen together with them. After doing all this, Ning Chi returned to school. The teachers and students of the other classes also knew why those thugs suddenly died. They all gathered at the entrance of Class 2 and 3 and asked Xiao Qin about Ning Chi's whereabouts. Naturally, Xiao Qin did not know either. He was very annoyed by the questions. Suddenly, he saw Ning Chi. Principal, dean, teachers, and students, the Son of God is over there. If you have any questions, ask the Son of God yourself. Xiao Chen heaved a long sigh of relief. What? Everyone hurriedly turned around, and their gazes landed on Ning Chi. Don't ask too many questions. Just endure these 10 days. Go back to your respective classes. Ning Chi smiled and waved his hand, and everyone immediately shut their mouths. Ning Chi's body gave off a faint aura, and it was this aura that made them feel as if they were strangers. They didn't dare to ask any questions, and they obediently walked towards their own classes or offices. Divine Sun, as long as we endure these 10 days, will we be fine? Xiao Qin plucked up his courage and asked. Yes. Ning Chi nodded. Everyone looked at each other in shock. At this point, there was no need for Ning Chi to lie to them. However, could they really survive under this city-destroying mission? Everyone couldn't believe it. Time passed day by day. The school stored all the daily necessities all year round, so there was no shortage of food and water. Very soon, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, all the students and teachers spontaneously walked to the field. It seemed that only by hugging together like this could they feel a sense of security. The gazes of the teachers and students all fell on Class 2 and 3, which was not far away. When they saw Ning Chi appear with all the students of Class 2 and 3, they were relieved. At least this Son of God didn't leave and was accompanying them. Just when Ning Chi walked to the field, a student suddenly went crazy and bit the female student next to him. That female student screamed and struggled in fear. The nearby students were all scared stiff and couldn't react for a long time. Save me, save me. The female student screamed in fear. She didn't understand why this male student who had a good relationship with her suddenly went crazy. Spirit body? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He took a step forward and came to the side of the male student who had a crazy and strange expression. He patted his head lightly, and white smoke suddenly came out of the male student's body. Then he looked at the scene in front of him, dumbfoundedly. What's going on? What did I do? As soon as his voice fell, another scream suddenly rang out in the school. More than half of the thousands of students became like him. There was a trace of strangeness in their crazy expression. Xiao Qin, what's wrong with you? That's Fanya. Chen Xiaoyan's scream came from behind Ning Qi. Ning Qi snorted coldly. With him as the center, the sound surged in all directions. Those students who fell into a crazy state were penetrated by the sound. Then, white smoke came out of the top of their heads. Then, their faces turned pale and their eyes became clear again. This S-rank mission is to let these resentful spirits possess the body and cause them to kill each other? The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly. This kind of method was child's play to him. Everyone looked at each other with pale faces and finally looked at Ning Qi. They knew that the crisis just now must have been resolved by this divine son. In their hearts, they believed Ning Qi's previous words a little. Perhaps they could really survive this city-destroying mission. Suddenly, a few loud noises came from the sky. Everyone looked up and their expressions became extremely shocked. It's the divine son and the others. Why are they killing each other? Did you forget that you wanted to kill me just now? Well, it must be because of this mission in the sky. Su Yan, are you crazy? Why did you attack me? I'm afraid the mission has already begun. Su Yan must have been possessed. Let's suppress him together. No, Su Yan's strength is similar to ours. Now that he has no defense, we can only suppress him by killing him. The few people in the sky were very conflicted. Su Yan was their comrade to begin with. Right now, he was just possessed by something. If they killed him just like that, they would feel bad. However, if they didn't kill him, given his combat strength and the chaos in Jianglianqing, it would only take a few days for the mission to be completed. Failure. It seems that the means of the heavenly axiom here are really weak compared to other places. It turns out that the heavenly axiom can be this weak. Ning Qi smiled and flew up. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the gods, he gently patted Su Yan's body. Su Yan's expression immediately became extremely clear. Following that, Ning Qi didn't stop and continued to fly up into the sky. Who is that? Su Yan, you've recovered. Everyone was surprised. What happened to me just now? Su Yan asked blankly. It's a long story. Is that the divine son who helped us stabilize the chaos in Jianglianqing? Have you guys seen him before? No, but he was able to restore Su Yan's consciousness with a gentle pat. I'm afraid his means are much, much stronger than ours. Jianglianqing is saved this time. It was not just Jianglianqing. At this moment, there were many cities on this planet that were suffering from various missions. Some cities had already turned into rivers of blood. Ning Qi stood in the void. Not far in front of him was an incomparably huge eyeball. Chapter 2193. The pitch-black eyeball glared at Ning Qi. After a long time, Ning Qi's body shook and a black fog rose up from his body. You still want to play tricks on me? Ning Qi's lips curled up in a smile. After transforming into his demonic form, the evil energy around him was no less than that of the eyeball. In the next moment, he didn't wait for the eyeball to move. He opened all 7 of the 9 inner hidden gates and punched out. The pupil of the eyeball shrank to the extreme, as if it could see everything. It was an unprecedented level of terror. Sir, please wait a moment. I am the vice-sect leader of the Dream Demon Path. There was a misunderstanding before. Please show mercy. A voice exploded in Ning Qi's ears. Ning Qi's fist was just an inch away from the eyeball when it stopped. Vice sect leader of the Dream Demon Path? You pretend to be the heavenly Tao and persecute these innocent mortals. What is your goal? Ning Qi coldly said. He could feel an invisible strength from the planet constantly fusing into the eyeball. As the eyeball absorbed this strength, its aura became noticeably stronger. Sir, this is nothing more than my cultivation method. I absorb fear to increase my cultivation. If I knew that you were passing by here, I would have come to see you in person. The voice sounded out again. Your cultivation method? You want these mortals to die in fear and then absorb the fear from their souls? This is the first time I've seen such a cultivation method, but it is a bit offensive. Ning Qi lightly said, Sir, we are all cultivators and the goal of our cultivation is largely the same. Whether or not we harm the harmony of the heavens is up to the heavenly Tao to decide. Since you are passing by today, I cannot welcome you. That is rude of me, but once you arrive at Endless Sky Star, I will bring all 10,000 cultivators of the Dream Demon Path to welcome you. I ask that you quickly leave this place and do not disturb my cultivation. How about it? 10,000 cultivators. It seems that your Dream Demon Path's influence on Endless Sky Star isn't small. Are you trying to threaten me? Ning Qi smiled. The eyeball fell silent, but from its eyes, one could see that Ning Qi's guess was correct. This person was threatening him. If you don't say anything, then that means you agree. Let's leave it at that. Ning Qi smiled and punched out. How dare you! A furious roar rang out in Ning Qi's ears. In the next moment, the eyeball was smashed into a cloud of black mist by Ning Qi's punch, which instantly dissipated into the world. At the same time, the strange phenomena that had appeared all over the planet also disappeared. Indeed, there is no heavenly Tao. Ning Qi found that this planet was very similar to Earth. After the eyeball disappeared, the aura that was originally disguised as the heavenly axiom also dissipated. The heavenly Tao of this place is already dead. That's why the vice sect leader of the Dream Demon, Tao, took advantage of the situation and used the fear of the hundreds of billions of living beings here to increase his cultivation base. The Endless Sky Star Dream Demon Tao? Ning Qi sneered and looked down at the planet beneath his feet. He did not linger and flew toward the infinite sky star. In the depths of the universe, there was an incomparably huge planet. The spirit energy on this planet was extremely dense, and trillions of living beings lived there. Even the weakest of them were born as Qi refinement cultivators. In addition, there were 9 weaker planets orbiting this huge planet. The Dream Demon Tao was one of the most famous demonic Tao on the Endless Sky Star. There were 2 great ascension cultivators who were about to become immortals. They were the sect leader and vice sect leader of the Dream Demon Tao. These 2 great ascension cultivators were usually in seclusion and rarely showed themselves. Even the cultivators of the Dream Demon Tao had not seen them for tens of thousands of years. On this day, an angry roar suddenly came from the cave abode of the vice sect leader, Reverend Hidden Dream. The cultivators of the Dream Demon Tao were shocked and looked up. What's wrong with the vice sect leader? Why is he so angry? Could it be that the old monsters of the Endless Sky Star are here? Let's go and take a look. One figure after another shot up into the sky and rushed toward Reverend Hidden Dream's cave abode. Reverend Hidden Dream's personal disciples were also the first to arrive. They emitted the aura of the form synthesis stage. Not long after, there are hundreds of cultivators standing at the entrance of the cave abode. They all had different auras. Among them, there were 2 tribulation-passing cultivators, more than 10 form synthesis cultivators, and the rest were soul formation and nascent soul cultivators. The weakest among them was early-stage nascent soul. In the outside world, such cultivators would be considered a sect leader. He was a sect master-level figure, but in the Dream Demon Path, he wasn't too eye-catching. After about 5 breaths of time, the door of the cave exploded, and a figure dressed in a red robe walked out. It was an old man. His hair had long since fallen off, and only a few strands of hair remained on the sides of his head. When everyone saw him, they hurriedly bowed to him. Disciple, subordinate, greets the vice sect leader. If this person has come to the endless sky star, find him for me. Reverend Hidden Dream threw out a portrait. The portrait kept growing and floating in the air. The person in the portrait looked exactly like Ning Chi. Everyone was slightly shocked. They did not expect that after so many years of seclusion, Reverend Hidden Dream would suddenly ask them to find such a person. How did this person offend Reverend Hidden Dream? They did not dare to think too much and quickly nodded. Reverend Hidden Dream looked around coldly and turned to return to the cave abode. Elders, the person master is looking for seems very unfamiliar. He doesn't look like a cultivator from the Devil Tao or the righteous Tao. Taoist Master Hidden Dream's disciples looked at the only two crossing tribulation stage cultivators present. As long as these two survived the thunder tribulation, they would become great ascension stage cultivators. So even if their master was Taoist Master Hidden Dream, they didn't dare to be rude to them. The fact that he offended the vice sect master means that his cultivation base must be extraordinary. At the very least, he's a transcending tribulation cultivator. Even worse, he's at least a body integration cultivator. Given the strength of the dream Devil Tao, he'll have nowhere to hide if he shows up on Endless Heaven Star. Spread his portrait. No one will find this person. A tribulation transcending cultivator said lightly. Hearing this, everyone nodded and used their spiritual chi to duplicate the portrait. Then they dispersed. We're finally here. Ning Chi looked at the huge celestial body that was surrounded by 9 celestial bodies and let out a long sigh of relief. The star map only recorded the route and did not indicate the location of the Great Shift Array. Next, Ning Chi would have to use his own methods to find the Great Shift Array. Otherwise, if he only relied on his physical body to cross the starry sky, with his current cultivation base, it would be impossible for him to reach the immortal clan's mainland. Chapter 2194. Ning Chi moved slightly and disappeared into the starry sky. When he reappeared, he was already on a small battleship. There were tens of thousands of cultivators on this battleship. The weaker ones were equivalent to the Fighting Dan realm. The stronger ones were equivalent to the Transcendence realm. As for the Creator realm, there wasn't a single one. None. We're almost at the endless sky star. Those guys can't catch up to me anymore, right? Ha ha ha. From now on, I'll be free to soar in the sky and swim in the sea. The 500 mid-grade spirit stones were not spent in vain. Ouyang Kadi looked at the endless sky star and couldn't help but laugh wildly. The cultivators nearby heard him and looked at him strangely. Some cultivators who were thinking about something were awakened by Ouyang Ku's laughter. They looked over unhappily, but when they realized that Ouyang Ku was a Golden Core Realm cultivator, they couldn't afford to offend a Golden Core Realm cultivator. They couldn't afford to offend a Golden Core Realm old monster. Who are you? I don't think there's anyone around me just now. Ouyang Kadi suddenly felt a figure standing beside him. He turned around with a strange expression and realized that he couldn't see through the person's cultivation. A trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Could it be the nascent soul realm cultivator sent by his enemies to kill him? That's the endless sky star, right? Ning Chi smiled. Ouyang Kadi was stunned for a moment, then he nodded. Yes, that's the endless sky star. It's the holy land of cultivation in the immortal cultivation world. Which planet are you from? How can you not know about the endless sky star if you're on the Misty Sea ship? Immortal cultivation world? It's indeed a place similar to the immortal clan's mainland. Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly, and he suddenly put his hand on Ouyang Kadi's shoulder. Ouyang Kadi was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to explode, his expression became dull. After about 5 breaths, Ning Chi put his hand down. He had a deep understanding of the immortal cultivation world. The level of cultivation here was completely different from that of the central continent, and the methods of cultivation were also different. Although the central continent had the existence of ritual implements, most people preferred close combat, which was similar to martial arts. However, it was different in the world of immortal cultivation. Even those with extremely high cultivation would not be able to use their physical bodies. Most of them were very weak, especially when they reached the nascent soul realm. They simply did not cultivate the physical body and specialized in cultivating the nascent soul, which was extremely similar to the spirit. At that time, unless they cultivated a special body cultivation technique, their physical body would basically be comparable to the Do-Dan realm in the central mainland. They would not even be comparable to the physical body of the eternal life realm. When they fought, they often used the so-called Dharma spells and Dharma treasures. They were competing on the sharpness of their flying swords and the profoundness of their spells. Chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul transformation, body integration, tribulation crossing, and Mahayana. These 8 realms should be the same as the central mainland's Chi refinement, Battle Dan realm, eternal life realm, transcendence realm, and creation realm. There might be a slight difference, but it shouldn't be too big. This person has a golden core in his Dan Si, and his aura is similar to the Battle Dan realm. Then, nascent soul and soul transformation are equivalent to the eternal life realm. Body fusion and tribulation transcendence are equivalent to the law phase realm. The Mahayana stage was probably equivalent to a creator. That vice sect leader of the dream demon Tao was probably at the Mahayana stage. No wonder he could control billions of living beings on this planet with just a clone. Falling into fear, Ouyang Kadi slowly regained his senses. He felt a slight pain between his eyebrows, but he couldn't tell what kind of pain it was. If he didn't pay attention to it, the pain wouldn't be noticeable. No, someone did something to my body. Ouyang Kadi finally reacted and quickly distanced himself from Ning Chi. There was a trace of anger in his eyes. What did you just do to me? I didn't do anything. Little brother, what's wrong? Ning Chi laughed. Little brother? It seems like he is indeed an old monster. Ouyang Kadi's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Ning Chi with fear. He turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Ning Chi didn't mind it and smiled. Around 2 hours later, Mist-Sea ship made its way through the heavenly Tao barrier of Endless Horizon Star and entered the interior of Endless Horizon Star. The moment they entered, Ning Chi sensed a wave of spiritual energy that was in no way weaker than that of the central continent. The cultivators on Mist-Sea ship grew extremely excited. Some even shed tears of joy. Water. 5 times. The spiritual chi here is 5 times more than the spiritual chi in my hometown. There's hope for me to form my golden core here. Only 5 times? Compared to my hometown, the spiritual chi in the endless heaven star is 50 times more. I'm a prodigy, but I still can't form my golden core after cultivating for hundreds of years. Now that I'm in the endless heaven star, I think there's hope for me to form my nascent soul. TSK, which country bumpkin dares to call himself a prodigy? A golden core cultivator glanced coldly at the young cultivator who was getting carried away. When the young cultivator saw that the one who mocked him was a golden core cultivator, he immediately shut his mouth and didn't say a word. However, he secretly remembered the young cultivator's appearance and swore that he would find him after he broke through to the golden core stage. Territory. All in all, those who could board Misty Sea were basically cultivators with considerable strength and means in their hometown. After all, Misty Sea only made a trip every 100 years. Apart from a large amount of spiritual stones, one also needed to have some connections to board Misty Sea. As Misty Sea descended, everyone saw a huge mountain not far away. There was a large platform on top of it, and warships of various shapes were parked there. Boom! Everyone felt the world shake. Misty Sea ship had already landed firmly on the platform. One by one, the cultivators flew down from Misty Sea ship excitedly and looked around. Many of the cultivators on the platform saw this and couldn't help but show a trace of mockery. These cultivators were all country bumpkins to them. Country bumpkins. Don't wander around. If you want to enter Endless Heaven Planet, you need to register your identity. If you wander around without an identity token and meet a disciple of Tiandao sect, you'll either be sent back to your hometown or killed on the spot. This is also to prevent evil cultivators from sneaking into Endless Heaven Planet. A loud voice rang out, and a red-faced old man appeared in front of everyone. His body exuded the faint aura of a nascent soul cultivator, which immediately suppressed the excited cultivators. Many cultivators came from places where nascent soul cultivators were already the top combat power. They had not even seen a nascent soul old monster with their own eyes. You first. The red-faced old man pointed at Ouyang Kadi. Ouyang Kadi was originally secretly looking at Ning Chi. When he was pointed at by the red-faced old man, he was startled. He quickly nodded and walked towards the red-faced old man. What's your name? Where are you from? The red-faced old man said calmly, I am Ouyang Kadi from the demon subduing sect of Maple Leaf Planet. Ouyang Kadi quickly said. Chapter 2195. Ouyang Kadi took the token and carefully put it away. At the same time, he felt a little admiration for the red-faced old man. Those who could do this basically had some understanding of the cultivation techniques of the righteous sects on various planets. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to distinguish the evil from the unorthodox sections. You. The red-faced old man pointed at Ning Chi. Ning Chi smiled, took a step forward, and said, Ning Beixian, Maple Leaf Star's demon subduing sect. When Ouyang Kadi heard this, he looked at Ning Chi dumbfoundedly, his eyes revealing a trace of disbelief. What kind of joke was this? He was an elder in the demon subduing sect, and he knew all of the hundreds of people in the sect like the back of his hand, who had not seen him before, but he had never seen Ning Chi before. Was he lying through his teeth? Also from the demon subduing sect? The red-faced old man was stunned for a moment. Then he stepped forward and patted lightly. He nodded and said, It is indeed a cultivation technique of the demon subduing sect. Keep this token well. Ouyang Kadi stared blankly at the red-faced old man who gave Ning Chi a token. He quickly said, Senior, he is not from my demon subduing sect. I have never seen him before. I have already checked his cultivation technique. It belongs to your demon subduing sect. If you have any grudges, you can settle it privately. But if you lie to me here, do you believe that I will send you back to your hometown? The red-faced old man coldly glanced at Ouyang Kadi. Ouyang Kadi was shocked by the red-faced old man's gaze. He quickly shut his mouth, but there was still a trace of shock on his face. The cultivation technique of the demon subduing sect? How was this possible? He was sure that from the 3rd generation to the 9th generation, there was no such person as Ning Chi. Marshal nephew, let's go. Ning Chi walked in front of Ouyang Kadi and smiled. Ouyang Kadi wanted to say something, but when he saw the look in Ning Chi's eyes, he immediately shut his mouth and obediently walked down the mountain. After going down the mountain, Ouyang Kadi looked at Ning Chi with trepidation. He smiled bitterly and said, Senior, can I go now? Marshal nephew, where are you going if you don't stay with Marshal uncle? Ning Chi smiled. My master is the oldest in his generation. There is no Marshal uncle. Ouyang Kadi said faintly, That's because you're ignorant and inexperienced. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator is sure that I'm cultivating the demon subduing sect's cultivation technique. What else do you dare to question? Ning Chi smiled. Ouyang Kadi was immediately speechless. From the fact that Ning Chi had pretended to be a cultivator of his demon subduing sect, He could deduce that there was a 70 to 80% chance that Ning Qi was an evil cultivator. Furthermore, the other party's cultivation had probably far surpassed the Aurus core stage. He should be a nascent soul stage cultivator. He was going to die here before he could start a good life on the infinite sky planet. Thinking of this, Ouyang Kadi showed a hint of respect on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Then where does Marshal Uncle want to go?" "Marshal Nephew will follow." "I don't know where to go. Let's just walk around." Ning Qi smiled. If he knew where the great teleportation formation was, he wouldn't have chosen to stay on the infinite sky planet. After all, only by going to the immortal tribe could he break through to the human immortal realm. At that time, his combat power would soar, and it would not be a problem for him to deal with a few late Earth immortals. According to what Little Six had said, they had arrived. The Earth immortal realm was considered an ordinary immortal in the immortal tribe. Their status was much higher than that of a human immortal. Unless it was in the center of the immortal tribe, they could be considered as a tyrant in some remote immortal realms. Just walk around. Ouyang Kadi was stunned. He originally wanted to rely on an old friend here. His old friend was doing well on the infinite sky planet, but now that something had happened, he naturally would not tell Ning Qi about his old friend, lest he was targeted by Ning Qi. Thinking of this, Ouyang Kadi's eyes moved slightly, and he smiled at Ning Qi. "Marshal Uncle, there is an extremely famous place on the infinite sky planet called the Immortal Relic. Rumor has it that 2 perfected immortals fought there and both died, leaving behind many fragments of immortal artifacts. Although the power of those fragments has been greatly reduced, for us cultivators, it is still a top-grade magic treasure. Why don't we go there for a stroll?" That place was the territory of the righteous sect, Tiandao sect. Ouyang Kadi planned to use Tiandao sect to get rid of Ning Qi. "That's good. I heard that the #1 sect, Tiandao sect, is also there. Let's go and take a look." Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile. Ouyang Kadi was slightly stunned, and his eyes flickered as he looked at Ning Qi. Why is he not afraid of Tiandao sect? Is he not an evil cultivator? That's impossible. Such an action is a crooked path of evil. Maybe he's just taking advantage of his superior cultivation. The Tiandao sect has cultivators at the Mahayana stage. A mere nascent soul stage cultivator can be easily suppressed. "Marshal Nephew, what are you waiting for? Let's go." "Hey, I'm coming." Ouyang Kadi hurriedly replied, and then jogged towards Ning Qi. However, as he was running, a blue rainbow suddenly shot from the sky, and its target was Ouyang Kadi. From beginning to end, Ouyang Kadi did not notice it. "Marshal Uncle." "Hey, where is he?" Ouyang Kadi had just run in front of Ning Qi when he found that Ning Qi had disappeared. He turned his head and saw Ning Qi appear behind him. Marshal Uncle's movement technique is really... This is... Ouyang Kadi had not finished flattering Ning Qi when he suddenly saw a blue flying sword in Ning Qi's fingers. The aura on it was very familiar to Ouyang Kadi. It was the aura of his great enemy. He actually chased me here personally. Could it be that he is on another warship? Ouyang Kadi's expression suddenly became extremely vigilant, and he looked around. He has already left. Ning Qi smiled. The other party was very cautious. After that sword attack, he did not stop and had already left. It was very easy for Ning Qi to catch him, but Ning Qi was too lazy to move. A mere ant-like existence was still killing Ouyang Kadi. There was no difference whether he suppressed him or not. "Thank you for saving me, Marshal Uncle. Otherwise, I would have died under this purple howl sword." Ouyang Kadi looked at Ning Qi for a while and suddenly cupped his hands. At this moment, he was suddenly filled with gratitude towards this guy who appeared out of nowhere and called himself his Marshal Uncle. "This is a greeting gift from Marshal Uncle. Keep it." Ning Qi smiled and casually wiped away the soul imprint on the sword and threw it to Ouyang Kadi. Ouyang Kadi caught the purple howl sword in disbelief and stared blankly at Ning Chi. This was a mid-grade magic treasure. Even a nascent soul cultivator would be tempted by it, and Ning Chi just gave it to him like that? What, you don't want it? Then give it back to me. Ning Chi stretched out his hand and smiled. Oyankadi hurriedly hugged the purple howl sword, afraid that Ning Chi would take it back. He repeatedly thanked Ning Chi. On the other side, a figure was speeding through the air. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He stopped and turned to look in the direction of Ning Chi and Oyankadi. His eyes were extremely dark. The purple howl sword was taken by him. Humph, Oyankadi and that guy. I, forefather Terminator, will remember this. Chapter 2196. How big was the endless heaven star? Ning Chi's divine sense kept extending out, but he could not completely cover the entire endless heaven star. This showed that the size of the endless heaven star was not inferior to that of the central mainland. There were countless righteous sects on this star, and the most famous one was the Tiandao sect, which was regarded as the #1 sect on the endless heaven star by the other 9 great righteous sections. Usually, if there were any demonic sects that came out to stir up trouble, the Tiandao sect would take the lead in suppressing them. However, the demonic sects did not have the so-called #1 sect. There were a total of 3 demonic sects that were the most famous, and each had 2 Mahayana stage cultivators. The Dream Demon sect was one of them. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find a great teleportation formation in such a big place. I wonder if the immortals left behind any traces when they passed through this place. Perhaps the great teleportation formation also exists in the immortals' relic, Ning Chi thought to himself. The 2 of them sped through the sky, and in just 7 days they arrived at the immortal relic that Oyankadi mentioned. Oyankadi was basically carried by Ning Chi along the way, and he was shocked by Ning Chi's speed. According to his prior understanding, it would take at least 3 months to half a year to reach the immortal relic from the starry sky port. If things went well, it would be 3 months, and if things didn't go well, it would be half a year. However, the long journey was shortened by Ning Chi to a mere 7 days. If he knew that Ning Chi did not use all his strength, he would be even more shocked. This is the immortal relic? It does have a bit of the aura of an immortal. Ning Chi squinted his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him. In front of him, there was an endless mountain range. This mountain range was barren, and the entire soil was dark brown. It looked lifeless, and there were many bottomless pits. Ning Chi could conclude that there was indeed an extremely intense battle here. An intense battle. At this moment, there were countless cultivators digging something in the mountain range. From the sky, they looked like densely packed ants. Uncle Master, to enter the immortal relic, you have to pay a certain amount of spiritual stones to the Tiandao sect. Oyankadi reminded. No need. Ning Chi shook his head indifferently. He used his spiritual will to scan the area. There was no space teleportation array here. In the depths of some mountain ranges, there were indeed some fragments of immortal equipment. However, to Ning Chi, even if a complete immortal equipment was placed in front of him, he wouldn't be interested, let alone fragments of immortal equipment. Marshal Uncle, don't you want to go in and take a look? If I can find some fragments of an immortal artifact, there's a chance to refine them into high-grade magic treasures, which are more suitable for nascent soul experts like Marshal Uncle. Oyankadi asked in surprise. He was already here, but Ning Chi didn't intend to go in? Could it be that they were afraid that the Tiandao sect would discover his identity? If it was before he was ambushed, Oyankadi would definitely think of a way to reveal Ning Chi's strangeness to Heavenly Dao sect and have them suppress Ning Chi. But Ning Chi had just saved his life from forefather Terminator, so Oyankadi naturally wouldn't repay kindness with enmity. There's nothing I want here. Let's go. Ning Chi shook his head and turned to leave. Seeing this, Oyankadi had no choice but to follow. In fact, since he was already here, he also wanted to try his luck in the immortal relic. Unfortunately, Ning Chi had no such plans. Fellow Taoist, please wait. A few figures broke through the air and arrived. Hearing this, Ningqi turned around and saw 3 early-stage nascent soul cultivators looking at him with a scrutinizing expression. Elders of Heavenly Tao sect? They wouldn't have found out anything, right? Ouyang Kadi was startled. What's the matter? Ningqi said lightly. Just now, the 3 of us saw fellow Taoists standing here for a while. Why don't you enter the immortal relic to take a look? One of the early-stage, nascent soul cultivators smiled. This place won't force you to buy or sell, right? Ningqi said with a faint smile. The expressions of the 3 changed slightly, and a cold glint flashed in their eyes. The early-stage, nascent soul cultivator who spoke first said again, Our Heavenly Tao sect won't force you to buy or sell. It's just that fellow Taoist is very unfamiliar, and you didn't enter the immortal relic, so it's strange. May I know your name? Which sect are you from? The 3 of them were deacon elders of Heavenly Tao sect. Their task was to patrol the immortal relic. If they saw any suspicious people, they had to step forward and ask them, lest demonic Tao cultivators sneak into this place. Ningqi's performance just now made the 3 a little suspicious, so they went forward to investigate. Seniors, we are from Maple Leaf Planet's demon subduing sect. Ouyang Kadi hurriedly said. Maple Leaf Star's demon subduing sect? Hearing this, the 3 of them revealed a strange look. They seemed to be mocking Ningqi. They looked at Ningqi from head to toe and waved their hands. Since you're not going to enter the Immortal's relic, don't stay here. Please leave. Ningqi glanced at the 3 indifferently, then turned around and left. Not long after Ningqi left, the 3 early nascent soul realm cultivators suddenly discovered that a cultivator from the dream demon Tao had sneaked into the immortal relic. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a conflict with someone over an immortal artifact fragment and leaked his dream demon Tao aura, the 3 may not have discovered that he was a golden core realm cultivator. In the blink of an eye, he was suppressed by the 3 of them. Ha ha! Even if I can't catch a big fish, catching a small shrimp isn't too bad. Devil brats from the dream demon path dare to enter my immortal relic? Be on your way. One of the early nascent soul cultivators let out a sinister laugh as he sent a palm strike towards the subdued golden core cultivator. Wait, don't kill me, I have important news. It's related to the Vice sect leader. The golden core stage cultivator cried out in alarm. What news? The 3 early nascent soul realm cultivators looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. The Vice sect leader of the Dream Demon Tao, Sage Hidden Dream, was a great Ascension realm cultivator. News related to him? If this golden core realm cultivator wasn't lying, the 3 of them had a feeling that they had made a great contribution. Seniors, I will only tell you this news if you swear to the heavens not to kill me. The golden core realm cultivator said. The 3 of them laughed coldly. Then we'll just kill you. Do you think a mere golden core realm cultivator like you would know news about a great Ascension realm cultivator? What a joke. Finished speaking. The 3 flying swords pierced through the air and hovered in front of the golden core stage cultivator. Seeing this, the golden core stage cultivator clenched his teeth and said, Fine, I can tell the 3 of you the news. But the 3 of you must let me leave safely. If you still don't agree, then I don't care if I die. Don't even think about knowing this news for the rest of your lives. We agree. Speak. The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded. Chapter 2197. What's the matter? Inside the Tian Dao sect, a spirit severing stage elder saw the 3 of them panicking and couldn't help but stretch out his hand to stop them. Elder Zhao, the 3 of us received news that the Dream Demon Tao's Vice sect leader Hidden Dream has accepted another personal disciple. The 3 of them turned pale and said with lingering fear, Another disciple? What's there to panic about? Hidden Dream has a lot of personal disciples. Elder Zhao frowned and snorted. But the three of us have just met with this direct disciple. Zhang Xian shook his head. This was the reason why the three of them were scared. What? Elder Zhao was stunned. The three of them told him about what they had just seen. They guessed that Ning Qi didn't enter the immortal relic and was only watching. This action seemed like he was preparing to attack the relic. It was very likely that the dream demon Dao had found the whereabouts of some great treasure. There's such a thing? How audacious of you to think that a mere evil sect dares to target our Tiandao sect. I will report this matter to the higher-ups. The three of you return to the immortal ruins and continue to stand guard. If anything goes wrong, send a flying sword message immediately. Elder Zhao said. The three of them turned around and left unwillingly. Elder Zhao was a soul-severing stage cultivator. If he wanted to take credit for sending the message, they couldn't resist. Very soon, Tiandao sect sent out a message. First, it was sent to the other righteous sects, then to the smaller sections. All the sects received a portrait and received the order that this person was Hidden Dream's personal disciple. Anyone who saw him was to be killed. If they could capture him alive, they would receive a reward from the heavens. Tiandao sect. The news from Tiandao sect has arrived. These idiots. The golden core stage cultivator who was trembling in front of the three nascent soul stage cultivators was now standing in front of a few form synthesis stage cultivators, talking and laughing. The few form synthesis stage cultivators even looked at him with a hint of respect. This was enough to show that this person's cultivation was far beyond the form synthesis stage. He should be a tribulation stage cultivator. Elder Bu, your methods are truly brilliant. You thought of using the Tiandao sect to help us find that fellow's whereabouts. If we find him, I'm sure the vice sect leader will be extremely happy. Perhaps the next vice sect leader will be Elder Bu. The body integration stage cultivator smiled in a respectful manner. Bu Qingqin chuckled as his eyes flickered with a hint of pride. He had cultivated for less than 3,000 years and was already a cultivator at the tribulation stage. He was famous not only in the dream demon path, but also in the entire endless heaven star. How could a mere vice sect leader be enough to satisfy him? I want to sit. He wanted to sit at the top of the dream demon Dao. His grand ambition was to unite all the other demon Daos and form his own light dust demon Dao. Martial uncle, where are we going next? Ouyang Kadi hesitated for a moment before asking. I'm just taking a walk. Ning Qi smiled. In that case, why don't you go to my good friend's place? He runs a family of cultivators on the endless heaven planet. I'm here to seek refuge with him anyway. Ouyang Kadi suggested. Lead the way. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Ouyang Kadi's eyes revealed a hint of joy as he quickly pointed in the direction. Before he could react, he was carried away by Ning Qi. Endless heaven star, domain of unbounded desolation. On the outskirts of a small city, there was a large mansion. This mansion was quite famous in the Azure Dragon City. It was built by an early nascent soul stage cultivator hundreds of years ago and was known as the Luli Villa to outsiders. There were only 4 nascent soul stage cultivators in the Azure Dragon City, and Luli Fairy was one of them. Since the establishment of Luli Villa, for hundreds of years, many fellow Taoists have come to visit and ask questions. Luli has received many disciples and grand disciples, including 3 Jindan stage cultivators, dozens of foundation establishment stage cultivators, and hundreds of Qi refining stage cultivators. In Azure Dragon City, it could be considered as one of the top forces. However, today the atmosphere in the Luli Villa was very serious. With Luli Fairy as the leader, all the golden core stage cultivators and foundation establishment stage cultivators had gathered together. Master, why don't we leave this place? After a moment of silence, a golden core stage female cultivator raised her head and said, in the entire hall, there were no male cultivators, only female cultivators, which was also one of the characteristics of the Lu villa. Yes, as long as we leave here, the people of the Imperial Beast Valley may not be able to find us. Several other Golden Core Stage female cultivators nodded in agreement. Behind the Imperial Beast Valley is the Dream Demon Path. The claws and teeth of these Devil Path bastards are everywhere. You can escape for a while, but you can't escape forever. How about this, you guys leave here first? This trouble is caused by me. It has nothing to do with you guys. Lu lightly said. Master, how can this be? We won't let you stay here alone. The Golden Core Stage female cultivator who first spoke excitedly said, Ha ha ha, what a deep master and disciple relationship. Lu, when you offended my Imperial Beast Valley, didn't you think about this day? A wild laughter sounded, and then a bare-chested, muscular man strode into the hall. His aura was not much different from Luli's. He was also an early-stage, Yuanying stage cultivator. When the female cultivators in the hall saw this person, they all glared at him. Tai Sha, you came here alone. Aren't you afraid you can't go back? A cold light flashed across Luli's eyes as she coldly stared back at the other party. Hee. Today I'm just here to send a message, not to fight with you. Tomorrow is the gathering day of my Imperial Beast Valley's experts. At that time, your Luli villa will be covered in rivers of blood. Unless you hand over the girl that our Imperial Beast Valley wants, I can plead for you to the sect leader to spare you, a group of bitches. Die. Taisha grinned. With that, he directly broke the ceiling of the hall with a punch, stood in the void, looked down, and then let out a few wild laughter before he flew away. Really arrogant. The female cultivators in the hall clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. The other 3 Yuanying stage cultivators of Azure Dragon City also instantly noticed the movement in Lu Villa. One after another, they broke through the void. When they saw that the hall where Luli was located was smashed, their expressions became somewhat bewildered. Luli, is there a thief? Rest assured, the 3 of us will definitely help you. Among the 3 Yuanying stage cultivators, one of them had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Although he was already middle-aged, he still looked elegant and extraordinary. He landed in front of Luli and asked with concern, It's a cultivator from the Imperial Beast Valley. Lu lightly said, Imperial Beast Valley? The other party was suddenly stunned. Upon hearing this, the other 2 Yuanying stage cultivators looked at each other and then decisively turned around and left. What a joke! The master of the Imperial Beast Valley was not only a late-stage Yuanying stage cultivator, but rumor had it that he seemed to have some relationship with the Dream Demon Path. Whether it was true or false, they couldn't afford to offend him. Of course. Lu, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Zhang Ziqing awkwardly smiled and then flew away. Master, these people are really as timid as mice. A Jindan stage female cultivator was angry. It's normal, just let it go. Lu lightly said. Suddenly, 2 figures came from the distance and steadily landed in front of Fairy Luli. Luli, I'm here to see you! Chapter 2198. Luli, aren't you too happy to see me? Seeing that Luli was staring at him in a daze without saying anything, Ouyang Kadi's face immediately revealed a trace of complacency. When the 2 of them were young, they were good friends who went through life and death together. However, Luli's aptitude was much better than his. Both of them were in the Qi refining stage, and several hundred years ago, Luli had already broken through to the Yuanying stage. Now he was still stuck at the middle stage of the Gold Core stage, far behind Luli. The reason he came to Infinite Heaven Star this time was to seek Fairy Glass Li's help. With her cultivation, she could absolutely stop Forefather Terminator for him. Ouyang, when did you come? Fairy, Li pulled up the corner of her mouth and bitterly smiled. I've been here for a while, By the way, let me introduce you. This is my uncle Master Beishian. Ouyang Kadi introduced Ning Qi to Lu Li. Uncle Master Beishian? Lu Li's expression was strange. As far as she knew, there was no such person in the demon subduing sect. Uncle Master Beishian is also a nascent soul stage cultivator like you. Ouyang Kadi smiled. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Lu Li revealed a hint of surprise in their eyes. One by one, they looked at Ning Qi. However, when they thought of the late Yuaning stage valley master of the Imperial Beast Valley, their faces gradually turned gloomy. This friend of their master was only in the middle stage of Jindan stage, which was about the same as them. How strong could he be? He was probably in the early stage of the nascent soul stage. Senior Master Beishian. Lu Li smiled and cupped her hands at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and said, "No need to be so polite." Well, Lu Li's expression was quite strange. She was also a nascent soul stage cultivator. Logically speaking, she was of the same generation as Ning Qi. She only called him senior because of Ouyang Kadi. He should have politely refused and then said that they were of the same generation. This was the common practice in the immortal cultivation world. However, Lu Li did not intend to delve into this matter. Right now, Lu Li Villa was about to face a catastrophe. As for the title and seniority, it did not matter anymore. Ouyang, I have some matters to attend to at the Lu Li Villa these few days. Why don't you and Senior Beishian go somewhere else first? The spirit qi in the infinite heaven star is very dense, much stronger than the maple leaf star that we used to live in. Apart from this place, there are more famous mountains and rivers with dense spirit qi. Lu Li said tactfully. Master, upon hearing this, Lu Li's disciples suddenly showed hesitation on their faces. The other party was, after all, a Yuaning stage cultivator, so they might as well stay in the Lu Li Villa. When the Imperial Beast Valley came tomorrow, they could still help. Ouyang Kadi finally felt that something was wrong. Why did his good friend not seem to welcome him? Liu Li, what happened? Ouyang Kadi was sure that with his friendship with Lu Li, they would not drift apart just because of the huge gap in cultivation. Something must have happened. Don't ask any more. Lu Li shook her head, then looked at Ning Qi with an apologetic look in her eyes. Senior Beishian, Lu Li Villa can't entertain you properly today. It's Lu Li's fault. Next time, when Senior Beishian and Ouyang come to Lu Li Villa together, Lu Li will definitely entertain them well. Master, our Lu Li Villa will be demolished by the Imperial Beast Valley tomorrow. How can we entertain the two of you? Lu Li's eldest disciple finally couldn't help but say in a low voice. What happened? Liu Li, what is the Imperial Beast Valley? Why did he want to demolish your Lu Li Villa? Ouyang Kadi's eyes turned solemn. Duo Air, don't talk too much. Lu Li looked at her eldest disciple and said with a frown. Duo Air lowered her head, feeling wronged. She just didn't want to see her master facing a great disaster and still forcing a smile in front of outsiders. Ouyang, Senior Beishian, forgive me for not seeing you off. Lu Li looked at Ning Qi and Ouyang Kadi and smiled faintly. No, I'm not leaving. Lu Li, I came all the way to find you, and you're just going to drive me away like this? No matter who your enemy is, I will stay here. Ouyang Kadi said angrily, You don't understand. There is the shadow of the Dream Demon Path behind the Imperial Beast Valley. You and Senior Beishian staying here is just adding a strand of lonely soul. Lu Li shook her head faintly. Dream Demon Path? The corner of Ning Qi's mouth slightly raised. Senior Beishian has heard of the Dream Demon Path? Lu Li looked at Ning Qi. Yes, I have indeed heard of it. How about this? The two of us will disturb you for a while. Lu Li, please arrange a place for us to rest. Ning Qi smiled. Ouyang Kadi looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes. He was extremely touched. He didn't expect his senior uncle to stay even though he knew that this place was dangerous. He really didn't know what to say. Lu Li was stunned. Her disciples were also slightly stunned. Then Duo Air ran to Ning Qi excitedly and grabbed his arm. Senior Beixian, let me take you to the best courtyard in our Lu Li villa. It's used to entertain seniors in the soul formation realm. Ning Qi smiled and left with Duo Air. Lu Li looked at this scene in a daze. Then she smiled bitterly at Oyankadi. Who is this Senior Beixian? I know there is no such person in your demon subduing sect. Why does he dare to stay in my Lu Li villa knowing that the Imperial Beast Valley is related to the Dream Demon Path? Oyankadi knew that he couldn't hide it from Lu Li, so he told her everything. After listening, Lu Li sighed. I didn't expect there to be such a warm-hearted senior in this world. If it wasn't for him, you would have died in the hands of forefather Terminator, and we wouldn't be able to meet each other today. Yes. Oyankadi also sighed. He even took out the purple howl sword and showed it off. This was given to me by senior uncle. It was originally the life treasure of that old guy, Terminator. This time it's a sure win. Even so, tomorrow the Imperial Beast Valley. Lu Li sighed. With the strength of her Lu Li villa, they really couldn't compete with the Imperial Beast Valley, which had a nascent soul stage cultivator. She even sent a message to the seniors in the soul formation realm who came here as guests to ask for help. Unfortunately, none of those seniors replied. They must be afraid of the Dream Demon Path behind the Imperial Beast Valley. Demonic Path. The boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. Maybe the people from the Imperial Beast Valley won't come tomorrow. Don't worry, Lu Li. No matter what happens, I will be by your side when you fight. Oyankadi forced a smile. Then don't beg for mercy when you die. Fairy, Lu Li said with a faint smile. I will never beg for mercy. Oyankadi hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and said, That day, Duo Air brought a group of female cultivators to Ning Qi's courtyard. After all, when everyone didn't want to have anything to do with the Lu Li villa, Ning Qi still chose to stay here to help even though he knew that the Lu Li villa had offended the Imperial Beast Valley. This made Duo Air and the other girls extremely touched. The next day, Chapter 2199. Lu Li has provoked the Imperial Beast Valley. I'm sure you too know the background of the Imperial Beast Valley. Although there is no definite evidence to prove that they are the minions of the Dream Demon Path, I dare not take this risk. It doesn't matter if I die, but there are thousands of people in my Zhang family. How can I be implicated because of this? Zhang Zicheng lightly said. For us cultivators, when it's time to let go, we should let go. If we get entangled in it, I'm afraid we will die. I'm just taking a look. If the Imperial Beast Valley makes a move on us, I'm afraid they won't be able to justify themselves in front of the righteous sections. One of them smiled. Lu Li Villa has been in our Azure Dragon City for hundreds of years, so we should also go and send them off. Another person nodded. If that's the case, then let's go together. Zhang Zicheng thought for a moment and nodded. On the other side, those cultivators who had received Lu Li's distress letter either came in person or sent their disciples. They did not intend to help Lu Li Villa through this crisis, but instead wanted to secretly observe the means of the Imperial Beast Valley cultivators. If they could find evidence related to the Dream Demon Path, then they could invite the righteous sects to suppress the Imperial Beast Valley. Lu Li Villa. Master, look at those cultivators. All of them are here, but none of them dare to step into our Lu Li Villa. Is that Senior Wind Chaser's disciple? He just came to our Lu Li Villa a few years ago, but now he is hiding far away. Duo Air retracted her divine sense and said angrily. The rest of the golden core female cultivators nodded indignantly when they heard this. Today, the entire Lu Li Villa was gathered in the main hall. However, the main hall was huge, so it did not seem crowded. Those Qi refining stage female cultivators had different expressions. 80% of them were worried and frightened. Thinking that they would soon face the suppression of the Imperial Beast Valley, they felt very scared. Many female cultivators were secretly glancing at Oyenkadi and Ningqi, mainly at Ningqi. After all, Ningqi was now on the same level as Luli, which meant that he was also a nascent soul cultivator. They secretly guessed Ningqi's cultivation base. If Ningqi was in the late nascent soul stage, perhaps Luli Villa could be saved today. Its instinct to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Luli smiled and shook her head. She then looked at Ningqi and said, "Senior Beixian, the beast-taming valley will come here today. Are you really not going to bring Oyang along?" "Luli, if Marshal Uncle doesn't want to leave, do you have to chase us away?" Oyenkadi said discontentedly. I just don't want to implicate the two of you." Luli lowered her head. "It's just a mere Imperial Beast Valley. Fairy, Luli doesn't need to worry." Ningqi smiled. A mere Imperial Beast Valley? Luli was startled. She looked at Ningqi with a strange expression. Could it be that this person had just come from Maple Leaf Star and didn't know the strength of the Imperial Beast Valley? Indeed, on the Maple Leaf planet, nascent soul old monsters were already the most powerful existence. Nascent soul cultivators who just came out of that place basically had an illusion that they were also extremely powerful on the Infinite Sky planet. However, that was not the case. On the Infinite Sky planet, there were existences at the soul formation stage, the form synthesis stage, and even the crossing tribulation stage. A nascent soul cultivator status here was at most similar to a foundation building cultivator status on Maple Leaf planet. They could be a local tyrant, but they couldn't really be on the stage. Looks like Uncle Master is very confident. Could it be that Uncle Master is more than just an early stage nascent soul cultivator? Oyenkadi's eyes were filled with surprise, but on second thought, he felt that it wasn't quite possible. How could a mid-stage or even peak-stage nascent soul cultivator hang out with a golden core cultivator like him? At this level, he had already forgotten what it felt like to be a golden core cultivator. He had completely immersed himself in the role of a nascent soul cultivator, unlike an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Because he had just broken through for a long time, he could still communicate with a golden core cultivator. "Senior Beixian, do you really not need to worry?" Duo Air looked at Ningqi with hope. Ningqi smiled and nodded. Perhaps Ningqi's confidence had infected the hundreds of female cultivators in the hall. They looked a little more radiant and not as gloomy as before. Duo Air had always been lively, even though she had broken through to the golden core stage. When facing Goddess Lu Li and Ningqi like this, she showed the mentality of a young girl again. She started chatting with Ningqi about what she had seen and heard on the Endless Sky planet, as well as the interesting things she had heard and seen on the Endless Sky planet. "Senior Beixian, Master, before I started cultivating, my father told me that he had seen a deity before." Chun Beixian said with a smile. Duo Air said proudly. Ningqi's eyes flickered. As for Goddess Lu Li and the others, including Oyenkadi, they just smiled. They didn't believe what Duo Air's dad had said. "You guys don't seem to believe me. My dad wouldn't lie." Duo Air sensed everyone's emotions and was immediately displeased. Lu Li smiled and said, "Master believes you." In fact, she still didn't believe it. How could it be that easy to see a deity, let alone a mortal? The chances of seeing a deity was almost zero. "Duo Air, you said your dad had seen a deity. Where was it?" Ningqi smiled and asked, "Senior Beixian, do you believe me?" Duo Air looked at Ningqi in surprise. Ningqi was about to nod, but he suddenly looked up and said with a smile, "The cultivators from Beast Command Valley should be here. For early-stage nascent soul cultivators and one mid-stage nascent soul cultivator." Gasp! Everyone gasped. For early-stage nascent soul cultivators and one mid-stage nascent soul cultivator? How could Lu Li Villa deal with such a force? Outside Lu Li Villa, 5 nascent soul stage cultivators from the Imperial Beast Valley led the way. bringing along more than 10 golden core stage cultivators and hundreds of foundation establishment stage cultivators. They flew through the air and stood quietly in the sky above Lu Li Villa. Among them was Tai Sha, who had been to Lu Li Villa before. However, he didn't look as arrogant this time because he wasn't the leader today. The mid-stage nascent soul cultivator looked down with a hint of mockery in his eyes. So many people came to watch the destruction of Lu Li Villa. Interesting. Below, there were about 1,000 cultivators, including Zhang Zicheng and the 3 nascent soul cultivators from Azure Dragon City. However, they kept a distance from Lu Li Villa because they were afraid of being misunderstood by the cultivators from Beast Command Valley. These cultivators came from different forces, and Beast Command Valley couldn't distinguish them all at once. Because these forces were too diverse, it was impossible for the Imperial Beast Valley to drive them away even if they wanted to. The Imperial Beast Valley could be unafraid of Lu Li Villa or any of the forces below them, but if they provoked public anger, even the Valley Master of the Imperial Beast Valley might not be able to stop them. The Deputy Valley Master of the Imperial Beast Valley, Qin Lai, has come in person. It looks like the Imperial Beast Valley is determined to destroy Lu Li Villa. How did Lu Li Villa offend the Imperial Beast Valley to make them react so strongly? A trace of doubt gradually arose in the hearts of many people below. Deputy Valley Master, ignore them. Let's do it. Tai Sha grinned. Chapter 2200. Qin Lai's voice could be heard clearly within a radius of several dozen kilometers under the surging spirit energy. To the cultivators in Lu Li Villa, it was as if a sudden clap of thunder had resounded above their heads. Traces of fear appeared on their faces. What should come would eventually come. They had finally arrived at the Imperial Beast Valley. Master, Senior Bei Xian, let's fight them. Duo Air clenched her fists and said, Yes, fight. Even if we die, we can't let the Imperial Beast Valley have it easy. The rest of the female cultivators echoed. The Qi refinement stage female disciples who had fallen into fear seemed to be stimulated when they heard this. Their killing intent gradually covered up their fear. Qin Lai is the Deputy Valley Master of the Imperial Beast Valley. He is a nascent soul stage cultivator. Senior Bei Xian, Ouyang, Duo Air, you guys stay here. I will go out and see what he has to say. Lu Li said. Duo Air wanted to say something, but Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Then Lu Li will go first. We will wait here. Maybe the fight won't happen. Lu Li nodded. Her figure moved slightly and appeared in midair. She looked at Qin Lai and the others coldly. That's Lu Li. What a pity. I heard that she has only cultivated for a short time. She is not even 1,000 years old, but she is already a nascent soul stage cultivator. With such talent, she will definitely reach the soul formation stage in the future. Although we cultivators value talent, we also value opportunity. If there is no opportunity, no matter how good your talent is, it is useless. There are so many strong cultivators in this world. If you accidentally offend one of them, you will die and enter the cycle of reincarnation. For example, Lu Li has no opportunity. Many people showed pity in their eyes. Zhang Zicheng looked at Lu Li with a trace of adoration hidden in the depths of his eyes. Hundreds of years ago, he wanted Lu Li to become his Taoist companion. However, the falling flower yearns for love, but the heartless brook. Lu Li has always been unwilling to accept him. Zhang Zicheng thought that as long as he had enough time, he could move Lu Li. However, after today, he might not have this chance anymore. Lu Li, I have heard of your name for a long time. I am Qin Lai. Qin Lai smiled faintly. His gaze swept across Fairy Lu Li's body, and a trace of greed flashed through his eyes. There weren't many female cultivators like Lu Li who had the aptitude, appearance, and temperament. If the Valley Master hadn't ordered him to find the little girl from Lu Li's hands, Qin Lai wouldn't have been willing to kill Lu Li. Deputy Valley Master Qin, I know you, Liu Li said lightly. Since Fairy Lu Li knows me, Then I think Fairy Lu Li also understands the purpose of my visit today. I will give Fairy Lu Li one last chance to hand over the Valley Master's thing. Otherwise, I'm afraid the hundreds of lives in Luli Villa will not be able to be saved. Qin Lai smiled. I've already said that the thing that your Valley Master wants is not in my hands. I don't know what it is either. Lu Li lightly said. Since that's the case, don't blame my sword for being merciless. Qin Lai smiled coldly. With a slight thought, a flying sword that exuded the aura of a middle-grade, transcendent artifact suddenly broke out of his body and floated above his head. Tai Sha and the other three were the same. They released their natal magic weapons that they had cultivated for many years, together with the Aurus core and foundation building cultivators behind them. There were hundreds of flying swords floating in the air. Their auras converged together, causing the cultivators below to feel fear and trepidation. Those foundation-building cultivators were still fine. The quality of Qin Lai's artifact was extraordinary. If these flying swords were shot at the same time, even a middle nascent soul stage cultivator might not be able to withstand it. After today, Luli Villa will no longer exist. The surrounding cultivators let out a long sigh. In Luli Villa, when Duo Air and the others saw the scene with their divine senses, they immediately became anxious. They flew into the air and appeared behind Luli, martial uncle. Ouyang Kadi turned around to look at Ning Qi, only to find that the place where Ning Qi was standing was empty. A terrifying thought emerged in his mind. This cheap martial uncle, could it be that he was scared by Qin Lai's middle-stage nascent soul aura and ran away? Ouyang Kadi didn't have much time to think. He flew up and appeared behind Luli. His eyes swept around, but he still didn't see Ning Qi's figure. His expression couldn't help but slightly change. Li glanced behind her, but didn't see Ning Qi's figure. A trace of surprise flashed through her eyes, but she didn't say anything. She nodded at Ouyang Kadi and then looked at Duo Air and the others. She sighed in her heart. If they were lucky today, perhaps some of them could escape. All of them perished here. Ha ha ha! Didn't they say that Luli Villa only had female cultivators? When did another male cultivator appear? Middle Jindan stage. Could he be Fairy Lu Li's lover? When Tai Sha saw Ouyang Kadi, he laughed wildly. A trace of anger appeared on Ouyang Kadi's face. When Zhang Zicheng saw Ouyang Kadi, his expression also changed. When he looked at Fairy Lu Li again, a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. Fairy Lu Li, you're the only nascent soul stage cultivator here. The rest are just ants. Have you really thought it through? You'd rather die than hand over the thing? Qin Lai smiled lightly. I've already said that the thing you want is not in my hands. Fairy Lu Li said coldly. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Qin Lai snorted coldly. The flying sword above his head emitted a dazzling golden light. The next moment, Tai Sha and the other three behind him, as well as the Jindan stage cultivators and Foundation establishment stage cultivators, almost at the same time, controlled their flying swords to attack Fairy Lu Li and the others. Hundreds of flying swords, with Qin Lai's flying sword in the lead, condensed into a shocking sword momentum. Fairy Lu Li immediately threw out a flower basket. This flower basket expanded with the wind and enveloped Ouyang Kadi and the others. This was a middle-rank defensive artifact, but in the face of such a powerful sword rain, it would not be able to withstand more than a few hits. Zhang Zicheng was still a little reluctant. He turned his head, unwilling to see Fairy Lu Li killed by Qin Lai. Master, the flower basket was translucent. Duo Air, Ouyang Kadi, and the others could clearly see the scene in front of them. Their expressions suddenly became extremely emotional, and their eyes were filled with sorrow. Just when everyone, including Qin Lai, thought that Fairy Lu Li would die under this blow, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Fairy Lu Li, Senior Beixian, Martial Uncle. Ouyang Kadi and Duo Air looked at Ning Chi in surprise. Ning Chi gently waved his hand. Immediately, he erased all the divine soul imprints on the sword rain and kept it in his spatial bag. The surrounding cultivators looked at this scene with their mouths agape, and a trace of disbelief appeared on their faces. "Who is this person?"